Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your back-to-back Challengers champions.
Nobody cut him down. Everybody finds three.
Henry, who gets the good timing over by the bar. He's able to find number 3.
Oh, good movement from Mamba. Keeps the killing spree alive. Down low. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Lost for a minute, but I'm back. Now I'm at the top and they be asking where I'm at.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome. You've heard of New York, Paris, Cairo, Monaco, and many other great places. But today, we are in Birmingham, live for Challengers. Myself, I'm Bryce. Joining me here, of course, Chris Tunn.
Yeah, here in person, which is very, very nice.
Yeah.
We haven't done this in quite some time, actually. Casted plenty together recently, obviously, but not quite in person. So, yes, it has been an experience so far. It's nice to see everybody and nice to see an event back in the UK. We've been in Birmingham plenty of times. None have been quite as big as this one. There is a sea of chairs just on the other side of this curtain, right next to us, where that venue is going to be packed out this week. We can't wait to see how things are going to go down. But we do have challenges to concentrate on, and the pit is just getting warmed up.
Yeah, it certainly is. A lot of players jumping into the venue now and getting warmed up on the stations. But if you haven't been watching Challengers this year, one thing you might have missed is that 4 streams go on concurrently. So not only can you watch all the broadcast here at Alpha, we'll be covering as many games as possible, but if you want to watch a full game to its completion, you can jump over onto the other streams.
Yeah, we've got everything going on here. As much as we possibly can cover is being covered. We are going all the way from winners round 1 up into a grand final that happens on Sunday on that main stage. That's going to be a little bit nervy for some of those players because there will be a lot, probably drunk people, already at that time in the morning, ready to go with their party atmosphere, which is well known here, of course, in the UK when Call of Duty does come to town. It's going to be a fun weekend.
It certainly will. Well, let's give you a little eye on what's happening today, though. Here is our schedule for everybody wondering. Well, first up, we're going to have Belfast Storm against Blue Valor. 2 great names, but we picked this game for a very specific reason, Ton.
Yes, we have. Everybody remembers Black Ops 4 Dylan Codd, don't they? That man is back in and amongst it here in the Challengers bracket with his Belfast Storm team. Coming in pretty low seeded and haven't necessarily done too much as far as Cups, etc. go, but I mean, we're watching Dylan, so.
Hey, it would be rude not to. And of course, the rest of this will fill out as the day goes on. From winners round 1 all the way to winners round 2, and then losers round 1. Should be a good time, of course. We won't be the only casters on. We do have to give it over to our American compatriots a little bit later on, but it's 5 a.m. where they are, so ignore them. We'll take you through the first part of the day.
Yeah, won't necessarily throw them into the deep end straight away at 4 a.m. I'm not used to doing them at that time in the morning if I haven't already been on broadcast for 12 hours, but let's have a look at what they are playing for over this weekend. Plenty of prizes, $50,000 for first place is on offer, and honestly it's a huge event for the UK in the sense of that for so many of these teams it's a really good opportunity for them to get over to an open event. We haven't had one in quite some time over here, so for these guys this is what it's really about, and of course attending the event. But of course some teams coming over from the other side of the pond, some teams who are looking to take the majority of that prize pool. Hey, look, it's going to be a really, really interesting weekend. It's going to be hard to really call who's going to take it away. We had surprises when we seen Dallas, and we may well get some more this weekend, but plenty on offer for these players to play for.
It certainly is. A lot of hopes and dreams pouring through the venue here into the NEC. I mean, it's actually, like, I'm just going to point this out here, not only the points on offer, but this is an incredible venue. I know we have to say that, because legally we're bound to, but genuinely, I mean it.
No, it is.
It is actually quite a nice venue. We have not only the wonderful NEC, which is a massive convention centre with loads of space, which has helped out considering they've had to up the seating here 4 times.
Yeah.
And being one of the biggest Call of Duty events you will see in recent memory. Not only that, and this doesn't really help the broadcast at all, but the Arnold's here at the weekend as well, so there's loads of giant muscly people walking around. Yeah, but not me. I'm like a before photo.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you're the before photo, I don't know what I am. Look, it's a real good place to be for an event, to be honest with you. We have all the space and has all the amenities that you could possibly want as well all around. It's big, open, spacious. There's so much room for all these fans who are coming on through. It's going to be a great time. We can't wait to actually just get into it. The first game will be coming through.
It will, but I've been told, and our producer just said, we do have cameras in the venue. We can see the players live. Look at this cheeky little pod cam. Just seeing the players warm up here. They're all in good spirits. I mean, some of these haven't seen 10 a.m. in some time. Normally about a 2 p.m. wake up for them. So, hey, they're doing well. They'll be caffeinated. They'll be warming up right now onto these stations and getting ready here. Although that's a water. Love that. Warming up with the water.
It's a surprise, to be honest with you. Usually another drink would be the one of choice. I'll not necessarily tell you what we've got.
That makes it sound worse.
It does make it sound worse.
We've got a diet, soft, caffeinated beverage. That's it. Why would you put it like that, done?
Maybe wait until Sunday and then we may convert it into something stronger. Anyway, let's have a look at how things are going in this bit. A lot of players over here, and there's quite a few players who haven't had a chance to play the LAN probably ever for some of them, and for some of them for quite some time. So for them, being thrown straight into the deep end in this upgraded pit should be a good time. We'll be keeping an eye on all these teams that are going through, but as we go through winners round 1, losers round 1, kind of, sadly for some of them, kind of weeding some of the teams out to a certain degree. We're going to get deeper into the competition, and that's where things are going to really heat up. But, I mean, could there be somebody here this weekend who we just aren't sure of? How many times have we seen that when it has come to these opens? And that is the beauty of them. Players who we're not really sure of, who we're not really expecting a great deal from, turn up when it matters, and that is really the great storylines that we do quite often get to cover here in the Up.
And while we're actually talking about these players being on camera, one of the things we should always point out, and you might not know this if you've not done it, going to a LAN event, going to an open like this, this may be overhyping it a bit for flowery language, but it's almost a transcendent experience in how you engage with the community and the game. Realistically, myself and Tan wouldn't be here if it wasn't for these open events. Not because of working, but because we both attended them as players way back in the day and fell in love with them. So for a lot of these players here, you know, this hasn't been an open event in the UK for some time. This is their first chance to experience that and potentially fall in love with it, maybe get recognised, maybe follow a career into esports as we did.
Yeah, look, there was a lot more back then, to be fair, but it was a lot more of like a local space. But yeah, I think what a lot that we take from it, some of us make lifelong friends from those kind of relationships. You make.
I'll make one too.
Well, at some stage, yeah. No, look, I think it's always just a real fun weekend, and I think that's what we originally did it for. It's got a little bit more serious now, but I think the same core feeling of it is that it is there to be a really interesting weekend. And if you can go play some good Call of Duty and beat some good teams, that is an absolute bonus. For some of them, though, it is strictly business. Some of these top teams coming here looking to get that prize pool, looking to actually get themselves not just the prize pool, but qualify yourself for the Major 3 Pro-Am. And that is important. The top 2 teams from this event will qualify for that. That's a massive step for some of these teams. How many times they've been crying out they want to have a go at the franchise teams? Well, they will have their opportunity if they can finish in the top 2 at this event.
Yeah, they certainly will. A lot to play for, obviously, for these teams to get through. I mean, it is a daunting prospect. Not only is there a lot of games today, we're covering 10 slots, by the way. If you know what that means, there are 4 games in a slot for us, as well as the rest of the bracket that plays out. And then, obviously, we're going to cover 10 of those. Now, we do start off with best of 3s. So it is going to be a little bit quick, so don't miss them if you can. And I am being told that we are on the cusp of seeing our first game on Charlie.
Yeah, we're going to be jumping into the very first game that will be starting. And the very first game before the CDL even kicks off. The crowd will be starting to warm up very, very shortly and getting themselves involved. Not the talent we're even here. We've been here for like a couple hours now. Pampered these days, that's
well,
what it is.
I mean, you say pampered, I say yes, no, you're right, actually. Yeah, that's the exact correct way to put it here. They're still all tucked up in bed, you know, dreaming of glory.
About jet lag and stuff. We have to deal with that all the time.
Yeah.
Not so much recently.
Well, we will get into this game very, very shortly. Of course, we'll be trying to keep an eye on the games as they progress. In winners round 1, some of these games can be a little bit one-sided, so just keep an eye out for that as they might go very quickly. We've tried to find what we think will be the best ones for you. Not always working out for us, especially when we get through winners round 1 and then into lower round 1, where everybody's already lost, so it can be a bit of a weird game.
Yeah, well, so winners round 1, there's actually quite a few teams going to buy through that. So through winners round 1 should actually be pretty decent because it's low-end teams who are looking to then. Winners round 2 is maybe when it might get tough for them. I think the winner of our alpha game goes up against Treaty 1. Ooh, tough. Yeah, they're tough straight out of the gate. But that's the kind of game that you go into against a team who haven't necessarily had the best season in Europe, and they will be maybe looking a little bit vulnerable if you are one of these teams who could potentially go and do something. So for a lot of these very first games, these are teams who are relatively closely seeded because it's so low down. So yeah, we're very, very curious to see how things are going to go down between these teams in these very first games. See if we can find that gem that maybe needs some molding, or that one that really was a gem for quite some time in Dylan.
That's one of the big stories of Winners Round 1. It has to be.
Yeah,
it has to be. I mean, they were asked, it was like, hey, Belfast Storm is here. There's been a lot of talk about Dylan Carden. Does he still have it? What has happened? You know, and truth being told, I'm just going to wait and see. I suspect that he's still going to be a very talented player, and I'm hoping to see maybe some sprinklings of past glory all the way through. But before we get to him, we're going into Charlie, straight into the hard point to see how these two teams are getting on in our very first game here from Birmingham.
The Seattle Royal Merchants and the eBurgers. This is one I love to see. Winners round 1 of an open. Senegal's it was Decimate, the eBurgers, and somebody already dropped out from the Royal Merchants, so I'd imagine we'll be standing back up, Bryce.
Looks like it, yep. Well, no worries, no worries.
It's first game of the day. These things happen. These things happen.
We are going to find out what happened there, because we don't know.
You would think we would know, considering like, I can literally...
Well, we could have a wonder. The camera wouldn't come with us, and neither would the headsets, which is the issue here. Maybe that'll be something for a future broadcast. Is that they give us a mobile camera, and we'll just walk around the pit doing it.
And just give it to us. Would they trust us for such things?
Hey, there have been teams that have given us production hold before. Now that hasn't gone particularly well, but maybe we'll get some wireless headsets in future and just wander around the pit casting as we go.
That does spell disaster, actually.
No, 100%
it would be funny, though.
it would definitely be disrupted by the players, I think. They wouldn't be particularly happy, and some of the spectators might get involved in the broadcast. But hey, you know, we come up with ideas here, and that's what we're here for. We're the creative minds behind the CDL. It's early. Look, we're just waiting for the game to get going. I don't know what you want me to say. It's going to be a long day. We're going to have some good Call of Duty action. That much I promise. The casting, I don't know.
No, the casting should be pretty decent, I'd like to think.
Yeah, the Americans are on later, yeah.
Yes, no. If you want to tune in to COD League, it is coming up very, very shortly. Look, I think for some of these teams, though, again, this very first game, shake those nerves off.
Yep.
Have a little bit of a shaky start, potentially. Just get yourself into the rhythms of it and whatnot. We obviously have our feature stations as well. I believe tomorrow we actually have a full-on open feature stage available. I think today it's being used as Bravo for the CDL, and then over tomorrow it is going to be used for the open games, which are going on, which should be plenty good ones at that. And then I believe Sunday is researchers for autumn, so that should be interesting. Yeah, we're going to be keeping an eye on everything. I mean, it is quite literally Call of Duty Bonanza here at this weekend.
No, it is.
There is a lot going on, a lot.
There certainly is. Obviously, we can't show you the menu right now because we don't have it, but what we are going to do is we're going to try to get these games underway. So while we do that, we are going to go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. We have a game on our hands, finally. The Seattle Royal Merchants and the eBurgers are facing down. And we'll get straight into this hard point and maybe take a little look at these players.
Yeah, interesting to see how they're going to get on. But for some of these teams, as I kind of mentioned, when you're coming into that winners round one, it is a case of going up against other teams who, realistically, obviously low seed, that does make a difference, but they are going up against each other to get through to that winners round two. But they will be very, very close when it does come down to seeding, so it should still be an interesting game to say the least. Having a look at some of the seeds for both these two teams, pretty low, as you would imagine, for both these squads. A decent enough start between them, fairly close as we head over towards P2. Challenge 119 doing well, not sure who that is, actually we'll get that figured out quick. Gezi. Geosis, is that what we're going to go for?
Well, considering that we don't have complete control over players, normally we vet these things to find out the correct pronunciation before we go live, but since we are in the pit, and the pit is a wonderful pit of chaos, we will just guess.
I was hoping you were going to give me some direction on that, but never mind.
Well, I've been looking at it. We could call him DJ. That works out, because it could be.
It could be.
Although they haven't got a capital J.
No, I know, that is a bit of an oversight if that is the case. Either way, eBurgers looking good here with some time over towards P2. P3, going to keep now. Cynical over towards the backside, though, is going to disrupt this ever so slightly. And the kills are on the front, even more so. Quick will fall, find a way through, and then get dealt with. Spawns coming over towards the back, well held by the two players of eBurgers.
Still got it. Perfect position for them at the moment. You can see a player waiting down the stairs, trying to break through this, but there he goes. Quake shuts it down. Very, very simple. Should have a second here at the same time. It's going well for them at the moment here, the eBurgers. They're pushing out the lanes pretty much as well as they can. Bit of a money hill over towards P3.
Audacity, well, quite an audacious shots, if you like, as they make their way over towards P4. Slight spawn out for two players on the Seattle Royal Merchants. Now going to find themselves in a position where they need to fight for this scrap time. You need to get some of it, because going over towards P4 is going to be a little bit more difficult. Two players have made it over, though. It's all about the play over towards this backside. Audacity will get caught. Elzo is here. Try and slow them down. Not a terrible transition this by the Seattle Royal Merchants, to be honest with you. And managing to find the one over towards the backside. Really nice work from Elzo. And that's going to be a really big opportunity for the Royal Merchants to get some good time.
Perfect. That's exactly what they want to lock this one down. You can already see lanes pushed out, making sure players don't get out pulled back. But Gezi makes a big two. This puts the pressure on now to the Merchants. They'll be looking to try and hold it down. You can even see them leaving the hill. They're worried. There are players in every single direction. The eBurgers will eventually wrest control away, but it's certainly not secure.
Now that team really able to establish any sort of control over towards this backside. But challenge 119 would like to know who exactly that is. 16-5 at this moment in time out of him carrying the eBurgers, to say the least. 105 and rising to the 47 for Seattle Royal Merchants. Transition over now towards Dirt. Trying to get some sort of setup here. It wasn't a bad transition over, honestly, towards P4. But not able to make the most of it. Very mixy, to say the least. But another opportunity over towards P5.
Here we go. Just a bit of holding here. You can already see the Merchants having a good time. But if you want to keep an eye on this game, it will be live on the Charlie stream, on the challenges on YouTube. But our alpha game is underway. Belfast Storm versus Blue Valor. A big game for these two here, as admittedly the number one thing we'll be looking at is Dylan Card, but we'll see how this one gets on. We're not going to have all of the names for this one, unfortunately, but we will jump in as we get this one done.
Yeah, going to be interesting to see how this team really does work out, to be honest, because Dylan is likely going to still be somewhat of the guy that he once was. I mean, I think we all remember that time, right, when he came in and was crossing the roster. We were all ready for it to happen, because I think a couple of us obviously knew about it from the European side of things. But then when things started to heat up in North America, this man was the best Call of Duty player on the planet at one stage. Nobody can tell me otherwise.
Oh no, certainly had his time here, and already just roaming around, and they have this locked forward at the same time. On a 4 streak at the moment, as he looks for his 5th here, still going, still burning. And Blue Valor still spawning out here as they try to get through that P1 to eventually get their way towards the time.
Powerhouse with a nice start. P1 doing well enough as well. 8 and 2. It's a good transition over towards P2, and it's working out very well for them. 25 seconds remaining here. Up against Blue Valor, coming in as one of the very lowest seeds. here at the Birmingham Open, but that's what it's about. It's about turning up with your friends and see what you can do. Well, if Mimo's shooting like that, then you're in a bit of trouble, though. Belfast Storm running it up now. 10 seconds of scrap time. We'll go over towards Blue Valor. Just be an easy transition over towards P3 for the Irish squad. No way over, trying to get some good time here. That's a brilliant start from them.
Well, just seeing if they get anything going here from Blue Valor. At the moment, they're trying to split this map. You can already see some players hit the flag, which is what they should be doing. Getting for that next heal as well, but they've got to make these kills. 107 out towards the back. There's one. Looking for the second, gets it as well. The third will dip out before they can do any more. And Dylan Codd challenges, because of course he does.
One for the Charleston at 8 and 5 right now. And I'm curious to wonder what I was actually expecting out of him here, but I mean, his team are also up by 94 to 14. Hassan does a brilliant job though. That's 4 kills in a row from him. He's trying to find something over towards the backside. Not going to work out. So the spawns here for people. Still looking good for Blue Valor. In nice position, actually get some good time. Belfast Storm a little bit slow to the speed over towards P3.
So far, doing okay. Getting back in there for the scrap time. They will have spawn for next here, Belfast. And this is all about managing expectations. They want to get a little bit of scrap time. They'll have to spread out to make sure they don't lose the spawn out here towards the back. But Dylan Codd hammering down into P1 has really reduced the numbers of Blue Valor, and that's full control for Belfast Storm.
See if they can continue what has been a very, very good hold over towards this first rotation of hills. 115 and rising. Blue Valor really don't have a lot of answers right now. And I think, you know, the opportunity for Belfast Storm this weekend, they just want to go up against some of the elite teams and sort of see where they're at. It's been nice to see, actually, for respectfully a lower level challenger team to be say a certain way. I've been putting out some great content. We've got everybody here supporting as well and following what this man's resurgence potentially could be. 16 and 7 out of Dylan Codd. 4 spree for him. Not the first time or the last time I said that. Helping his teammate out with these kills as well. It's just been a wonderful hold over towards P4. This one will be done very, very quickly if this is how it keeps up.
I feel like we're putting an awful lot of pressure on Dylan Codd here.
Well, yeah, I want to see 50 or I'm disappointed.
Yeah, it's one of those ones where realistically, obviously, from back in the day, just sort of almost fangirling him quite hard here as we do go into this game. But right now, Belfast Storm just having a very good time on this first hard point as they open up their campaign for getting through this open bracket. Of course, probably will be bigger challenges along the way here. Blue Valor still fighting for this P1, but they are struggling to punch through some of these teams as Dylan Codd gets 3. Dylan Codd for the ace. Everybody locked down, 177 to 33. And we did say on opening the show that there might be some one-sided games in these first few games.
To be honest, I wasn't expecting it to. Well, was I expecting it to maybe be Belfast Storm potentially? Yeah. I'm curious though to see when they go a little bit deeper. We're going to be keeping on quite a bit today, I would say, to be honest with you. You know, when we go through these first few rounds, as I mentioned it, until I think we get into winners 3 and 4 is where we realistically do have a lot of lower end teams who are trying to apply their trade. They're trying to make their mark. But until then, it is going to be about the stories that we can, try and keep an eye on. When it does come down to teams like this, though, it's a story that we realistically have to cover as much as we possibly can. They're over towards P2 now, though. Brycey, 45 seconds remaining here. Blue Valor with an opportunity for a decent hold. Challenge 1 of 5 over towards the backside, though. Can he find a way through? He's found 2 over towards that side. Dylan will find another. Powerhouse just has to turn around. And there is the break. 30 seconds to go. Belfast Storm very close to winning this game already.
Just looking this one down here, and for Blue Valor, their biggest achievement might be getting out of this 100-point club if they can. They're still trying to get through here, but Dylan Codd has been in P1 pretty much every time we've seen him. There's 3 more for him. He's on a 4 streak. I will say this, we've been talking a lot about Dylan Codd, but Jordan Mimo also is at 27 and 9, so very much having a lot of fun as well.
Powerhouse got 4 off the rip. He's got 9. There's just no more kills to be had. Belfast Storm pop out the point as they could have won it, but they win it over towards P3 anyway. Brilliant job from them. Map number 1 goes their way in extremely convincing fashion. And yeah, just not a lot to write home about there, apart from we kind of seen what we somewhat expected.
Yeah, no, that's it. Really, it was a little bit of a one-sided game. Lots of highlights from Dylan Codd, of course. Around P1 was where he was the most kind of vicious.
Yeah, it's always going to be a really good gun for him. I mean, how often we've seen him with that SMG. Back in Black Ops 4 is kind of where I'm thinking prime Dylan. You think of those games of frequency, etc. Going up against FaZe, opting all the boys and just being like, yep, slammed. Well, he's done it here in the very first round of the Open at DreamHack Birmingham. 27-10 out of him. Very simple game there for the Belfast Storm. You can keep an eye on everything that they're doing over this weekend. As mentioned, I've been following on Twitter, seeing how they're feeling about landing in Birmingham and what they're doing with their time. It's been really interesting, actually, to see some of the organisations covered over. We can talk about Bush later. My word. Later, maybe after a couple of days. But look, I think for this squad, though, it is about trying to make their mark. Opportunity to do so here with this roster as well.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, this is kind of what we've been talking about. I mean, don't get me wrong, the Belfast Storm have been talked up for quite some time, and we were wanting to see them in person because that is the true eye test. We talk about online results a lot, and there is some consistency in them, right? It's not as kind of wild as some people need to believe here, but the true test, the absolute proof, will always be an event. There is no doubt that can be had. There is no excuses. You've prepared for this. You've scrimmed for this. This has been the goal the entire time, and you all knew it was coming. And it does mean that these results matter more than almost anything else.
Good start for them, though. And Colossus doing very, very well. I'll take this one away, no problem. Blue Valor, just not really a great deal to talk of. Hassan had a moment here and there, and I think that is the thing for some of these teams who are confused about having those moments. Your little pop-ups, you always remember them. I remember finishing top 12 at a 20-team event or something along those lines.
Which is weird because everybody else remembers you going negative 104.
Completely different event, I just want to point that out. I actually had a very good event after that when we finished top 4, I believe, at one of them. Did pretty well. I actually won Marquee B that time. No, there was more than that. I just want to point that out. There was more than that.
All right. Well, we're going to have a little look at the players now that we can see onto this one. This will be Pod 3, and we've been told this is the Charlie Station, and they are currently live. Let's have a little look at how they're getting on.
Well, what I'd love to see is the team of jerseys. Seattle Royal Merchants. Trying to get themselves in it. I swear we were watching this before.
Has this been a reset production? I'm guessing that might be so, because we've definitely watched them start this game 3 times.
Yeah, we'll figure out what's going on here, but I believe that this must be a restart for these squads, or well, there's actually no other explanation as to why we'll be watching this again. Over towards P3 though. eBurgers were having a relatively good time, if I remember correctly, Brycey. Let's see if they can keep that up.
Well, if I remember correctly from when we left this last time around, this was a massive hold for eBurgers. And then Seattle Royal Merchants did get the rotation. It's starting to shape up the same way again. But maybe a little bit of lessons learned, a little bit of adaptation. You don't normally get a second run at it, but right now they are going from both sides, and that's a huge kill from Audacity, not going to get the second, which would have made it a lot easier for his team to punch through.
Seems to be a bit of a better start here for Seattle Royal Merchants, but well, much the same outcome over towards P3. Getting some good time over towards this side here if you're eBurgers. One spawn out as well. Managed to find this kill on the Eros. Yeah, nicely done by 119 over towards the backside. He was the dominant force for eBurgers when we did see this first time around. Let's see if he can continue to be here on the replay.
Well, with a bit of a spawn out, they're going to be worried about that flank, but at the moment this is a headbutt. They're going in through the front here as well, and the fact that he has got that is unbelievable. It really throws the enemy team into disarray. And now they're worried about Cynical is having to back off here. Pressure all the way towards him as they try to lock this one down. Also actually getting a kill, and a 3 kills, one off his trophy. Oh, that's disastrous for eBurgers.
Not quite the end of the world, though. Spawns are not too far away, but a couple of big kills being found here by the Royal Merchants in the middle of the map. This is just not going to check that deep. Yeah, that's tough. Now you only have to worry about the front. Is the pressure going to come through? Absolutely it is, but it's going to be dealt with rather easily as well. Elzo sitting at 4 in a row here, and this is a massive opportunity one spawn. It feels like I'm not necessarily grasping at straws for the Royal Merchants because they have been behind for quite some time, but at the same time, every time we are heading over towards hills, they're getting opportunities. We're heading over towards dirt in just a second. It's the Royal Merchants now trying to re-establish themselves. They are finding themselves about 50 behind here, Brycey, but it is far from over unless 119 keeps shooting like this.
See, little bit of pushing out the side of the spawn here. Mid control, very important around this hill. At the moment, they're not really sending it. They are going through the choke point. Have they got the horsepower to make it? Eros is trying to get these players off of these headies. Not going to be the easiest time for them, but they're making their way through. They're working it very, very effectively. And that last player out towards mid, that's kind of crucial, and eventually will pick up a kill. But all that work, all that bodies they've thrown at this one to not get it in time.
Yeah, a little bit tough. It's just a little one by one, that's the problem. 150 and rising is about to be hit here by eBurgers. They can find themselves, well, potentially about 100 points in the lead by the time we head over towards P1 again. And that's quite damning, sadly. I think, you know, we've seen from the Royal Merchants, they had a nice little comeback, to be honest with you, with that hold over towards P3. But other than that, it's not much to talk about. eBurgers now trying to get a little bit of control through the middle of the map. Senegal's trying his best to slow this one down. You know, as far as the slaying goes, though, Bryce, they're not like a million miles away, but finding themselves down 100 funnies might not be there.
It's just a little bit of the rotations. Like, if they can find a good one, time to get back here. Of course, with P1, you never really expect to get a lot of time onto it, and they'll try and bleed it out for what it's worth here. Keep it on the P2 rotation in about 15 seconds. Players still will go for it. DJ over to this side, looking for a cut through, and this might be a great pinch from them. Jersey, a reach-out, but no good.
Good find. So it's been a nice hold here by the Royal Merchants. Find themselves 100 behind. They've reduced that to 70 just off P1, and it might be less by the time we head over towards P2, which they're also in control of. So the Royal Merchants very much getting themselves involved. These transitional gunfights are going to be important. You've lost them. eBurgers now going to try and get some control over towards P2. They can't quite get it. Royal Merchants making a game of this. I think that was 100. Now down to around 55. This gap is closing very, very quickly.
What they're trying to do here, but you can see eBurgers getting back into the point, and they're up with a massive cow out towards the back of the tank. You can now see eBurgers going up top and looking for one more, and there's Quake really shutting this one down.
Nicely done. Well, Audacity goes on a little bit of a spree through the middle of the map yet, allowing them to get the artillery on its way in. Hellstorm. See if you can find anything with this. You're going to find minimum one, and one on the point, and another player offering himself up. Audacity with 3. 20 seconds to play for, and the spawns as well over towards P3 for the Royal Merchants. This is a nice way to continue this comeback. Circle will get taken down. That scrap time won't go their way, and that's valuable for eBurgers. But the transition over now towards P3 is going to be helped out by Desi over towards this backside.
Well, this is still ongoing, and these two teams will continue going on. If you want to watch it, you can on Charlie. We're going back to Alpha to watch the Search and Destroy from our main game. Already Belfast Storm up 1-0.
Nemo now having a little look down this outside over towards A, and managing to find a pick as well. Nicely done. He'll back them on down. Silent challenge 1-1-0. Can't find a way through. The sniper coming in, traps there, and Dylan will just absolutely chow this and absolutely win the gunfight. Keeps it moving, looking for the second. Should be dead right. How on earth is he not dead? He is now. But is the transition going to come through? Nicely done by Belfast Storm. Great defense.
Well, one last player left. Set to 1 versus 3. Had the knife out. Wasn't going to get anything from that one, though. A lot of confidence coming out of Belfast Storm here. Ignored that. We will obviously get it switched over. Sometimes this can happen at events where the players kind of switch sides without telling you. We'll let it go.
This time.
This time, yeah.
This time.
Admin ton will be out otherwise.
He absolutely will not. Remember what happens when I try to be an admin. Get scores wrong, presumptuous things happen. It's never a good time for anybody, especially the admins who are actually trying to do their jobs. Belfast Storm too good though. They're going to get this one done nice and quickly. And as mentioned, if I am correct, they have a treat of a game up against Treaty 1 in winners round 2. Which, frankly, I'd be keen to keep an eye on production. If you want to note that down. It'd be nice to see that on one of the stations, although we will have a few other games coming on through, and we'll be giving everybody the love that they deserve. But I'm going to go down, though. Over towards B, so this is nice now. The Belfast Storm once again. Hassan, can't find anything. Need to try and find a pick on that transitional play. Not going to happen. Doesn't even land a bullet. Phenomenal work from the Belfast Storm. 2 to the good.
Well, Tyler, while we're waiting for this one to wrap up in terms of this round, there's now a 1 versus 2. I do actually have the other stations who we will be watching. So on, I believe this is Delta Criminal Esports versus Neil's Nation, which is a wonderful kind of name, to be honest. Of course, on Alpha we do have our current game. Let's see what's happening on Bravo. I believe that game is now underway, and that is the Supreme Ravens up against Fire Team.
Okay. What would our team name be if we made one? And actually, here's another question for you. Would we get double rounded?
Well, first of all, our team name would clearly be something that downplays our excellence, because we're humble like that.
Yes, we are.
But we would be double rounded.
It depends who we would get, I would say.
Yeah, they could not turn up. That is true.
No, I meant as in our teammates.
Oh, that's true.
I feel like we've got some pull.
Yeah, maybe we could get some ex-pros, but I don't know whether they'd still want to play with us.
Over towards A, where everything's going down, though. Mimo is currently watching nothing, and everybody's fighting on the other side of the map. The fight's still ongoing.
Advantage here for Blue Valor, though. Currently a 3 versus 2. Opportunity beckons for them. The issues they are going to have is they don't have a lot of map control, and they are worried about this A push. A bit of a rotation out towards middle could be good for them. They've got to go through Powerhouse, who will be guarding.
I think for him as well, it's just about holding the middle of the map. A now is the opportunity, though. That has been opened up here for Blue Valor. They're making their way. This bomb's going to go down. There's one player watching the flank pretty deep. Oh, you're going to get a spot on him there as well. So is that going to give you any information to play with? Mimo already on his way back over towards A. He did have a sniper, though. So I don't know how much he's going to be able to do about this. Any shots coming through would be good. Force spree for him as well. He would like to keep it going. Trying to find a pick at the window, to be honest. I think if he's patient enough, he might find something here. Terrible timing.
Blue Valor, though, 1 versus 3. This is great for them. Should be their first round on the board, but no! They line up for Powerhouse! And now, a 1 versus 1. Player 110 is looking for this one. Will this be timing? I think he's played this well enough here. Powerhouse going to go for the defuse. This will be checked. This will be found. And Blue Valor, they pull that win out.
Powerhouse could not believe his luck there, by the way. Both players child and just lined up. That was insane. Nearly managed to put off the 1 versus 3, but the result will go the way of Blue Valor, and they will continue things on here in this search and destroy. Still 3-1 the good, though, for the Belfast Storm. Seeing how they can keep things up, though. They will probably want this one done nice and easily. And I think a big thing that we can talk about with the Open, it can be a mentally grueling task, right? For a lot of these squads, long days. So I think early doors, if you can get yourself a couple of 3-0s, that helps you along the way.
Well, I mean, even better if you can get the 2-0 since it's best of 3's time.
Then as well, yeah. I'm just so used to
is
seeing
why,
3-0.
This is why you're banned from being an admin. You must win all 3 maps, so you don't get to leave.
Pin them to the chairs. Kills coming through here, though, for the Belfast Storm. A bomb is going down and is down over towards it. Hard transition and hard retake here for Hassan and his teammate. Just keeping them a bit. Pretty easy for Belfast Storm, to be honest. Just walked over the rooftops, got a little bit of control. And that was that. And that should be the round. Bearing in mind, Hassan and Challenge 1 just not going for anything here. You need to find something, and nothing but a grey screen. Another round over towards Belfast Storm. Their 2-0 win is looking pretty much cemented.
Having a good time, obviously. We'll have to see. I think in the round that Belfast Storm did lose, they were very, very aggressive. And truthfully being told, I think, you know, Blue Valor could take advantage of that. They know that they're going to be aggressive again here, set the trap up, trying to catch them while they're doing it. If they can make that small adjustment, very capable of making a comeback in this S&D. Well, here goes. Blue Valor spreading out for this one. More aggression coming through. That's Dylan Codd, who's already into their lobby. And that's it. That's exactly what they need to do. They've done it again. They've caught them. Too aggressive from Belfast Storm.
Speaking of aggressive, I can hear some smack talk. It's like we've never left.
The passion pit is certainly heating up as the players all get their first taste of land in some time if they're not travelling over to America. And And they're obviously very much enjoying it here. Powerhouse trying to bring these numbers back to even. Brings it back to a 2 versus 3. Nade going out, won't find anything here. Jordan Mimo coming under a little bit of fire here. Pistol not good enough that time around. And now Powerhouse in a 1 versus 3.
Blue Valor finding some success here. Gonna find a pick if you are Powerhouse. He's not gonna expect this rewrap player behind him. Really expecting everything in front, and that is the case. Scary one. Scary one. We've all been there. Maybe not on Alpha on the Challenger stream, mind you, but that would have been one to maybe not so fondly remember if you... well, it wasn't Hassan who found the shots. Originally where the turn on nearly came through. But ultimately they will clean that up anyway. Nice run from Blue Valor. I think you were right. You know, when it does come down to their aggression, Dylan is going to run at them. They ran through them in the hard point. Pretty much cruising here in the search to destroy. They were looking to get these games done as quickly as possible.
Well, simple way to open the campaign. Definitely a morale booster as well, really. You got to think you never really know how well you're going to perform when it comes to getting in this environment. And for Belfast Storm, so far so good. Blue Valor, though, still have an opportunity here. They are looking for this one, and another great opportunity for them. Cutting down the aggressive players. We said they needed to make that adjustment. They have done so. Wonderful adaptation from Blue Valor. The calls have gone correctly, and they have the numbers advantage. They're also playing this very well. Spread out all the way through, checking their corners. Hassan will be the key player here. If he can find anything, this might be done, but now back down to a 2 versus 2.
Yeah, big win from Powerhouse, and there's another player on the flank that he's trying to deal with as well. Can't find the gunfight. Mimo now left on his own. They've got an eye on where he is. Going to be pressure from 2 different sides.
Oh!
Turns and manages to spin. Are you kidding me? 107 dealt with. Mimo expecting on the flank. Now sees him on the bomb. Just needs to survive. 20 seconds to go. This is a game of time.
Going to be throwing shoulders. Oh, he's still got this as well. Doesn't even take the shot. That's disgraceful. That is disgraceful, Jordan Mimo. You've broken his ankles by doing nothing. The player was expecting a wrap out towards the mid here. Still gets the win. Still clutches up. Still good. That is BM, by the way. He didn't take the shot. It's like, oh, I'm just going to watch. I'm not even going to worry about it. He could have won that gunfight. That was done.
Yeah, but at the same time, I think it's one of those just securing it, just in case you get spun on, I suppose. The round is more important. 5-2 now to Belfast Storm, looking to close this one out in, well, very quick fashion. I think, well, it was about a 60-point game for Blue Valor in the hard point. Belfast Storm obviously taking the 250. Now 5-2 up in the search and destroy, cruising into winners round 2, you would like to think.
Well, we'll find out just how easy this is. At the moment, Blue Valor have had a pretty good time with defense. So on the attack. There we go, opening up again here, but not going to get away. Back down to a 3 versus 3. Control has been taken here by Belfast Storm, and the double chow comes in, the bait, the switch, and they're being cut down by Dylan Cott.
And that will begin. Belfast Storm advancing on through to winners round 2. Well, I believe they'll be going up against Treaty 1 Gaming, but nice job from them. Did what they had to do. No smack talk there. That's just, oh yeah, I remember watching this kid, yeah, way back. How come I have to play against him? Winners round 1. And that would be my feelings if I'm on Blue Valor. Tough one. Either way, and Belfast Storm advancing as we expected them to.
Yeah, pretty much a good opening there from Belfast Storm on the first games that go through here. I mean, we saw a lot of aggression come out of it as well, but Powerhouse doing well. Jordan Mimo as well. He's been a player that already I want to see more of. Yeah,
Mimo's he's been around a relatively long time, I want to say, just in the underbelly, if you like, of EU Call of Duty. But yeah, interested to see how he's going to do over this weekend. Powerhouse doing his job, Dylan Cobb there as well, and 105.
Well, I have been told we have a lot more games going on. It looks like the engine in the pit is now spinning up to full force. And there we go. Fist bumps. That always symbolises the game starting. It's kind of like our little visual cue. I mean, you know, that's the veterancy of us here, knowing that the game's starting from production telling us.
You could have just played it off, to be honest.
I could have, but, you know, I want to deceive the people at home.
Oh, well, there you go. We've just been told it was a round end fist bump. So
different fist bump.
Different one. Did you not tell the sort of...
It's a weird angle. We're above. It,
okay, well, that's fair enough. Yeah,
well, as we jump into this one, Neil's Nation. We have to find out who Neil is. And then Criminal Esports. It's now 1-1 between these two squads. Criminal Esports up, though, in the series.
battling through this winners round 1. Quite difficult to call them when they're all just going to go with the generic names. Neil's Nation.
Just see what goes down. Already a couple of players dropping in this one. Get underway. They're just fighting for this steal here, keeping an eye on their flank. You see 1-3-2, really just making sure that nobody pushes out, but JSN is trying to do so. He's currently lining up outside couches, might make a move if he gets an opportunity. There he goes.
Start making the move. Criminals Esports now trying to find something. They cannot. JSN did try to make that move, and the rewrap came back through. If you challenge 130, you don't win that gunfight either in the middle of the map. This should be a Neil's Nation lead, unless Lewis can find 3. There's one.
Time really burning down. They've got to get this bomb into position. Should be an easy plant for them, though. 3 Lewises all the way over, and this is going to be a monumental wrap. The only issue with this wrap is that they will expect it, but they would have expected it to come through mid because they didn't have the information anyway.
First gunfight is crucial. Snaps onto the other player on the other side. Honestly, good shots, but one of those moments where maybe just got a little bit excited. And Criminals Esports find themselves 2-1 down now. Neil's Nation up in the search and destroy.
Like I said, because the wrap took so long, they were expecting a wrap, but they didn't, because they also didn't have information from mid. They were just expecting somebody to kind of pop up from a different angle. So even though we got a little bit of timing there in the end, they were at least expecting him from a different angle. So good adaptation at the moment. Neil's Nation are leading into this one. They'll be looking to try and extend this lead to get this back into the 3rd game mode. So we'll see just how this one goes down. And at the moment, a bit of control here. You can see Neil's Nation slowing down, but they've lost an opportunity to get this bomb down quite yet as the stack is in.
Seem to have the read on the search and destroy, though, to be honest with you. Going well so far for them. I'd love it if I knew what their names were. I presume one of them's Neil.
Well, you'd say this, but maybe Neil was like a mythical figure that they decided to base their entire team around.
Am I thinking of the same person?
The old gamer Neil.
Mm-hmm.
Possibly.
Possibly.
It is possible. Obviously, we'll wait for confirmation on that one. But it's not kind of the information we have on our sheet about these teams, to be honest with you, how they come up with their team name. But another round down for them, and they are now cruising in this search.
You didn't do your research like that?
You know what? No, it didn't occur to me to research which Neil's Nation was named after.
Yeah.
That's something I'll have to put in my future notes. Maybe I'll have to go around all teams and ask them where they came up with their team name from.
Okay. Lazy from you, to be fair.
No, I've really let myself down.
And me. Here we go then. Into round number 5. Both these squads trying to just establish themselves in this tournament. Would have been cool to see what map number 1 looked like, and I imagine we'll have the scores coming up after this as well. But we're keeping an eye on as many games as we possibly can. Good shots coming through there from 1-3-1 over towards this backside. The trade will come through. So Criminals Esports trying to find something here, now in a 3v3.
Pressure out. They've got players all the way out towards the back here. We see 11 trying to work this angle here, but it's not the easiest for him. JSN currently watching over towards mid-map, but now going to be alone. Not an easy prospect from this position.
JSN with some good shots. Needing the 1v3. Neil's Nation absolutely cruising here, to be honest with you. Every single round has been pretty convincing. There hasn't necessarily been any close moments for Criminals Esports. And that's going to be another one that is not close. Neil's Nation, another round goes their way. 4-1 to the good.
Well, we were hoping for closer games here, and this is already shaping up to be a 1-1. They are certainly doing very well on this search and destroy. Now these two. We'll have to see how it does play out. A little bit of adaptation, maybe. We did see number 11, actually. I thought it was a really good position he got into all the way around the flank, but ends up costing him as wasn't able to capitalize on getting those players down. But we will see how this one goes this time around. Criminals Esports, they'll be on the attack here. They're going for an A hit.
Can they find a great deal yet? This moment in time, as far as we're aware, Criminals Esports are the ones that are in the lead. Niels Nations haven't, well, pretty much won the game yet. I can hear the smack talk. It's taking me back.
It's like music in a way.
It is.
Except way worse.
I mean, it just sounds like they're shouting nice things at each other, but I see big gunfight again. 133 does so well there. The nade, the gunfight, and now he has a bit of backup. 3 versus 2 in the favor of Niels Nation. Could go 5-1 up.
Honestly, for me, Criminals Esports should probably try to re-wrap this. You've got way more opportunities and potential getting it out of that choke point, especially if you've already lost it. So what they're going to do here, obviously they will be a little bit worried about seeing who's in the area. We have the benefit of the minimap, so we know nobody is, but you still have to check those corners as a player. The issue is that this wrap has not been as quick as it could have been here, though. That's a massive gunfight. Out towards the mid here. JSN does get out clean. Back down to a 2 versus 2. An opportunity beckons here for Criminals Esports.
Just going to come through the middle of the map. 11's going to have to be the one to hold it down.
I don't think he saw him.
I don't think he did. I think he got a bit of bad timing, but he's going to be able to get out pretty much unscathed. They've lost a little bit of control, but they're both still alive and, well, just about kicking. 131 will find it, though. 11 manages to eventually fall, and JSN with the 1v2. And that'll be a win for Criminals Esports. 4-2 now, back into the realms of possibility.
Crazy thing about this one is I was expecting to try and play time a little bit more, but we're going to get to see this on the kill cam. Slides out and drills. Could have gone a little bit wrong for them, hasn't done so. And that's a round they really needed to bring this one back.
Trying to find a way back. They absolutely need that round. JSN goes absolutely massive to get it over the line. They're not quite landing. That's 131 now, trying to find a little bit more. Everybody on Niels Nation very much chipping into this win. As far as the kills death though go, I've been pretty close, to be honest. It's not really been a great deal in it. And only 2 rounds. Now separate these 2 squads after Niels Nations just very much went out ahead. They'll find the first blood though, with 11 going down, so 4v3 in favor of Niels Nation.
Trying to work this angle here, checking out server rooms. Don't want to give away any more, but they are going for this plant very, very quickly. A little bit of shot going down here. 133 takes some bullets. Bomb down. Niels Nation in prime position. They also have a flanker hitting at the same time. JSN is trying to capitalize. They've managed to bring it back to a 3 versus 3. They're going to have to worry. There is a long flank still about to hit, and, well, they've lost a player.
Challenge 130, and Lewis going to have to try and survive. 2v2. Oh, you can't find it either, and Lewis gets out. But now he's a little bit weak. We'll be able to find a trade. And the defuse coming through.
And that player's way far away. Like,
yeah.
That's oh, he's got off! Oh, he got off! Oh, that would have been good enough, but the timing is now perfect. He outplayed himself.
You can't see me, but my head's in my hands. Well, you can see me. But my head's in my hands. It's one of those moments. Of course, well, we know where the other player is, but I think in that moment, when you stick it halfway, you commit, right? Unless you get a sound cue, unless he maybe thought he heard something.
That are a call, right? That's the 2 ones that you got to be aware of. Maybe somebody called it out for him. You know, in this environment, especially, some people will get a little bit flustered. And we'll see how this plays out here. But that was a massive round. Realistically, if Criminals Esports had managed to find it, we would have gone back down to a 4-3. Hasn't worked out. And And that's a huge nade over the top as well. Criminals Esports lost
Ugh.
2, double nade, and this might be over in terms of the search and destroy.
Yeah, Neil's Nation looking to tie things up here. Criminals Esports been put to the sword in the search and destroy, and seemingly we'll have a bit of a game on our hands yet. And winners round 1. Another gunfight will go their way, and JSN now left in a 1 versus 4 brace. Can he find anything? It will be quite the miracle. They know exactly where he is. The Dravaks in hand, and he is dead to rights. Neil's Nation take away the search and destroy. Nicely done. Is that headsets off job? No, we're going into map number 3. Yes, we are.
Well, we'll see. Both these two teams will be looking to capitalise as they go into their next one, but great performance, really. You've got to say on that S&D, they have it locked down.
Yeah, no, it was a really good performance, honestly. The nades and everything really working in their favour. Some of their situationals, so-so. But for Criminal Esports, well, you know, it makes me believe they're very, very serious, Brassie, because they've got jerseys, which is always the indicator of a very serious team.
You say this, but I had jerseys when I turned up to my first event,
Same.
and I was a very unserious team. So, it's one of those, hey, wearing jerseys makes you feel a little bit more sometimes.
Well, speaking of clothing, I am removing items of clothing. It's starting to get warm enough.
just his jacket. Not get us fired.
It could have been my shoes.
It could have been your shoes, but we're going on the camera, and obviously, without context, that clip is a little bit mad.
Fine. And they can see I have pants on. We're okay.
I know, but it's a good thing we have a camera in here, because otherwise we could have been in trouble with that
I mean,
statement.
that is the beauty of being here live in Birmingham,
Yeah.
isn't it? That we can do this and I won't get myself in any trouble. Who knows what I'm wearing at home, though, when we're casting?
Well, we see you from top up, but while we discuss tons wardrobe choices, we're going to go to a quick break. More action here, though, at the Major. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into the first game to go the distance here at the major. Criminals Esports versus Neil's Nation. 1-1 between these two teams, so we get to watch an Overload.
Yeah, and I think Overload is one of those modes though, that you will often see teams who are, well, just a little bit more storied on it, and it might be very apparent, to be honest. Criminals Esports get themselves set up here. I love this positioning from 11. Finding 5 in a row. This will be the second one. And that has come within 2 minutes in this game on the so-called more difficult side. 11 shooting absolute lasers out of his M15. 7-1 to kick things off. He'll eventually get taken down, but a real good effort there by Criminals Esports to get things up and running nice and quick.
Well, I mean, they did win that first respawn. We didn't get to see how it actually went, Ton. So maybe this is just a respawn phenom squad as they look to try and get even more points through. But they are having a wonderful time running this one at the moment.
A little bit of control over towards Motel. At least trying to keep up some control over towards Motel and then make their way from there. 3-3 trying his best to keep things up and running. Go for Neil's Nation, just trying to hold something down, but Criminals Esports trying to find a way through. A couple of kills will fall their way. 11 momentarily left on his own. Just keep them pinned back here though, Brycey. Not really much you can do if you're Neil's Nation. You do have to fight your way out, which has proven to be a little bit more difficult. JSN can find a couple for Criminals Esports, and is this going to be a third on the line? Yes, it absolutely is. Mercy Royal could be coming into effect with number 4. That could be coming in within the next 2 minutes.
One of the issues I'm currently having is that, obviously, we do have Neil's Nation all under the challenger tag. And of course, with the scoreboard being and the company being ever so slightly messed up, it's very difficult to tell who's actually making the kill. So you have to bear with us for just a moment. At the moment, we can do though. Criminals Esports is definitely on the cusp of sending into the second half early.
Looks that way, doesn't it? Picked up a nice gunny with the Jaeger. Heading over now to maybe finish this one off. Going to just try and make it on his own. A little bit bold to say the least, but that'll be the confidence flowing between the team. Good shots coming out from 1-3-1 here just to stop this from happening. The minute and 20 to go though, they have been pinned in for quite some time. And this one feels like it could be over sooner rather than later. But kills starting to come through here for Neil's Nation throughout the middle of the map. JSN trying to... Oh, well, I didn't insult the injury apparently. A quick pistol whip will get things rolling and maybe they can get number 4 over the line.
JSN looking to thread a needle here. He's missed the player behind him. Will it matter? It will. Might shut down this push as well. As you can already see, having a few issues getting these bodies forward as Neil's Nation does eventually go to work here, and they'll be looking to move this EMP. They haven't really had an opportunity to do so yet.
Oh, good shots again. Seeing a couple of nice moments between these two squads, but Criminals Esports still very much in the lead, very much controlling this one. Be a little bit disappointed in the search and destroy, to say the least. We're looking to try and get this one done in the Overload. 3-0 up. Honestly thought we might have been seeing the Mercy Road come through. 4-0 perfect half with a very nice Criminals Esports, but either at 3-0 at the half would be great, but they're about to potentially make it 4, if not for a gunfight through the middle of the map. Lewis going to try and set up here though, and if they can grab a hold of that EMP within the next few seconds, they'll have an opportunity, and that opportunity is going to present itself with a score. 4-0 Criminals Esports. Looking good here in the Overload.
All about that respawn at the moment. This team didn't have the greatest time in the S&D, but they really know how to play the Overload and get that EMP moving most of all. It's really spinning towards them. And now we'll be seeing just how much does that work for them. Will they be able to run this down to an 8-0, 8-1? Will it keep on going? One thing I do know that will keep on going is there are a lot of teams lining up to play, Tom.
Yep, we have a grand total of 82 teams that I've showed, which is always good. Let's see where Neil's Nation are sitting in this bracket, and we'll get an idea. Well, Neil's Nation are seed 77.
Okay.
So it's relatively low down. Have a look who they would go. Oh, okay. Well, one of these two teams will be awarded with a game against P7 Notorious.
That's not ideal, admittedly.
No, some would say less than ideal. P7 Notorious obviously being the North American sided.
Yep, and
side
number
of
6
P7.
overall.
Yeah, that'll be tough, to say the least. Seeding for this event, though, is it's going to be interesting. Work Esports sitting at #1 after their victory. See over in Dallas. Bush Gaming sitting in second after second place in Dallas, of course, and a win over in their elite this stage. Project 7, they're a really interesting team, though. Not Project 7 Nation, Project 7 from EU. Winning here in this season, their Challenge Elite. Their third seed. Exceptional Gaming, formerly Clutch Rain, formerly Oglis. Frenchies are Linz and Co. sitting in 4th. So it's really interesting. There's a lot of very good teams here. Let's not get it twisted. And a couple of like hybrid teams coming over as well. With the full Saudi team. A couple of players from who will be playing Challenges Elite in Europe, and of course some in North America. All combining well together to see how they're going to do. Some squads to maybe go on a bit of a run. We'll be keeping an eye on some of them. Also, really interesting team that I didn't speak of it as well. We've got Symbols teamed up with a few Europeans as well, which could be cool to see. We'll get the roster up in a second for you, but Criminals Esports still absolutely cruising here. There's a lot of teams that we're really interested to see and how they're going to do.
Elimination have an opportunity here. They have the bodies for it. They can win a gunfight. Well, there's one. That's a very important gunfight. 1-3-2. Should be able to get through this one. They've already got control. This might be a score for them. I don't see anybody really in a great position to block it, and there we go. They get one back onto the board. 3 minutes left. Game on.
Potentially game on. Made it somewhat plausible, haven't they? With 2 minutes and 50 seconds to go. JSN over towards this backside, trying to set up for Criminals Esports, though, who are on the so-called better side. Oh, he's going to find a massive flank here, but makes his team fall in. He'll shut this down. Nicely done. That's field control. And we'll look to try and put this control over now towards the point. This is an opportunity to get a score over the line here for Criminals Esports. We'll put them in a phenomenal position.
A lot of bodies going to be in the way here, but JSN, oh, he finds 2, not going to find the 3rd. It will be a stall. A great defense in the air from Neil's Nation. They keep this game alive. They do need to start moving this EMP forward. They will grab it. No blockers out here, though. They do win the pistol. JSN just got pistoled, and that's now running it home. Rapid. Honestly, at this point, Rapid, you've got no blockers. They're going to have time to get bodies back into position. I think they're going to wrap. They should. They should try and brute force it.
Yeah, no, they were trying to find a way through. Hasn't necessarily worked, though. Kills going in the form of Criminals Esports, and now can get something going here. Maybe the counter-attacking play can come on through. Gotta be expecting this pressure coming through, and do find 3 kills. So definitely more opportunities here for Neil's Nation, but a minute and a half to go. You need 3. You need to get the ball rolling very, very quickly.
Just gonna have to try and really brute force this and get a relay at this point. Neil's Nation haven't gone out without a fight. They are still trying to make this work. For the Criminals Esports, this is just about defense now. They don't really have to worry too much about pushing or overextending. They can just take the fights and win them.
Doesn't need to be anything special, you're very right. 11, 27 and 18 though. Cracking game out of him. Played well, honestly, in the Search and Destroy as well. We've seen a couple of moments. Can they keep this one rolling though? That is the question. Can they keep it going through winners round 2? 50 seconds to go here for Neil's Nation, or you drop into losers round 1.
Well, this is maybe a little bit too far for them as well as, well, 3 Lewis just doing well to keep this all going. They're going to go for a score. Don't need to. This game is pretty much done and dusted. It is theirs, and 3 Lewis gets a nade all the way over the top here. It's going to challenge out. He's got a teammate with him as well, and that's going to go in for 5. He'll manage to get it. Looks for another kill. Keeps on going. 3 Lewis looking to lock this one down with the final few seconds going on as...
Call the Hellstorm in.
Yeah, do it. There we go, into the corner. Pad those stats. Pad them. Pad them. Boy, might have a couple here. They're in the open. Get those other missiles out. Hey, there's 3! Oh, missed the 4th.
But didn't miss the opportunity to find a win there in this series. Incredible work from Criminals Esports. They will advance on. I said, though, they were the serious team. They had the jerseys priced. That's what it was.
Wow. Looks like there's some talking going on, and people talking about their games that have happened, but nothing too major, as both teams obviously will now pack up and get ready for the next game here. And if you haven't seen it open before, they're going to be playing all day.
Yes. You know who else is going to be here all day? Me and you.
That is very true. That is very true. Slightly more relaxed, I think, for us, of course, because we don't have to play at this high level. We just have to talk about it.
I would say it's harder.
Yeah, you would, but then, you know.
Good job there by Criminals Esports advancing on through. And sometimes they're the hardest games. Like coming in, first one, haven't played a line in a long time. Shake it off.
Look, I'm gonna say something
I
a bit
want
a bit honest here.
Oh,
I'm gonna be a
here we
little bit
go.
honest.
Yeah. Have you ever won a game of LAN, Bressy?
Yes. Yes, we have.
Or an actual series?
Yes.
Really? I thought you got like double rounded every single time you came because it's just you and your mates in tennis, but.
No, we won one. I
Okay.
think I remember. I'll be honest with you, I don't remember an awful lot of my playing career. It was, you know, in a different era.
A bit hazy, is it?
Yeah, like my vision. Anyway, here's what I was going to say. So this is what I was going to say that was brutally honest about it.
Yeah.
Some players here, not all, there are some, may be struggling with the early start.
It genuinely could be a thing.
You
Yes.
remember, most of challenges and most of the games, normally, even with the early brackets, don't start till 12. And if you're playing in the Elite, it doesn't start till 7. You know, some cups on the weekends can go a bit early, but, you know, I would say the majority of players are more ready for games on the late stage of the day. So, with an early start, if you haven't had a good sleep, it could be a bit of a slow start here. But we're going back into this game. This is one of the slowest running games I've ever seen. I thought this one was done an hour ago. But eBurgers versus Seattle Royal Merchants are currently in the S&D.
The Royal Merchants finding themselves in the lead in this series. They were really struggling first time round, but managing to take it. They were pretty far behind, if I remember rightly, Brycey, when we left it. Either way, they're losing in the search and destroy here. This could be going to another map number 3. The Royal Merchants can turn this one around. Shots over towards Laundry. Lost the player tags here, but we'll get them back up and running hopefully shortly. 2 versus 2 now. Crucial round for the Royal Merchants to maybe try and find. That makes it a 2 versus 1. No, 2 versus 2, sorry. For eBurgers and the Royal Merchants still. Shots coming through. There you go. Gezi left now in a 1 versus 1. Fight goes on the other side. Here it goes. Goes the way of the Royal Merchants. We'll find another 4-3 now. Game on our hands between these two.
Just checking out what's been going on some of the other stations. I mean, this station's had its kind of teething issues in terms of technical. I was kind of just keeping up with the production chat there to find out what had been happening. But yeah, a couple of issues for this one, which has delayed it for a minute or two. Can be frustrating, but very hard-working admins and organisational team to get this all running. You've got to remember, when you have what will be probably 100-odd PCs, monitors, wires, Ethernet switches, all being plugged in, and it has all been tested, but you never know what will happen. There's always going to be a little bit of a breakdown somewhere. At this point, they just got unlucky on this station. Everything else, as I'm aware, is running really smoothly.
Why would you say that?
Yeah, I don't know why I said that.
Why would you say that? Things running smoothly right now for eBurgers here in this search and destroy. Still 4 versus 4 in this round. Pop my head into the talent green room. Everyone's starting to slowly filter in, Brycey. It's not like we've been here for like, what? How long now? 3 hours?
3 hours, yeah.
Yeah. Some of us are about it. 3 versus 3 now. Elzo on a 5 spree. That could be important for the Royal Merchants. If they can get this one down, it'll be Eros who does. And now, they're going to invite this pressure from the eBurgers to come on through. Can you find a great deal over towards this B side? Bedroom setup is there. Flank is watched. Nobody advanced, which is fine. Smoke going to go down. That's going to cause a little bit of panic, but not enough panic for Eros to worry about that first gunfight. You'll find it. Flanking player will now come and cover over towards B with a sniper in hand here for Senegal. It's okay. We've got a little bit of cover.
I don't think they've spotted him yet. They're going to check up top now. They're going out for it as well. They're going to get him, but they've been cut down the other side, and that will be enough to take the round, Ton. They have just been defeated by the clock, but that's a huge win for them. Brings it back to 4-4.
Just that bedroom control. It's really hard to deal with, and honestly, Elzo does a phenomenal job. He's watching the flank, obviously not doing a great deal because nobody's pushing there. And then as soon as he hears about the engagement, as soon as that smoke actually went down from eBurgers, starts firing his way through the middle of the map. As soon as he does that, he's there to pick up the pieces quite literally. And on top of that, that's a 7 spree. And I think that should be the Hellstone to his name. Can't tell you if it is or not. Had a couple of Cocaster issues, but Hey, we'll figure it out. 119, trying to find a push here now. Over towards A. Sitting at 12 and 5. DGO's is 0-7. Gotta be stinging as the Royal Merchants are trying to find a way back in. 2 versus 3 now in favor of eBurgers. Next gunfight, absolutely massive.
Oh.
Looks like one was won, and now Gezi left all on his own in a 1v2.
Almost gets it, needed that kill. Backing off very, very quickly. With that bomb not being down here, this is all backpedal.
Do you know where that camel's from?
Is it? No, please enlighten me, Tom.
That is a level, I think it was the Prestige went up to 250, didn't it? Or something along those lines? It was something stupid. No, it wasn't 250. It was a lot, though.
Are you talking about Prestige Master?
Yeah, it was Prestige Master on the AK.
Oh, okay.
Correctly at the beginning of the game. I know, because it was the first one I tried to grind for. Gave up, of course.
Thanks. Well, there we go. Tons fun facts.
A lot of people like it, though.
To you.
A lot of people like it. I'm going down here for Gezi in 1v2. Gonna catch him surely, and they do. Royal Merchants, since he came in, 3 rounds in a row. 5-4 now, and I believe Elzo should absolutely have that Hellstorm now.
Well, that is going to be pretty big for this next round. The Royal Merchants have an opportunity to end this series right here, right now. They should be investing the streak they've got. Whether or not they actually will is a different question entirely.
Eight spree for Elzo was crazy, though. He started to heat up, and it's put the Royal Merchants now 1 round away. And this push from eBurgers getting very aggressive on the defensive side over towards B. See Elzo sitting quite far back. That Hellstorm's going to be coming in. Bomb's trying to go down. Did it go down? It's still going down. It is down. So 4v4, they continue to survive that. Elzo's just trying to survive. There's the Hellstorm. You just heard it. Didn't find anything. Eros will drop. So will Cynical. So Elzo then falls as well. Finds nothing for the Hellstorm. It's an easy wipe. And we see around 11 somehow.
Well, that went about as bad as it could have done. Somehow they didn't manage to secure the bomb site for the post plant. Even with all the information from the Hellstorm, that's what they should have really been kind of playing off. But you've got to give credit to eBurgers. They absolutely took map control, got inside as well, and managed to find all of the players to take down. And, well, we're now going round 11 with no kill streaks.
That's got to be a stinger. If you're Elzo, it just maybe didn't use it correctly. With the bomb going down, player swarming around, I wonder if some of the Rockets maybe caught a stray player. He might have found a team kill, actually. Hard to say. Either way, into round 11 we go, and a massive one at that. Can the Royal Merchants finish this one off? One player making the play through the water, finds it as well. Quick will be there, and they found another. There's this back-to-back rounds to switch this S&D round.
They're going to push straight through. They are going straight through. Are they going to be lucky enough to catch them here? Nobody's watched the flank. This will all be a bit of timing, but they have no information. The Royal Merchants have an opportunity. Oh my goodness, he's got behind, but he's taken an early shot and got nothing. Oh no, he finds one. Now needs to survive, gets back out of the window here. There is a player more towards the heart. It comes back down to a 2 versus 3.
Got to win the next gunfight. Got to win it. Oh, Eros again finds his way out, but they've got to try and do something here. And it might be just hightailing it over towards it. Maybe not. Well covered. And in the end, it looks like it's going to be eBurgers to tie this series up. They're going to line up somewhat for him, but Audacity not able to finish his dinner. eBurgers find the win in round 11 with one player on a donut as well. Little bit of smack talk letting them know.
Hey, in fairness, these two teams have been here for an hour and a half. So the 2 maps they've played have been quite tense. I say 2 maps. They did play the first map about 8 times. So we'll see. Obviously, jubilant at the win, probably because it was quite tense. And you have to kind of say the Royal Merchants did throw it away a little bit.
Yeah, especially when, you know, you're up around You've got that Hellstorm. You've got to be getting that over the line, haven't you?
Yes, you really do. And that's the issue that they have found themselves in here, that they have misplayed themselves. And that means they will now have to go into the overload. Still very curious what happened in that hard point, because every time we saw it, they were behind.
Yeah. So seemingly a tough one for eBurgers to take in map number 1, and they just, and I mean just about, get it done in map number 2. Interesting game though, and we have seen some of those, as I mentioned, when we were coming into this. In winners round 1, it's very much a lot of the good teams get by pretty much over to winners round 2. You've got to equal it out. I think it would have come down to, I've got 83 teams, so they'll probably go into a 64 team bracket after that. So for a lot of these squads, they're coming in very low seeded, up going up against each other. An opportunity to find a win. Both these two teams sending it to a map number 3.
Yeah, they certainly will be, and kind of that's what we were hoping for, right? You
Yeah,
don't
of course,
see
always.
very one-sided games on the beginning for these, as everybody's put in the practice and they've made the effort to be here. So, hey, I'm happy everybody gets more maps going through. But while we speak about that, more maps will be winging our way very shortly here on this channel. But before we do that, we're going to go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. More games here at the Major. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We're heading into the overload. The Seattle Royal Merchants going up 3-1 in this, as the series is tied, so this will be the last map.
Yep, Royal Merchants. Had a bit of a comeback here to a certain degree. Nearly got it done within the 2, but eBurgers brought it back. A bit of a fumble, if anything, from the Royal Merchants. But honestly, it's been nice because I think, you know, we spoke about it. Sometimes in winners round 1, you can get some real blowouts, and we definitely have had some. But the ones we've been watching on stream have been pretty good, to be fair, Bryce, haven't they? We had some good games.
Still waiting to see how this one plays out, of course. This being the first half, still an awful lot of overload to play. Most like eBurgers trying to move this forward. They're going to back it off. This could be a wrap. It's actually a really good position for it. They can lock down a bit of mid control if they get this wrap in. That should be in. Nobody's going to respawn here. They're trying to get the players through. That's a massive kill by Gezi. Looking for his second, gets it at the same time. One more to beat. Audacity finds the first and the second save from the goal line.
Incredible work from Audacity. That's a big play to be made. Teammates are coming in off the respawn anyway. It might have been hard to get that one over the line, but it's a nice one for momentum, isn't it? Audacity will then find another. Everybody else from eBurgers, though, doing a really good job cleaning up where they need to. And cleaning up entirely, actually. They may have an opportunity here. Maybe get something going in the overtime. They don't have a lead blocker, but they do have another 30 seconds.
Do love a free play. This is basically no risk for eBurgers. They found already a couple on the flank here. This is a very good push for them. 16 seconds, making the kills they need to. Another one out towards the back here from DJ, and he finds it, and that's going to be a score.
Done.
Wonderful masterclass in working the point there. They did basically everything you should do.
Yeah, no, that was really nice, honestly. We've seen a couple of players manage to find those cut-offs. It's always pushing through reception, trying to get control of the stairs and the pillars. That's always so crucial for some of these attacking teams when you're pushing towards this side. DGOs is actually went 0-8 in the search and destroy, and they won it. It's now 16-9 here in the overload. It's alright, mate. Not everyone needs to be an S&D star. It's overdone, honestly, for me. It's all about the respawns. I was never an S&D star, Percy. I was never much of a star, actually.
Yeah.
No, it's actually a complete lie.
I can't believe that, Todd.
It's actually a complete lie. I was actually pretty decent at search and destroy. It was the tense moments, mate. Level-headed.
Oh,
I didn't shoot very straight, but
here's the best part about it. It was so long ago. You can say whatever you want. There's very few people who can verify it.
I was an objective player. Ask Mark. Ask Mark. I used to team with Marky B back in the day, okay? That man knows ball.
Well, we'll certainly lead that investigation to find out. But at the moment, Seattle Royal Merchants making a move here. A lot of defense from eBurgers. They have got the death. That's a double nade. Audacity! Oh, it's shut down! And oh, 3! Just when you think they've cracked the defense. 119, who will be now ruining the fact that he hasn't got his profile on, so we don't know who he is.
He'd be like, I can't wait to go and watch it back. Yeah, mate. That's unfortunate. Is he going to actually top this up? Go on, go over the heads, go over the heads, go for it! Oh! Man, that would have been an unbelievable string of events to get yourself a point. Charlie will continue in what is a very, very close game. But we have a game over on Alpha to commentate. We've got Falcons and RA combining together. We've got Abodi Clocks, Abdulatif and Gentle. So this is a kind of a mix of a couple of different teams, of course. All Saudi team, a couple of players from RA. Obviously, everybody knows Abodi. We've got Abdulatif in there from RA. Gentle, of course, he was part of this RA roster last season. Oh, it was the Night Badge, if I remember correctly. Sorry. So a full Saudi outfit. We were looking to come into this and try something here, going up against the All-Stars.
Well, we're going to see. I mean, at the moment, I know, Tanya, pointing at the fact that it's Dizzy, but I wonder if Dizzy's actually here.
No, I was going to say, I don't think it's Dizzy.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
Well, as far as I know, he hasn't really been playing. He's been a Challengers player we both know very well. Right now, I mean, Falcons RA are the favourite team in this matchup, realistically. However, so far, All-Stars does a very good job at keeping them at bay. A couple of kills going down around this point here. Veek trying just to deflect the pressure and does enough here for the respawn to come in towards the backhand side. A lot of time left onto this one as they do very well to shut down that pinch at the same time. But it's slowly piling though for the Falcons as they do manage to get more into this P2.
Well, All-Stars coming in at scene number 48. Kind of a similar spot to Belfast Storm. So bear that in mind, I suppose. I mean, looking like a very well connected roster, but honestly, I think if I look at Falcons RA, Gentle has been a player who is going from strength to strength in a certain way. Maybe somebody not a lot of people talk about as much as some of the others, but you know, Bodhi obviously he's done really well, to be honest with you. I think, look, I'll be candid, that original Falcons roster with a Bodhi on that roster when it was him, Kicks, and co. We did look at him as maybe one of the slower players, one of the, well, I don't want to say even weaker, but he didn't quite have as much about him as some of the others. But you know what? He's done really, really well over in Challengers in North America. Clock's definitely something to keep an eye on as well. We've seen a little bit from him over the season. Gentle though, and a Bodhi. Really the names a lot of people will know, but Cox with a really good start. 12 and 5 from him. The Falcons are eventually getting things going by the time we're over towards P3.
Okay. One of the closest we've seen so far today. These two teams trying to play this battle as correctly as they can here. General now going to put Spawn back out. If he can find even more kills, it's massive. Going to try and look to flip the spawns here. Basically a textbook play if he can get it here. General managing to stay alive for so long. They look out towards Beak, who actually gets one through the help of a teammate. But is that spawn for them? No, they've already got the spawn out at this point. You have to deny, though, because the spawns do change with the new hill pops.
So the team did a good job to find those couple of kills over towards the backside. And they're going to force their way through the front. Bodhi is here, trying to do what he can. I'm told Team will be there to back it up as well. But Tezcat, Beak, they can do extremely well, honestly. From the position they were in, bit of a contestation coming through, still trying to get rid of Gentle, and they do. The only thing that Falcons already have done is pretty much thin the numbers. May well play with the spawns here as well, as Clocks will find a way through to a really nice break, honestly. Did very well just to slow that down even when All-Stars did have the numbers. Create that little bit of space. Find some picks over towards the backside, and all of a sudden you can find that break. All-Stars trying to do the same back though. 20 seconds to play for. Cox will find 2. Abdullah T challenge that, and Vic will say thank you very much.
So good, getting a good glut of time onto this one. As we look back towards the P1, a Bodhi. Chow's coming in fast and furious from this Falcons XR8 team. Absolutely not afraid to take a gunfight. And now they're trying to work this P1. You can already see a few players now going up over the wall here. Big going to try and get in position to block it. As everybody just throws themselves into this point to try to get the kills they can. And Dizzy doesn't know how close he came there to death.
Not a bad hop, to be honest with you. I think, honestly, Falcons already just have a lot of good time over towards P4 in the end. And that's the difference maker. All-Stars did hang with them all until that stage. So now for Falcons already, can you capitalize on this? You got a bit of P1 control, 30 seconds to play for. P2 rotation is pretty much there as well, and when these gunfights start to come through like that, it spells a little bit of danger. Dizzy can find one, he takes down Jendal. But that's all they've really got the right home about. He's done well to find a second, and I'll tell you what, actually, these kills coming through are now starting to be important. P2 popping in 15. Bodhi trying to get the scrap time for this rotation. You can see in the bottom right of the minimap, Dizzy and Nivea making the move. Need to find some kills here.
Oh, tries to find something else that you already know. This is a scrap for the back spawns. Both sets of teams really just trying to lock it down and committing everything to it. Falcons will have the point for now, but they are worried. They know they don't have position, the spawn is close. They're still trying to dig that player out towards the back here. Tezcat will not go down easily. They can't get him.
Still alive over towards the backside, but it's not actually really working out for All-Stars whatsoever. Falcons still getting the time and pinning them back. With the Tezcat, they can combine well, but again, every single time they seem to do something good. It's just answered back by Falcons R8. Abodi will find 2 in the third. Incredible work from Abodi, 24 and 16. They're starting to run it up now. It's a 100-point lead for Falcons R8.
Oh, Abodi shut down what should have been simple for the All-Stars. And now with the rotation beckoning, Falcons X R8 have really increased their lead. They were fighting for the wrong side of P2, got the time anyway, and now they're clearing house.
Starting to look a little bit dangerous now. All-Stars with a fantastic start. Pretty much even after the first 2 hills, weren't they? And now it's very much a different story. They barely have a point 6p3. Cox is going to say thank you very much. He will find 2. It's going to help the rest of his team just hold this down over towards his backside. P3 still under the control of Falcons R8. 40 seconds to play for. General's got some work to do here though. He can, well, not find one, but help the rest of his team to do so. That's a 4-man wipe. Falcons R8, they are now 45 seconds away.
Hard push from them at the moment. All-Stars don't have positioning. Oh, he's going for it around the flank as well. This might end up flipping them. It does, but it puts them in no man's land. Oh, They were ready for it. They're already going to try and clear house here. Technically a little bit of advantage to the All-Stars with the split spawn coming in. They should be able to pinch, but with 14 seconds left to go, they're going to extend for P4. But nothing really going that well for them. It looked even going into the second set of rotations, Ton. It has not been since then.
It hasn't, no. And just to really talk about Falcons R8, for Clocks and Abdulatif, obviously they were on the R8 roster that were in Challengers in Europe. They didn't do great. But now you've got Gentle and King Ability alongside you. Sometimes it does take just that little bit of experience, that little bit of extra help to show what you can really do in this game. And Clocks right now sitting at 30 and 15. I'm going to be keeping an eye on him. Honestly, the Saudi Arabians right now, it would be scary if they just put a couple of rosters together, wouldn't it? Like, you know, we're seeing so many more players come through, start to show that, well, that region's got a lot of talent. Some very good talent, to be honest with you. It's a great start, though, for Falcons R8. They'll take map number 1 in convincing fashion.
Yeah, pretty much what we were expecting from them as well. I think it's actually a really good point you made here. There has been a deluge of talent, and truth being told, it's really surprising. There are regions
They play a lot.
You know, not being represented, that do have a healthy kind of infrastructure going forward to find players. I mean, we spoke about that for Europe for quite some time, to be fair. So,
well, I think for Saudi, you know, they've got their events that go on. They have their own, like, you know, I think, I mean,
very healthy tournaments.
Very healthy tournaments. Yeah, I know. So I think that's where we've had a lot of these players kind of come over, like Rock Esports, for instance. A majority of that roster, outside of Kicks, of course, and DomX, hadn't really played at an elite level before. They were going to come over to Europe. Of course, the inception of the EMEA region rather than just Europe, as far as challenges goes, kind of came in this year, allowed them to compete. And, I mean, yeah, there's your example. They're going to win Dallas. So, for these players on Falcons R8, of course, some of them very well known, Abodi, and of course, Jandal. But Cox and Abdulatif are they maybe the names that you look at as, I don't even want to call it the future. It feels very present for Saudi Arabia. There's players all popping up all over the place. I mean, you can name like 12 to 16 of them who are very, very competent players. We'll see how they do throughout the rest of the weekend. For Falcons, all right, look, I don't think it's a roster that's going to go and win the tournament, but I think if they can push into a top 16, top 12 placement, they'll be happy with that.
Well, we'll find out. Of course, anything can happen and will happen at the major in terms of these teams. Like I've said, I mean, it's an interesting kind of dynamic we're talking about here because, and you'll hear us go about this a lot of the weekend, so I apologise, except I don't. There's a lot of European players who've never had an opportunity to shine on land.
Yep.
Right? Obviously, the big teams from Europe go over to the North American majors over and over again. You see those players in the elite. There is always an opportunity that there is a player or team or players that have not had an opportunity to showcase their talents on land. Now, I'm not saying that they have always been unable to rise to the top because of online, but it can happen. And what we're looking for here this weekend, what we're always looking for at the Opens, is that diamond in the rough. That player, that team, those players to be given the opportunity to walk into a venue under competitive conditions in a tournament where they can play just about anybody and maybe, just maybe, show us something we haven't seen before.
Falcons are another one of those teams who are having a bit of a combination here. We've got Omet Noir Cabal, Omnia kind of combining together. There's a lot going on there. Omnia v X-Stallions. There's a lot of teams who are throwing players together. One that I'm excited for, though, Bryce, is Able Esports. Clutch, DK, and Scythe with symbols. Should be interesting. But having a look at how things are going here. We got 4 Fun Esports taking things on here. Awesome winners run 2. Not necessarily the best there for the opposition, in fairness. It's always going to be a tough time. But the retirement home going up against 4 Fun.
Should be a good show on our Bravo stream, of course, if you are curious of watching any of these games as they go on. On Alpha, we'll always be covering the Alpha slot, and we'll try to cover the other games as they go through. But we do also have Bravo, Charlie, and Delta always live with the games on those stations. So if you ever want to dip in and out of them, you certainly can. But for now, we're dipping into Bravo, having a look at 4 Fun Esports, one of the top teams in the Challenger region. And for the retirement home, it is not a draw they would have wanted.
No, absolutely not. For Fun, though, I think for them, it's one of those games. All I'm going to say is that I just hope that 4 Fun and 4 Funny you don't come up against each other, mainly for us,
Yes.
to be honest with you. It will be difficult to say the least.
Well, we'll hand that one over to the Americans still.
Unlucky the spaceman and
Seymour?
And
Have you
Seymour.
forgot his
Yeah,
name?
honestly, I did. I completely forgot. I played golf with him and everything. I know Seymour. My brain just it stopped existing for a second.
I'm
there.
so sorry, Seymour. That's very
You know what? He won't be
disrespectful.
listening. He'll be having a nap.
Really? Should be. It still is.
I don't know why my brain didn't work there. Sorry, Seymour.
Oh,
The way
yeah,
you looked at me there.
Well, I knew it. I turned around and I could see exactly at the moment. I was like, he has forgotten that it's Seymour.
The spaceman's very memorable
We
because he's got a
spoke-
great
we-
head of hair.
We spoke to them this morning as well. A couple of hours ago, we actually spoke to them.
We did.
Anyway,
I'm so sorry, Seymour.
we're delusional here, long days for us. But at the moment, for Fun Esports, of course, up in this series, up in this S&D, Vivid is running down mid-map with the sniper. That is not a normal play, Vivid. Oh, he's stolen that off the bottom here. He's gone flying over the top with the sniper.
Oh, he got it as well. I think he found the pickup.
Outrageous, outrageous play there from Vivid. That is not standard operating procedure.
Back now. And a 1v1 against the Rays. He'll find it for fun. Absolutely skipping through round number 2 yet. Kind of what we expected.
Yeah, I think confidence may be overflowing. Like I said, you don't normally get to see a sniper run down the middle of the map, let alone pick up 3.
I'm very surprised I haven't had a message off Seymour after that.
They might be asleep. You might be lucky.
No, I actually might be right.
Well, let's see. Is there anything from the retirement home? It's just, like we've said before, we've done a lot of these now. But we
Yes.
know that the first couple of rounds, it can be difficult for some of these teams when they get pulled against a high seed. But Esports, obviously, one of the better teams that we've seen. And it does mean it's always going to be a difficult run for anybody going against them here. But this is still the upper bracket, so they can always have an opportunity here at the retirement home, no matter what happens in this series, to play again.
Omnis and Beardzilla now in a 1v2 up against Vivid. They'll find one with the sniper. Good shots coming out, to be honest, though, to clean it up. Retirement home will get their first round.
Very much a laser there in the end. We were slightly worried after Vivid got that snipe, but
Look at him.
yeah.
Scary player on his day, really is. Omnis does well, though, to find the pickup there. Had to find that snap rather quickly.
And this, I'm kind of curious to see Vivid again, whether or not he runs down middle with a sniper. I mean, somebody will be watching it this time. There's absolutely no way they're going to let him get through here. Already going for the off-the-spawn snipe, and a little bit off of the timing there, Vivid. He's gone straight back into the middle of the map. He's running straight towards their spawn again. Pistol and sniper out. Absolute confidence. There's one. There's going to be 2 potentially. The rest of 4 Fun Esports going to be here as well. But this goes down to 2 versus 2. A 1 versus 1. Retirement home won't let it go. Hey, sometimes it's good to watch the underdog do well, and they've done it there.
As the day goes on, I'll keep adjusting our microphones as we start getting a little bit more excited. Kieran, it was podcast level before, wasn't it? We're not there anymore.
No, we definitely have to keep an eye on it. We do have flashing lights in front of us that do tell us if we get too loud, so you don't need to tweet me. I know what I've done.
Production will be like, adjusting our sound in the background as best it can. And wearing control. Maybe more dangerous, frankly. 3-2 now. Okay, retirement home. Let's see it as Omnis will find themselves now on a force break. We're going to maybe add to that. Get yourself also. Hey, just maybe you can find something. J & Co having to go through a minor amount of stress here. That is ridiculous. And I think if Brutus is just like, okay, yeah, I'm challenging. Okay, I lost a gunfight. No, he had a pistol. And now he's got to draw back. Vivid cruising around. There's another going to fall his way. 10-4. There's no way he should be 11-4. Beardilla now, the only one who can prevent him from finding the ace. We're heading over towards Alpha. You can continue to find every other game that is going on here in Birmingham. All of our channels at youtube.com/COD challenges. Back to Alpha, though. Falcons are in the lead in this series, as expected. And in the lead here in the Search and Destroy, as expected.
Well, we'll see how this gets on. If you are joining us or have just joined us, Falcons XR8 won the first hard point in pretty dominating fashion. Now we're just seeing if they can continue. They are going to be the favoured team here into this one, and already 1-0 up in this S&D. Dizzy left alone in a 1 versus 3. Bomb going down makes his job a little bit harder. First gunfight, not going to get it.
Good job there from Falcons. All right, now 2 to the good. Keeping an eye on how all the other games are going on, so nobody's surprised. Probably through winners and probably one of the fastest 2-0s in the history of Call of Duty. We'll look through yet. Treaty 1 beat Belfast Storm 2-0.
Oh, well, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, so the winner of Falcons R8 will go to take on Treaty 1 Gaming in winners round 3, so that should be an interesting game. Falcons Academy Green against Vitalize Esports. Wouldn't mind seeing that either, to be honest with you.
Yeah, these games happen today as well. I think we get up to winners round 4.
4,
right?
yeah, I believe so. I believe so. Exceptional, continuing through quite easily. Let's see before, of course, the Frenchman.
Big kill there for Dizzy, though. First blood. Already brought back, though. Dizzy will go down. Clox is going to be on the flank here a little bit. Fight's going around the side. That all goes in and almost snaps onto the second here, but now 1 versus 2. All Stars have an opportunity to take this round. Clox is going to be on a 5 streak and will be looking to continue that. So this is a difficult scenario. Obviously, we'll play for the win in a 1 versus 2, but we'll really want that streak if they can find it. Finds 1.
Yeah, Clock's looking for the 7th. Can't quite find it. Both players weak, but I think Clock's probably the better of those two between that gunfight. They'll try and find something here, though. Still looking for him, and he may well have just got some wonderful, wonderful timing as number 7 about to follow. It seems so, but some good cover here for the opposition. And Tezcat will get away. Goes for the 1v1, goes for the Chal, and all day long, you'll take that if you're Clocks. Great work from him. 3 to the good now for Falcons R8.
Manages to hit the clutch, go 7-0. Basically about as good of a start as you could have wanted. And it's always interesting these first couple of rounds. The teams start to kind of show out if you get a good seed against the other ones. But like I said, that's what the lower bracket is for. That's why we play double elimination. There can be some mismatches in the first, but the second is much more likely to produce not only the closer games, but the fairer games.
I tell you what, the CDL start's going to be interesting as well, with the teams coming in having to play the playoff game just to get in the bracket. Stressful start of the day, to say the least. Speaking of stressful, All Stars maybe under a little bit of stress because Hellstorm is very much in the air and Clocks is controlling it. There's a little bit of pressure being found, and it's going to find something on Tezcat as well. Now a 4v1. Big. Let's find one. Gets taken down by the second. Falcons R8 absolutely cruising here in this search and destroy.
Yeah, having absolutely no issues with continuing forward. They are the favourites coming into this. We did see them obviously earlier on take down the enemy team in the hard point. But that's what these opening matches are all about. This is not a short day for Falcons. They'll be looking to get through their winner bracket games as quickly as possible. And it's one of the things we probably don't talk about enough, is that if you are in the upper bracket and win your games, it is a much more relaxed schedule. If you drop into that lower bracket, especially at this point, and you want to continue, it is game after game after game. You have barely time to do anything in these 12-hour days.
Shots from Bodie, not good enough to finish his dinner. Now Abdul Latif now left in 1 versus 3. First opportunity for a round for All Stars. Abdul back down, get taken out. Nice job. All Stars get one on the board. 4-1 now. Kind of just does feel like an inevitability though, doesn't it? From Falcons R8. As mentioned, we'll have a relatively tough game in winners round 3. So we'll see how things go.
4 Fun have been confirmed to have won that S&D as well. By the way, it was kind of written on the wall, but they have managed to get it down. 2-0. I'm just going through checking our brackets. It looks like map 3 is going to, no, I actually say that. It's on Charlie. Bush Gaming up against Checkmate.
Okay. Well, Bush coming in as the second seed, you'd absolutely expect them to win that one rather simply. VK now in the middle of the map, just trying to find something for the side of All Stars. Setup's pretty tight, to be fair. But the pressure over towards the motel is going to maybe be their route to a win. You can find one if you're Nivea. And Vic is here now to just about try and hold. There was a trade that came through. That's the 3v3 now.
Trying to stay alive out towards the back, but already losing a couple of players here.
Wow.
Clocks gets another one. 12-1 so far in this S&D. Vik, who did back off from that fight, will now find himself in a 1 versus 3. To do this, you kind of need to find that first kill relatively easily. Unfortunately, not going to grab it. 14 health, they know where he is. He has saw Clocks. Clocks is also 12-1, and well, that's why.
13-1 now. Incredible work from Clocks. Actually, it feels like winners round 2 was always going to be the one, wasn't it, where you kind of get these oppositions going up against some teams who just made it through that non-buy round in winners round 1, and yeah, they're kind of getting served up here a little bit.
Well, I'll tell you something, we could still see magic happen. I mean, most of the kills here are on Clocks and Abdul. Nabodian Gentle, not had much opportunity, I suppose. The teammates taking the kills out in this one, but the All-Stars won't go down without a fight. Already moving, trying to get position around this bomb site, and they are stacking. This is a heavy, heavy stack. The only criticism I would have is they've left it compressed.
They left it compressed and they can get squeezed. Nivea will get taken down, and now I just don't think they'll be expecting so many on the flank. They'll take Clocks down on the other side, but have they got the room to move into? The answer is no. The only place they're moving to is losers round 2. All Stars will fall, and Falcons are right. We'll take that one extremely, extremely comfortably.
Well, checking in our games, Bravo is currently empty, like I said, I believe. Bush Gaming and Checkmate have gone through the pick and bans, but not quite ready either. And neither is our Delta Station. But I'll tell you something that I am a big fan of. It's these cameras. I always enjoy seeing the passion get through, and what you will notice as the weekend goes on is that these become more animated towards the end of games.
Good effort there, though, from Falcons are right. They get that one done rather easily. And we'll be moving on through, as mentioned, to a relatively tough game in winners round 3. We'll be keeping an eye on that in the later stages of today. But I think you're right. You know, these teams who go on, they win their first couple of games, all of a sudden you're setting yourselves up in a really nice spot to have a pretty chill rest of your day. Go out, get yourself a meal. Not really any rush. Teams like All Stars, who drop down into that losers bracket, strap yourself in, boys. You're in for a long day.
Well, things are only going to get better. Things are only going to get closer as these teams all go to work. So we will find out how these next set of games starts to almost level up in a kind of a case here as we find the best ones moving forward, and that's what this is all about. If you win, you win. If you don't, we will say goodbye to you in 2. But you have to lose 2.
A lot of these teams, though, you do have the opportunity to hang about for what is going to be a very, very cool weekend. I mean, I can't tell you. I have not seen a sea of chairs like it.
No, I think that's. I think obviously now people would have seen the venue. It is now open, but you can see how much that they have now invested into this UK event. I think that's the best way to put it.
Yep.
Truth being told, obviously for the people watching at home, it is truly one of the better venues we've been in. It is massive. It has a great infrastructure. The stage looks amazing. The only thing left is for the hordes of fans from the UK to pour into that arena and bring it to life. Something which everybody has been awaiting for some time.
What I will say though, there's pressure on them.
Oh yeah, we're having stern words actually as they walk in.
Yep.
Every single one of them.
There will be pressure on them. If any of you are tuning in nice and early to some Challengers gameplay, just want to let you know, we need you to be good this weekend so we can come back again. That's the thing, isn't it? Right? We need to really show out to prove that we do need more of these events. And that's not me just saying it, we really do. We need to be here more in the UK, and we need a good reason to be here, and that could well be the reason. You lot just get minging watching Call of Duty there.
Well, with that note, we're going to throw this one to a quick break. When we come back, more action here from the challengers at the major. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are jumping straight into this game here on our Charlie side. It's Bush Gaming versus Checkmate, and obviously a lot of hopes riding on Bush Gaming this weekend, although the biggest story from that team is not actually the gameplay at the moment.
Yes. Well, I'm sure the owners of Bush did want to include. They would probably not want us to necessarily mention too much about it, but
Hey, everyone's safe, doesn't it?
oh yeah, that is the point. We would definitely not be making jokes about them crashing the car had anyone been actually injured. So thankfully everyone's okay. But come on, lock. Anyway, good start for Bush here.
Few issues going through, as you can see. Obviously, Bush Gaming, one of the teams that we are expecting to do very, very well this weekend, and this is the start of it. All right, apologise for that one. A little bit of a technical error going
You need to
down there.
start pressing buttons. I'm blaming you for that.
Well, they gave me buttons, so you know you can work it out here. But things that are going well. Telluride Bush Gaming, 115 with this rotation in hand against Checkmate. As I was saying, we were so rudely cut off by the technical issues. It is one of the top teams here. Bush Gaming expected to perform very well in Birmingham, and we're looking for the win if they can get it.
Yeah, and a couple of different changes, obviously, since we were over in Dallas, but losing out in that grand final to Rock Esports, of course. So, I mean, for them, it's a case of trying to come back and do it again, of course. Winning over in North America, put themselves in a really good spot. There's a lot of good teams here, though, Brycey. Honestly, I think if I look at it, I'd say there's maybe 5 or 6 that could probably go on to win it, depending on what the French do, of course, as well. I think there's a lot of squads who have so much potential to go on to win this tournament this weekend.
This is not quite a warm-up game. Obviously, we have got a little bit way through the bracket here, but for Checkmate, if they could find a way past Bush Gaming, it would be the upset of the tournament so far.
Honestly, they're not doing that badly, though. Any stretch of the imagination. Awakening and cut. Just trying to get this one solidified with 15 seconds to go here over towards Dead. Trying to get a bit of control through mid-map as well for that transition into the second rotation of Hills. Awakening. Yeah, he's going to find something here as well. Nice and tidy from Bush so far. 14 and 5 out of Awakening.
Here as well, you can try to see a little bit of mid-control there. Spread out quite well here, Bush Gaming. Holding every single angle that they can with the gunfights, and with every gunfight going their way, it is dire straits for Checkmate. That one's going to be called out as well. They're looking for it all the way through. Another 1 and a 2, not going to get it. Will be shut down before more damage can be done.
Got a little bit of control over towards the Windows side though, so maybe they can use something here to try and find a way through. Fire Aim Pro looked up. Finding plenty. Crowd in Birmingham starting to get a bit warmed up, and as is Abe. Great work from him. He's found plenty. And now transition over towards 2 with 15 seconds to go. 4 in a row from Abe. Brilliant, brilliant start this one, Bush.
That's what we're expecting out of one of the big teams that looks to show out like this. The players from the CDL that aren't in there at the moment, but who knows? Realistically, a lot of teams after this weekend will be making changes anyway. And if you win challenges, well, your name goes to the top of the list.
I mean, we've been back in that drum for a while. Some of the European boys are in there having a good time. Let's see if it's going to be the Americans over. And quite literally our own backyard this time around. Fire's found all 4 with his L-Storm. And they can win it here over towards BT.
Very much of a lockdown game here as it has got away from checkmate. Bush Gaming look to just kind of open the taps and put this one down early. You can already see they are compressed. They're not really pushing this one out too much. Expecting to win this without a push, with checkmate trying to get into it here as well. They get a gunfight, but only the one before the shutdown ton. And well, this is screaming and will be 250 to 60. Checkmate put into the 100-point club here at the major.
Very well from Bush. Coming over as that team who are, well, I wouldn't say that, it's hard to say who's favourites really. Honestly, I think, you know, when we have that conversation heading into this tournament, it is always difficult to differentiate what's happening over in EMEA, what's happening over in North America. Typically, the last few years, it has been the North American teams who are putting themselves in that position to win events. First one, though, happened for a team in EMEA that no one really expected to where it come from. So until we get to probably the last stages of tomorrow, we'll probably have a better idea. 250 to 61 though for Bush. Nice job from them, and they will continue into the search and destroy. Full of confidence after that one. Pretty simple. Honestly, for checkmate, a couple of nice moments here and there, but never really at the races. That's a tough game to come into in winners round 2.
Yeah, it is, like I said, a kind of an interesting point at this stage. But we did say we expect the early rounds to be one-sided in some of these games. Not always. We've already seen some games go the distance and be close affairs, but there are levels to challengers, and Telluride Bush happen to be the ones at the very top. So it's not a bad thing to lose to them, as bad as losing will be. You do get that extra opportunity as you drop into the lower.
Just finishing off Charlie here in our second block of the day. Got into this one a little bit slow. I'd imagine though, we're probably going to end it quite quickly, quite frankly. Hey, putting up a brilliant, brilliant performance. I'm curious to see how he's going to play this weekend. Sensational work out of Bush. Let's find that map number 1 in very convincing fashion, but plenty of other games ongoing here. Have a look over towards Delta. And I believe this is Rival Esports against Nightwolves. So 2 teams who will probably be a little bit more evenly matched to a certain degree than what we've seen across the board. Rival up, 1 to the good.
I'm going to throw a bit of a curveball at you.
Come on then.
Do you think teams should dress up more?
What
Maybe
do you mean?
like a themed
oh,
uniform.
like you mean actually
You know,
dress up?
There could be fur on the Nightwolves, you know, long furry capes. Cryport, that sounds kind of tech to me. They could be like cyborgs.
Like full Game of Thrones Winterfell kind of thing? Is that what
Yeah, maybe. Like I said, maybe, you know, I mean, the standard esports jersey is great, but I feel like there is room for creative expression.
I wouldn't disagree, but
I
let's
actually-
just go baby steps here, eh?
Well, I was going to say, I actually know an owner of a company who was willing to sponsor a challenger team if he could find swan outfits for them. But he said they would have to wear them to the event, and obviously I don't think there were many takers.
Are we talking like not just t-shirts and?
No. They would have to be dressed as swans, which, you know, may have hindered some of their ability to play, but good advertising.
We never got anybody to sign up for the I Hate Sun team, did we?
No, and I'm very disappointed by that, but we will get off of this tangent and go back to the game we are currently watching here. Of course, Valor Esports up 1-0 in this series, and 1-0 in the S&D. Down to 2 vs 2 though. Bomb needs to be planted. The player sniped away here, and crazy views is, you know, 1 vs 1. Doesn't have much time to plant here, and Locklow looks the wrong way. Kryver win that round, Tom.
Yeah, nicely done by Kryval. They're coming in as the slightly heavier seed in this one. Sitting in around 34th. Nightwolves not too far away, to be fair. They're both kind of middle of the pack. Getting a relatively decent game here, but Crybot seemingly the stronger team at this moment in time.
Well, we'll see how this one continues. Big opportunity for the Nightwolves, though. They should have maybe had that one locked down. Just weren't able to get it. We will see them now on the attack here, and bit of mid control coming through. A lot of mid control, actually. Nightwolves have gone heavy on the mid. There's going to be a lot of fights going down. I think Lacau is already going through, and they've got the kills they needed, and that's a huge win from Prod. He tries to stay alive. He knows he might be chowed. Oh, he's played this one about as well as he could, but will go down regardless anyway. Now, 1-2-7. Had a clutch potential, but Nightwolves win the round.
Yeah, Nightwolves get one back. A good spot to try and maybe formulate some sort of a comeback here. This best of 3. That was much needed. 1-0 down in this scenario, and then going behind as well, and the search and destroy 3-0 will be quite something. So important that you found that round. Next up on Alpha, I believe is going to be a losers. SME Up Gaming up against Team GX. That one will be coming up shortly. We'll stay here for now with Nightwolves and Cryball. First blood over towards Cryball, 4v3 in their favour.
Quite glad that you said their name first, because I also called them SME Up.
What did I call it?
SME Up, which does sound way better.
Yeah, I don't know what SME Up would mean. Kind of feels a bit wrong, whatever it is, though.
Why did you say that? Nobody thought that.
Well, I didn't elaborate, did I? Local now left in a 1v4. Now 1v3, I should say. It will be a 1v4 with a defuse. Cryball looking solid here, to be honest with you. I feel like Cryball we've seen a little bit of over this season. Not a great deal. They're a team who have went into qualifiers, etc. for the Elite. Not really getting too far. Relevant of that, though. Let's see if they can bring some to the table here and win us round 2 and put themselves in a spot where they can maybe have a bit of an advancement and do some damage. 3-1 here on the Search and Destroy, looking to close this one out in 2 as quickly as they can. One of the other teams that we've got here from Bravo, I believe. It's going to be Project 7 against eBurgers. That should be interesting as this one goes on over on Delta. I'll get you a Charlie game at some stage, don't you worry. At worst, me and Bryce can go and have a 1v1 up there.
Well, that Charlie game shouldn't be a million miles away. Obviously, that is still ongoing. Just double checking. I thought eBurgers lost the game, but we'll have to go back and find out. So we'll let the admins work it out. That's nothing to do with us. Just put it on the screen who we need to watch. But
Unless it's 2 eBurgers.
could be. Speaking
Of burgers?
no of the game. Big first blood there, but it already numbers now flowing against them. Cryball, well, they've done it again. It's a 1 versus 3 here for 1-3-4.
One he can do with finding. Cryball looking so good in this Search and Destroy. And in the series as well. It's always difficult with some of these best out of 3s to maybe get into your rhythm, but looking good right now for them. Cryball 4-1 to the good. Nice baits coming through. They'll find the win, and now 2 rounds away from advancing to the next round.
Certainly not doing too badly. Got to see the adaptation coming through, though. It is going to be a little bit of a run back here for Nightwolves. They're down in the series, they're down in the S&D. Adapt now or go to the lower bracket. Those are the only real options you have left.
A few rounds away. Nightwolves have shown some potential, though. Just been a case of execution, hasn't it? They've put themselves in good spots. They obviously know what they're doing. I like that as well. 1-2-7 will get caught out. Oh, sorry, Prod will get caught out. So Cryball now without the numbers, but with plenty of control. This bomb will go down over towards it. 3v4 in the favour of Nightwolves. That was looking like a big gunfight from Dez. takes down Reborn, and now all of a sudden you've got a lot of pressure over towards Dojo. You've got the site under lock and key. Gryvo on a nice spot.
Locale gets one though. 2 versus 3, slowly but surely looking to lock this one down as 1-3-4. Oh, it's a massive gunfight for Cryfor. They needed that to keep this one alive. Locale is looking for players out the window. Will have to be aggressive here. 1-3-3 also doing the same thing. Locale gets the bullets on here. They are punching him back. Somebody's going to have to go for the defuse. They've already done it. Flank coming around the outside, and Nightwolves take the round. Well played.
And really weren't in a good position when they tried to go for that retake. But the kill over towards the backside, towards lobby, makes all the difference. As soon as they find that, take down Dez. By rights, probably should have been dead anyway. Gunfight that he won looked not so pretty on the minimap, to be honest with you. Puts himself in the position to maybe cause some problems, but Nightwolves sound him out. Cryvo, 4-2 up now. Nightwolves have to find that. They have to find so many more rounds, to be honest with you, Brycey. Clutching at straws on the way back in, but keep playing like that and you have an opportunity. Cryvo now on the defensive side. There's Loco and Co. trying to find a way through again. 4-3 will be a nice scoreline.
Big spread from these players. Only weakness here for Cryvo will be that middle of the map. They didn't get information on it early. And now the pressure is coming through. Locale is here.
Can he find a pick? Wonderful position to do so. The grenade will put him off from that push there, but maybe they just sounded out this player. Yes, they did. Prod will get taken down. Opportunity once again for Nightwolves. This bomb's going to go down in a 4v2 situation. Never mind 2v2. And the blink of an eye. How has Dez found that next one? And now it's a 1v2 for 1-3-3. Incredible shots from Dez.
Loco up proceeding for that last lost gunfight is ready to put them down here as it comes down to this, and that 1v1 at the end, 127 takes it. And I was going to say, Loco had such a great run through the middle, right? I mean, that was perfect, gained it, got the first blood, and we said Cryfor, they left it open. Loco took the advantage, but it does not end in a round win for them. Cryfor go up 5-2. And this could be over shortly, Ton.
Seems that way, doesn't it? Grinding through these games. Seeing how teams are starting to stack up. Not quite deep in the tournament. This is quite literally just winners round 2. A lot of teams got to buy through to this stage. So some squads outmatched at this moment in time. Loco just sitting back. The bomb will go down. The smokes work well. Doesn't find anything on transition as well. Has to get aggressive. Currently does have a little bit of backup. 2 players come through the middle of the map as well. Nightwolves have got to find this break. Can't find the gunfight. Big win and first win importantly here for Cryvo. Couple of them going to go back on the opposite direction though. Through the middle of the map. Dez will find another. 1v2 now for Dez.
So they know where he's going to be as well. They're both going to get double chow. This has got to be careful. Timing is everything. Fight close range, and it's not going to be good enough for Dez. 2 guns versus 1 is not going to work out in his favour. And Nightwolves get another round here onto the board. This is not over yet.
(5-3) Cryvo. Not over yet. You are absolutely right. I wonder who's going to be the one to maybe try and bring them through here. 1-3-3 has been finding a couple of multi-kills and will make a difference for the squad if they can try and find a comeback here, but still, Cryvo only need 1 more.
Dez makes a move. First blood, very aggressive. Mid-map control completely in Cryvor's hands. The Nightwolves don't have B control after they lost that mid control, and now they're worried about it. Potential rotate. They are cleaning out their flank as well, checking the angles. They give up map control here for a potential to go towards A. At the moment, they are still not confident about it. You can see it on the mini-map. Going to be another fight going through here. They've lost that map control. They are going to be punished for it as well. Loco goes down. Prod managed to get him a 2 versus 4 for the game.
And Reborn in 1-3-3. Over now to the side with 1-2-7. Who's going to take this gun? Fight, and the beams are there. And Kryvor will find a win. Over on Charlie. And advance through here, Brycey. Incredible work. And what was not a comfortable game of Search and Destroy, but ultimately they always looked like the team who were going to get it done. They find the victory 6-3. Kryvor advance on to winners round 3.
Yeah, very well played in the end here. You could tell they were confident. Lots of running down the middle here. And for Night Wolves, an opportunity in the lower round. They will have a second life, a second potential run at the championship. Not a bad showing.
No, not at all. I think if you look at how they did perform in a few of those rounds, there's definitely some sort of potential there. But Kryvor looking a lot better. But that is that game. We have another nearly ready to go here on Alpha. SBF Gaming going up against Team GX, and I believe this is in the losers bracket. I will be checking, but they are already into the game. Here into the hard point. We move over towards Scar. We enter.
Well, let's find out. The two teams should be pretty well balanced. So far, the scores are perfectly balanced. Going to be a lot of positioning around this P2. As you can see, neither team managing to really get into that P1 and get the most amount of time here, but Team DX in the better position right now.
Team GX sitting as 42nd seed. Oh, this is actually winners round 2, sorry, not losers bracket. So this just ever so slightly behind. Oh no, this is winners. Okay, yeah, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. We're just grinding through all these winners round 2 games.
That's why you're banned from being an admin. I didn't think
Well,
we were
exactly.
watching any of the lower round games.
Yeah, I've never really been an admin, Bryce. Yeah, I've never worked in that kind of role in my entire life. That might be a good reason. Because I'm stupid. I'm not. Anyway. Both these teams getting a bye through winners round 1. Coming in as SBF Gaming 23rd, 42nd for Team GX. So if you're leaning in any direction, it'll be SBF Gaming. But if you look at the scoreboard, Team GX with a brilliant start.
Well, they should be able to get a bit of points here onto this P2. They have a position for it. They are watching towards mid-map as well, so good setup. Big gunfight there, a win from Marcos as well. That does slow down everybody else. Not getting as many points as they would have wanted here, though, and they've got to be careful about that rotation.
Over towards P3 we go. Jack still very happy with how things have played out here. Dylan now on a force 3, looking to make it 5, not going to happen. Dory will find one back, and now the push over towards P3 going to be a lot more difficult for SBF Gaming. Team Jax now in position to hold well.
Team GX just making sure they hold that power position as best they can, and working out so far. SBF Gaming looking to maybe make a move or flip this one around. They do want the spawns, but they are sending bodies in now. Dylan gets one, Marcos gets another, Marcos gets the third. And they will push them out here. Great opportunity to get some points back onto the board.
A much needed opportunity as well, to be honest with you. The game could have run away from them there. I think if SBF get that final 25-30, all of a sudden you're staring at, Team GX get it, sorry, I should say. You're staring at what, a maybe 60 or 70 point deficit by the time you head over towards P4. As it goes now, barely anything in it. Dorian deeper though, a couple of kills over towards his backside, and one for Cody that he probably shouldn't have found. Deeper sitting at 11 and 5, he's going to be there to try and hold things down with the team. Cody has found a way through.
Still waiting. This is a big push out towards the back here. Dylan Season trying to just punch his way into it. His teammates now obviously coming for that P2 spawn. So a few bodies through as well here. That's a massive kill onto towards the stairs. He's looking for the second, but not the easiest gunfight to win. Unfortunately, SBF Gaming will get that one away from him after all that setup time.
So that's me up now. After a bit of a slow start, coming back into this game. 10-point deficit to try and make up. Yeah, now as Dory will find one over towards the backside. But Marcos will go his way, can't find a second. Dory finds another. That was the break for GX. But for 10 seconds, it's all about this rotation when you head over towards New. Spawn are actually going to come in there for the Algo towards the left-hand side of your mini-map. And he's going be there trying to set up as these fight ensuing through the middle of the map. They're going to go out the way of Team GX just for now. Spawn's going to be here towards the back because Bielko was here. Gets a fortunate spawn, helps his team out. Still a 20-point lead.
Trying to hold this. Looking to take the players on up top. They know we're going to be there. But at the moment, SPM Gaming fighting from this side have done a pretty good job of it, as well as Munkle finds a second. He's going to call that spawn out to his teammates very, very quickly. They'll be looking for top control on both sides. Munkle's actually going to go and reinforce. He said, all right, I've done my hill stuff. I'm going to go up the top. Finds one. The pre-fire's not going to be good enough. He was too weak. Kylie also going to go down as both teams pile the bodies in.
Looks done well, though. Maybe to stop this bleeding as SBM were starting to find their way back into this game. And well, have found their way back into this game. They were down 40 or so after P2. The fact that they're leading, heading into a second rotation, shows what they've been able to do over towards that new hill, and found some good time over towards P4 as well. Very close game here, though, in this round 2. Cody and Co trying to just find a way back into this one. 50 seconds remaining here over towards P1. Setup looking fairly solid as well when you take into consideration motel control. P2 is going to be there as well, but we don't go there for 40.
Well, we did say to you we would find a close game, and it looks like we have found one about as close as it could be. SPM Gaming and Team GX closing the seeds, closing the hard points. SPM Gaming have obviously taken the lead here. They were trailing for a good portion of this first rotation. With Team GX back up to this point here, it's very much all to play for.
Sorry, over towards P2. Team GX did well on that first rotation of hills, didn't it? So they're going to try and do that again. Deeper can find two. A really nice opportunity to set up, but they do have a player amongst them in Munkle. He's going to be there just to disrupt, to be honest with you. He's done a really good job. So this means that the setup isn't quite as secure as he would want it. Munkle, can he find any more? Yes, he can. And he is the reason that they're going to find that break. Lucas, can he find a way through? Not going to happen. Good job there by SPM Gaming and mostly Munkle. Incredible work.
Do the job they need to. Dory is going to find a player here on the stairs already waiting for them as well. Not going to be able to get the second as Deeply gets into this position. Another wonderful kill with the help of the teammates. But Munkle once more to the fore. Gets his couple of kills. Just keeps on the back foot here. Team GX actually have the bodies to really make a challenge of this one. They're just not winning the kill feed they need. This might be the switch here as Dory finds two, but it's Munkle again.
He's been influential for the squad, no doubt. But can he continue to be? Team GX put themselves in such a good position on P1 and P2. SBM have come out very, very slow. And now we're looking to take themselves a 40-point lead, one full rotation later. It's a big 80-point swing, to be honest, over the space of 5 hills. You take those all day long, you're chipping away. Dylan now managing to find a way through over towards his backside. And that Team GX have to turn around, and here comes Munkle to maybe find everything he needs to. Gets taken down, but the rest of the team do the work. It's a lovely break from SBM, mostly down to Dill.
So far, so good. Maybe they just had a bit of a slow start or a little bit cold. You've got to remember these two teams both had buys. So not had the opportunity to run the setup quite yet. Speaking of setup, they have a pretty good one here. There is going to be a flank coming in from Dory. So of course some issues. Does not flip the spawn. He got out of there before it did anything wrong. Spawn was blocked by his teammates as well. It's such a good job that they got a little bit more scrap time than they would want. Right now, Team GX does have this rotation, and they are setting up deep.
This is where really the game did flip round, didn't it? Both these two teams over towards P4. It's a big gunfight for Munkle to win. Feels like he's been part of everything that's been going well here for SBM. Good shots again. That's that now to regen, and all of a sudden now trying to look over towards the backside, but the rest of the team can't really do enough. 30-point game now. As SBM still in the lead, but Team GX with a massive opportunity to try and close that gap once again. They're just going to be careful about the P5 rotation. Kind of with a little bit ignorant towards it on the previous, and they'll lose up because of it. SBM got some really, really good time, and they may be able to get some scrap time here with the leader.
Wow, this is going so well. But realistically done, at this stage of the game, this lead feels bigger than it actually is. It's still tight between these two. There's going to be about 30 points as we head over to this next one. Team GX will be looking to lock that one down for as much as they can. The big problem will be Marcos up top, ready to try and find the kill and break this setup as quickly as possible. Dives in! Doesn't win the gunfight. Sigh of relief there for Team GX as they now will have the setup.
Very, very close game, especially when Dory's going to find those couple of kills in the middle of the map, and all of a sudden, you have the opportunity to set up and get some great time. If you're Team GX, you let a few seconds slip by. Mid-map control is going to be paramount. Deep are going to try and watch on the outside over towards field. It's going to be the jump up over towards the top church, and they're really going to focus on SME Up Gaming, trying to find a way through. Can't hold field. Still in season, will find it here. Can he find a way over the top? Not quite, but the rest of the team are there to pick up the pieces. 1v1, that Lucas wins. So with 18 seconds to go, Team GX in a really good spot to take the lead again. They've had a really good second rotation, and they're finding the gunfights when they need to as well. That's maybe going to have to head into another rotation of hills and do something about this. They're going to find themselves around 10 behind.
He should go down here, but the fact he found one is outrageous. The Team GX are now in the position. Deeper already waiting for these players. Going to try and strike at the right opportunity. Already bleeding this Team GX 30 points away, and they are winning these kills.
Dory with 4 in a row at the right time. Eventually forward to Dylan. Uncle needs to really pop off for the team once again, because right now, points are falling by the wayside, but it's a 20-point game at that. It's nothing in it between these two squads. Should probably be won by the time we head over towards P2, but Lucas now on a 5-3. Sorry, it's Dory just continues to survive. Eventually will fall on down. No clear has been found. Until then, the 2 kills come through. It's Deeper to pick them up. And some good time, some time that they can just about maybe win off here over towards P1. I don't think they will, but the P2 rotation has to be important.
Bit of a panic there from SME Up. You can see them going one by one into it as well, and they don't have the contest. Somebody will have to touch. They will get the touch. They will take this to P2 at the very least. They are now here. Surely, Team GX do not throw this one away.
Incredible snapping from Bialco. He's there for 3 in a row. The team have been wiped. Team GX find map number 1 over on Alpha. A little bit of a pop off there, you heard it.
The truth being told, at P5, that felt like a massive momentum swing. Just no kills made from SME Up. Couldn't get anything going, couldn't get anything running here. It's going to be a very close game between these teams as it continues. We knew it would be. But there was a moment where we thought SME Up had that game in. They came roaring into the second set of rotations done.
Yeah.
But could not find it at the end.
Ultimately, just didn't. It felt like they made their comeback based on single individual plays. We've seen Munkel make a really good one over towards the motel.
How's that game that close with this slaying?
That's a good point. What they'd let's have a look.
It doesn't even damage. It doesn't feel like it should have been a this close of a game. 29 points, all that separated them. Rotation sometimes, though, they give the points.
Yeah, they got outslayed by like 30 kills. Actually, it's a lot. It's a massive amount, actually. Dory and Marcos, the big difference makers on either side of the coin. Yeah, it did feel as if, I suppose, like SME Up, like when they were getting their time, it was because of Munkel making a play. When they could get him to do that, Team GX was struggling to really deal with it. But outside of that, Team GX obviously out slaying and using maybe some raw horsepower just to get this one over the line. They'll find map number 1. As far as I'm aware, they're coming in as the lower seed by a decent amount here. So a really good start from them. They get it done just purely on the slay points.
Very, very well done, especially kind of kept their cool and kept getting the cuts as it went to P5 into P1. SME Up Gaming, like I said, a bit flustered. Did run some of those choke points maybe a bit too fast, didn't split the map. And they did get costed a lot of time, not only on P5, P1 as well. Valiant attempt to hold, but we'll see. And speaking of holding, we're now moving on to this game here. This is Bravo Station. See the players currently sat down and ready.
I think they know what we're playing.
I think they are. I think that's yeah, that is comms in game.
They're spit. They're spit. P7. Their first opportunity to, well, not defend their crown. Project 7 very much doing well this season in the challenges. Going on to win the whole entire thing. Looking like a really nice outfit on the Mythics has really been stepping his game up. He's finding very much, well, irreplaceable form. Lucifer has been incredible as well this season. F-Dot kind of just doing what he always does. In Aspect has been a really nice addition. This is one of those teams who finished third at the last event over in Dallas. Since then, have arguably improved. So let's see how they can do this weekend. Good start from them against the eBurgers.
Well, that's the biggest question, right? We've spoken about it time and time again. This team is good. One of the, I would say, most improved, because it was already good, is Lucifer. Yeah. Very consistent this stage.
Yeah, really good.
Very much having one of the better stages we've seen him have. Only question that remains is how well does he play at the major? If he plays as well as he did in stage 2, this could be one of the favourites to take this whole thing. And they were before.
Yeah, I would say so. I think, you know, when they finished top 3 in Dallas, when Denza was there in replace of Aspect, I think there was part of us that were a little surprised about that. But there were some even more surprising things, really, when you see that Rock went on to win the tournament. And I want to say win the tournament pretty comfortably, by the way. It never really looked like getting beat. A couple of tough games, absolutely, but felt as if they were always pretty convincing. Well, Project 7 now. 35 and rising. Looking good here in map number 1. This is a series I'd expect them to absolutely walk through. I'd be extremely surprised if eBurgers get more than 50 or 60 in this game. An opportunity to get some decent time here. 20 seconds remaining over towards P3. Being spawned over towards the backside though, and all of a sudden puts you in a dangerous spot. 8 seconds of rising, spawns for P4. Perfect for Project 7.
This is almost for Project 7. A game just to shake off any rust in a couple of days of not playing. Although saying that, short run in terms of actually travelling to this event for an EU team. Didn't normally get to say that at the majors, but they are not a million miles away. At the moment though, very good start for them. You can see the rotation is going to come in here. eBurgers will have it. But for Project 7 a hard break. Already you can see 113 looking out towards the back player here. Let that player get through. Now it gets a bit mixy.
After will get taken down towards the backside though. Good job from 113. DGS is finding a good amount of time over towards his backside. A little bit of pressure. Oh, there's just no way you should be winning that. Mythics, incredible job. The rest of Project 7 will flood through the front. 20 seconds to go. So eBurgers not doing too badly, just a terrible start to be honest with you. Project 7, yes, okay, absolutely still 80 or 90 seconds in the lead. eBurgers, well, managed to get themselves 40 points so far in this rotation.
Always a bit of a difficult time when you talk about the realism of this. Obviously, eBurgers already won their first game, find themselves into their second matchup against arguably one of the best teams here. They would have probably liked to get a little bit further before facing a team of this caliber, but unfortunately that's not how it works.
No, it is not. That's just how it does work. But this one will continue. If you want to continue to watch P7 and really put eBurgers to the sword, you can do so. youtube.com/challenges. Into the second game though, and Team GX looking to, well, kick off where they started. 3v3. Bomb is down for SML. And what can they do to hold it?
I'll win the gunfights for one. This is Yalco.
Oh, nicely done.
Not going to get anything here in the mid here, and Deepa's like, well, they're just going to shoulder me to death. Not a bad post-plant.
No, did well with it. I think the first gunfight was crucial, especially over towards the pool side. Just got to be able to find it. Starting to get loud in this arena now, Brycey. That's what I was pointing out. There is just a hum of a lot of people. We can't see them. We are very much in what some would describe as a...
Well, if anything, production described it as a dungeon. So that's what we're going with. That's what we were told.
Put us where we belong, eh?
They carved out a special sub-basement here at the NEC just for us to watch challenges.
Bianca doing well. This should be Team GX in an advantageous situation. It is. Dylan Season trying to make a little bit of a push here, though. I think he's going to catch one, you know. Just went all the way around. All the way around. Thank you very much. There's a freebie just about. And now a 3 versus 2. Finds another. Makes it a 2v2. It's a 2v1. How is this happening? Lucas left now in a 1v1 for Team GX.
Oh, the timing perfect here from Dylan. Oh! Gets the 3 and Team GX sold that one a little bit. Had every opportunity to win some gunfights, but Dylan said, no, we're taking this round as well.
Two rounds now over towards Team GX. Things looking solid. They're trying to find their way back into this one nice and quickly. Oh, over towards Esme up, sorry. Brain's not braining quite yet.
Well, don't worry, that'll kick into gear. It's been a long day, a lot of Call of Duty to watch. Speaking of watching, on ball with Dylan, and now he is moving. Munkler as well, trying to make a bit of a fight here as well, but they are going to lose that first fight. Bialco gets one, DB gets another. And that bomb is moving. Dylan seems to say, all right, I'm just going to go plant a beat. Hopefully we can make something out of this. Munkle is being aggressive. Out towards the back here. I think a player's going to be watching over him. Munkle might have timing. Expecting him to be here, and he gets one, but only one. And it leaves Dylan in a 1 versus 3.
Bomb will go down. Big opportunity, though, for Team GX to half this deficit. Big wrap from Dylan. They might potentially just jump this. The longer they don't, though, the better opportunity that this man has. Should be a freebie. To be honest, he should be able to find at least one. He'll be looking around, can't find him. Let's jump on it. He might have got some bad timing there, though, as soon as he moved away. That bomb should be defused, and very much is Team GX back into this one.
Just so lacking in options. Obviously, you don't want to expose yourself to too much of an angle, and while he was trying to play it a little bit careful, timing got away from him. Always going to be very difficult, 1 versus 3. Can't really afford to watch it as much as you would like. Now going into this next one, we're going to see. Here. I'm going to look over for it. Big push out towards the middle here, Team GX. Munkle trying to stay alive, then to go down as well. That's massive. They've already taken down 2. Team GX full mid control. A B-Rat by the look of it. Their bomb carrier will have to come back towards the stairs for it. But that going down means that Esme Up Gaming will have to clutch 2 versus 4 with bomb.
Could be around over towards Team GX. Dylan finds the first one, though, and he's on a 5 spree. This is 2. But with this control over towards top bedroom side, it becomes very, very difficult for Cody and Dylan Season. There's no way you can offer them an opportunity. You can't.
Really got to play it well. I mean, SMF Gaming don't have the opportunity to flank. They don't have the opportunity to really put the pressure on. And, well, with that bomb check, it's not really going to matter. Dylan is having a bit of a swim to see this map out. Might find somebody to end the round, but doesn't look like it.
He found his 6th.
Worth?
Yeah, I would say with. I think always in that situation, it's about, well, being situational, really. I think it's about kind of learning when is the best time to maybe go for it. He chooses to not. 6 spree. So you may well lose the round, but you're very, very close to that Hellstone. Very close.
Well, they'll be looking for that. All on Dylan to give them the edge. He is 6-0 so far. Fight's going out, and Just moving himself around here. Does have the bomb plant. If they can get this one down for him, it will be massive. Don't have control over the sites yet. And there is a player move through. It's deeper. I don't know if they know he's here. I think they might do. 4 players taking mid-control here from Me Up Gaming. A little bit of hesitation. Eventually going out towards A here. They don't actually have control of the A site. They're going to play this from mid-control. 3 players in towards mid. They found the first as well. They are stacking this one deep.
He has a hold of his Hellstorm as well. Well, not needed here though. 30 seconds to go here, and now Me Up Gaming can do a final next fight. Lucas will be the first one to find one though here from the side of Team GX, who have done wonderfully well to get control of the middle of the map. Cody on the flank though. This can be massive.
Oh, the timing for Cody needs to be perfect here. Nobody's on bomb though.
12.
Oh, they're going to find him as well. I thought it was such a good flank. Me Up Gaming had all the opportunity in the world here, obviously flooding into mid-control for the hold. They were hoping to almost just trade their way out of it, but interesting post-plant didn't work out. I was expecting some sort of play around the Hellstorm.
Yeah, you would have thought so. It didn't feel like you needed it though, to be honest. The 4v3 bomb down. Total mid-control. Did not expect. Team GX now 3 rounds in a row. Dylan still does have the Hellstorm, so that's important. But they find themselves behind in the series, behind in this search and destroy. That Hellstorm is usually good for a round if you use it correctly. And it helps that you use that well as well. Okay.
I'm guessing there were no trophies available.
Marcos finds 2. Dylan finds 1. It's looking pretty solid out of the Me Up Gaming boys, 3-3.
Well, not a lot to write about that round, to be honest with you. 3 nade kills off the rip. Let's bring it back to what they needed here. And Hellstorm's in the pocket.
Yeah, important to winning the rounds whilst not giving that over. Good job. Atmosphere building here in Birmingham.
Well, here we go. One more time for this one to get underway. Quite a tense game between these two. The winner will obviously go through to winners round 3, which is starting to get into the higher echelons. Teams really do want it here.
Just trying to get a little bit of space, but Deepest somehow got through and stopped that plant from going down, and Bialko's going to find a kill here as well. Kills kind of being traded across the board, but apart from Cody, nobody left here for Me Up Gaming. He finds 1, the trade is there. How has Deepest actually found himself in that position to stop that bomb from going down? Looked like there was a smoke there, and Deepest just walks through it.
Well, smoke's worth both ways. Got to be very careful. Taking away vision on a map. And I truly don't know who is going to end up winning this one, Tan. It is very much back and forth. Pretty even all the way on the side of Team GX. For Me Up Gaming, this is their main man. Dylan Season has a Hellstorm, has 7 kills. And his water wings on.
Getting very aggressive considering he's the one with the Hellstorm. He's going to get some good timing. Nope. Some terrible timing. Checks it, and Bialko comes back almost immediately. Diva Dorio combining well. This is about to be 5-3 to Team GX. Me Up Gaming have to find something. They still have that Hellstorm missile.
Marcos looking for it, finds 1. Sees deeper, but it's not an easy fight to take when you're sliding. Now the Hellstorm has to come out now. They don't have an opportunity to leave it. Certainly don't want to end the game with it either. I suspect a play call coming in very rapidly. Probably along the lines of, I was going to say A, but B is also very viable for it if you can get it down. But it should be an aggressive play. They should be pushing the tempo, getting the Hellstorm in for the post plant. Me Up Gaming need to use this now.
So he's going to try to. Hellstorm is out. Should cause some havoc a little bit and should give them an open door over towards B as well. How many does he find, if any, though? Just gives them the space, it gives them the room. Might be able to thread that, not quite. Bomb's going to go down over towards B, though. And to be honest, Team GX has not done too badly out of this. Okay, they're going to lose the side control, but they don't lose anybody.
Oh, they're going for somebody's need to cut mid. There we go. Real difficult to dig these teams out, though. That's going to be the biggest issue here. Already lost one.
From Monko. That's one that you kind of need to go your way if you're Team GX, but it's looking like SMF Gaming with that Hellstorm being brought in. That's going to be their round. Good shots coming in from Dylan there to finish things up. They're one round away from tying this. They still need 2 in a row, but Hellstorm invested and invested wisely.
Yeah, pretty perfect in the end here. Obviously, maybe a heartbeat too slow of getting the execute. They had the information for about a second. And obviously, he would have been screaming that one out about, look, we need to move. They're here, here, and here. Get the bomb down, but post-plant, it's very easy if that map isn't split to hold from the upper windows. They just need to do it 2 more times here at SMF Gaming to stay in this S&D. Team GX, though, will be on the attack. They know there won't be a Hellstorm this time around. So they get to play a bit more freely.
See the broadcast on their way. I can hear the dulcet tones of Nameless. Missed that man. Not a great name. Luke is still going to survive off the back of that. Definitely going on up towards A. First gunfight's going to be absolutely massive. It's going to go Dory's way. Marcos is there to find one back. 3v3. Hold on.
Still winning as well here. A little bit of flailing going on from Team GX. SMF Gaming went to take control. They squared up around the bomb site. Walk away with it. 5-5. Team GX have been rocked a little bit. Now this could be an opportunity for SMF Gaming to take this to the overload. What's on our docket here, Tom? What's coming up in the other games?
The other games, Project 7 were up against eBurgers, weren't they? I'd imagine that is probably went in the direction we thought. All-Stars against Neil's Nation in the losers round 2. Cryvo against Nightwolves, which I believe will be winners. We just watched Cryvo win.
Oh, first blood. He's gone down. Aggressive here from Team GX.
It looks like B control. This round 11. Dylan going to try and make this play. He has done a couple of times. They're going to be ready for it. Don't think they would be expecting him to be so bold around this time. Won't get a freebie. Didn't take it. Might have a couple here. Finds one, not the second. Bianco will find it. He will get picked though. 2v2. And Team GX wiped them out.
And that is wonderful for Team GX. They get the control here. It could have gone so badly wrong, Ton. Realistically, that Dylan play over and over again, it was effective. That time, unfortunately, he got lost in what could have been only described as a knife fight. Everybody point blank. If he had found it, maybe, just maybe, they could have found something more. But not to be. Team GX move forward. SMF go down. And this is how it all played out here. Dylan, 11-4. The key man of the matchup, but was not quite enough to carry the day.
Team GX just about get it done. Relatively close map number 1, very close map number 2. And that's a bit more like it, but both those two teams will be setting themselves up for a date with a relatively strong roster, you would like to imagine, as the winners brackets continue to unfold. Lots of losers games to get through very, very shortly though, as teams will start squaring up over on Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Delta. That's not the only games we've got going on though, of course. Across the board, it is lively, to say the least. But a really good performance there from Team GX. As mentioned, SMF kind of coming into this with probably some confidence. Dylan had a really, really good start, but sadly for him, his team just not able to be there with him. Cody 0-5 at the stage of 2-2. It's difficult. It's never just that simple, is it? It's just finding the kills and search and destroy. Team GX will just about get it done. And take it in 2 here in the best of 3, and will continue their journey in Birmingham.
Well, we'll see how they continue on for the rest of this time. But very much a close series of games between these two, which is what we were expecting here. SCM Gaming had the opportunity twice to take it down here, as you can see in that first half point, 250 to 221 for Team DX. Opportunity beckoned for SCM Gaming, they were not able to get it. And the same thing in the Search and Destroy, 6-5 to Team DX. It went all the way to round 11. But the plays weren't there today.
Not quite, not quite. But a really interesting game, and honestly, it has kind of started to get heated up a little bit. Some of these games becoming a little bit more of a closer affair. And as the weekend goes on, we are very much going to get that. We've got today, a big day today. We've got some cracking games tomorrow coming up as well. The grand finals accumulating on Sunday morning here in Birmingham. But yeah, nice way to start the weekend so far. Bryce, we've had some good games.
It certainly has, and we know that a lot of these games are getting underway with all the passionate players in the pit. And I believe we now, in fact, we're actually accelerating past our schedule. So it's actually going very, very well for these teams. So we'll have a good time with everybody getting on with their games as well. But we are going to take a little break, not just us, me and Tom. We've got the Americans coming on next. So don't go anywhere. More action here at the Major in just a minute.
And welcome back, everybody, to the Major 2 Open here in Birmingham. Well, we are not in Birmingham. We're back home, but we're bringing you all the action that we can love to see in front of us. My name is Seymour. With me is Spaceman, as we're going to be taking over for Bryce and Ton. And Sean, it's great to be back in the UK. I mean, the action's been fantastic. The venue looks absolutely incredible.
It's great. They got us in the storage closet downstairs. Actually, we came in, we showed our passes to the security agent, and they said, these aren't valid. And I looked at them quietly, and I said, don't be a hero. And then I ran past them, and then Seymour got tackled, which was weird. But we're still here in the venue. Great time to be here. And we had so many games to get through.
We do.
It just feels like we're kind of back in that magic of like early CWL, MLG days of like, we got a trillion top 84 games to get through, and let's just start doing it.
Yeah, why not? We got our alpha match ready to get back into it. Still in the best of threes, but technically our first round elimination matches to see who's going to be bowing out of the Open extra early here in Birmingham. But we got EVX x Omnia on the right side. That's going to be Conwa and Choco's team versus Team UK Titans, Cody, Soro, Dino, and Challenger 106. He who shall not be named right now.
You know, sometimes you get a little throwback to old school, like we've seen earlier, player 154. But all I know is that when it's time to rotate, folks, it's time to rotate. Again, into P2 to begin this match here today. Team UK Titan, EVX, Omnia, keeping it going. To begin the day, a lot of Blackheart discussion, a lot of questions about what would the maps and picks look like for this tournament. And though it's early, so we kind of set a lot of that to the side table and bring it back later, I am curious if there has been a change between open bracket teams watching either Elite or up to CDL side, if they started to mirror some of those picks and bans as more teams look like they get more comfortable with Blackheart, we're seeing more and more players elect to choose it as well.
I think Blackheart's definitely falling into that kind of realm of teams figuring it out, especially when it comes down to there's not a lot of spawns to read. So you know how to block, you know how to get towards your P3, P4, you hold those back spawns, you get a lot of time off of it. And I mean, right now, EVX x Omnia are doing a fantastic job at that, even fighting from the front side. But you got a major lead in Blackheart, and really, once you're into a position like this, all you got to do is slay a shot, and then you just continue to flood hill, contest, and get what you can.
That is the big weight, the bearing of the offense. Can you just slay out? It's as easy as that. It's also as difficult and as much of a headache as teams have come to expect on this map across Black Ops 7 across the board. So far, things looking good in the new hill. 90 seconds and counting to 24. Get to rotate out early for spawns. Oh yeah, baby. Make that two. We're on the third. Picked up perfectly. Great plays all the way around. And that is the kind of rotation you want to win. EVX out early and on a strong start.
Yeah, fantastic. 60-point lead going into P4. You got the full setup and you got the back spawns. And you just look at how far Team UK Titan are spawning away from this hill, and already EVX looking to cut off some of those angles, some of the funnel that you're going to be getting through the middle of the map. We're going to be watching the outside wall run. That's 3 down already. Still gaining the time too, and nobody's spawning up in the back. You're not going to lose those spawns with player number 6 on the backside of that hard point, but you lose a couple of those members. EVX still spawn up in. You got 30 seconds that you're looking to pick up here, and you're looking to grab all of it.
You're going to get a lot of these kind of games early on, and it's a lot for teams both settling in, finding the rhythm, finding the personality of the squad that weekend, etc. But one of the things that does continue to highlight is, again, you see the difference, the disparity between both skill and team composition across the board. We look back to that last hill. The first pickup on rotation is a 2v2. Second man picks up the cut and picks up spawn to help the anchor stay in position. It's small things like that where just individual gunfights tell you the status of a team coming into today. EVX look like they are on the right page, and Team UK Titan still trying to figure things out. Look at that stat again. 15 and 6 for Conway, Choco at 12 and 11, 15 and 7 and 15 and 7. Double digits for everybody. That tells you everything you need to know.
Yeah, combined 11 spree too between Fordable and Conwa right now. Fordable on 6, Conwa on 6, getting into those hellstorms pretty soon. And a map like Blackheart, you're just going to be counting your eggs before they hatch when there's a hellstorm in the sky, because you don't think you're going to get too far through. Dino finds his way around though. Still 30 seconds on this hill, and that's going to pull these spawns for UK Titan into the backside, and AVX going to try to fight this one from the unfavored angle. Team kill from Dino. Choco gets onto the heady, and there's the M15 doing its workshop.
Yeah, really, really tough hit there. Coordinated until it wasn't, right? Like, you're trying to play through the first nade. That is your entry. Just doesn't time out the way you would expect it for Team UK. They kind of run into a wall there. But those are the moments where you see the flank kind of created in the back. You look at the pinch. If you're getting outslayed on a hard point, what's the best way to get back into the game to create some difference? Create a play. Make a route like a flank. Use something to change up the grind of the game. That gives your teammates options and spread, map positioning, etc. These are the kinds of moments where you need those plays to convert. And so far, answer has just been not there. 182 to 47. Again, we've seen a couple of 100-point clubs today. Might be adding another one to that tally. And as it keeps going, again, focus on that next rotation, because last time it was from 1 to 2 to 3. EVX, who not only won the route, but won the pickups as well on kills. So we'll see if they can do it again.
I was just looking to see, you know, with performance like this, who took down EVX in that winner's bracket to be in an elimination round 1. It was Cursed Gaming, actually. CJ, Rusher, Vix, Leo, some UK talent heading into Birmingham. A lot of UK talent that we don't normally get to see as well, considering it's home turf for them. Sean, that's kind of something that we've been wondering too. Does it impact a team with the jet lag? We don't normally get to be North American players and have to face the issues of jet lag. It's usually the other way around, but for some of these North American players, when you show up early to the venue, maybe not playing as good as you want to in those first couple of rounds, you find yourself in the elimination bracket early on, and even though Booger's got 3 in a row, not able to crack those back spawns for P2. And you're in a good spot for UK to at least show some kind of a hold here with Soro in the hill, but he's only able to get that one more. Conway gets the trade, spawns in the back, but it's EVX just looking to continue to run away with this.
I want to go back to that 3-piece quickly for a moment, because watching Booger play that, it is simply about the timing of the gunfight. It's about the initiation. When you're watching a guy pick up a 3-piece, hit hill, break, cleanup time, then wait for the next chow, that's the internal timing of your Slayer, and that is the difference, right? Like, that's he has timed both the engagement and the way he's going to play the hill off of his success through the kills. And that's just, it's indicative of really clean gameplay. It's indicative of players who are confident and clearly in the zone.
Ooh.
And for a team that's made their reads against Team UK Titan and just know how they're going to play this game. And you can see it in every single engagement at mid-map and in hills. It looks so good across the board. Multiple 2-pieces at a third while we're there. This one will end if nobody contests on this hill, and it could be a 100-point club. Just another one to add to the book today.
Fortball's just so free to fly through mid. 13 more seconds. Nobody is even close to really getting into a place to contest. At UK, they're refunneling through mid just to take care of a player that continues to shoot them in the back. You don't have time to do that. 2 seconds left. Conwa happy to find those kills, happy to close game 1 and cruise through this elimination match like there is no challenge across from you. Fist bumps as you get to sit side by side with your team on land. No better feeling than that.
Yeah, we're watching, of all the matches, we are here watching Booger for a reason, because this kid's shooting 3-piece into P2. This is going to be one of the matches that just feels like it's a bit one-sided. It happens at this stage of the tournament. It's been happening for years. They say nothing new, but I am curious if it will be as one-sided going into the S&D. Luckily, a bit of a palate cleanser for most teams, and you get a chance to stabilize to an extent. But by P3 of that first rotation on Blackheart, we're looking at a 11-kill game for Conwa, a 10-kill game for Choco, so on and so on. Double digits, barely into the first set of hills. That was the pace that EVX wanted to play at. They were undeterred from playing at that pace through most of their rotation through mid-map. And for the rest of the game, they controlled the pace of play and absolutely dominated the inside interior of those hills. It's just, it sometimes doesn't have to be super crazy or chaotic or break it down too much. It just is what it is. Trust your eyes. 2 minutes and 16 seconds of hill time for Conwell, by the way. 29 and 12. 23 untraded kills, most in the lobby and most time. There you go.
There you go. No, it doesn't get any easier than that, I think, for EVX going into the search and destroy. I mean, you can imagine that they're going to continue to keep pace the way that we see. Booger, Affordable, they're going to be an issue in the sub role. Curious where we're going for that search and destroy when we do get to see it, as we just jumped right into this hard point right away. But for UK Titan, I mean, maybe you're setting up in this game number 2 to put up some numbers in the search and destroy, see if you can at least force a game number 3 against a team that is just running through the slaying category throughout this entire black card. It's going to be difficult to push to a game 3 for sure, but anything is possible when you show up to LAN. And, you know, for a team that is facing now elimination in round 1, I want to see them bring it all out on the field.
So if we're gonna see them, you know, we're gonna do the theory crafting and we're gonna extend the series both hypothetically and just what's the best pick now, because we're working with very low info and picks and bans just for most teams. That is exactly the map. That is exactly the map I was going to say. Because absolutely, after the way that the subs were playing on Blackheart, I'm like, at this point, Den's a little bit too crowded. You'd rather play that in Overload. You absolutely would want to play Colossus if you're Team UK. Like, without a doubt, it just gives your ARs a chance to breathe a little bit. And I think that's a good sign of things to come. Hopefully go to 3, but yeah, that is the best case scenario for Team UK. They got Colossus map too.
Hey, maybe you got a little bit of that sniper flair that you want to bring in on Colossus too. I mean, always a possibility, but definitely some chances to throw some curveballs in your plays for the attacking side. Always some variety for Colossus that we do get to see from some of these teams early on, and it could get kind of weird. I think that's what we know for Colossus, that sometimes it can get kind of weird in how fast these rounds start and end. But no, there's nothing in my mind that would have thought that we're going anywhere else other than a Colossus for a map number 2. I think for a lot of these teams in the early rounds, Blackheart Colossus, it is going to be a namesake for them just to continue to show up, keep pace, play as fast as you possibly can, and get through these rounds if you're feeling confident like that, which I imagine for EVX, they're going to be feeling confident going into a series against UK Titan. They 100-point club the Blackheart Hardpoint. They're going to be feeling good going into this Colossus. I just hope that doesn't come back to bite them, because like you said, I mean, there's a lot of, I'd say, chance for Team UK Titan to show up on a map like Colossus and, you know, pull some stops out.
If there was ever a map to even the odds, that's the one. If this is the chance, like, unfortunately in these map pools in general, like, you're only given so many opportunities to find your best this early into the season. If Colossus is your win con, especially being down 0-1 on lower side, then that's the win con. That is the draw. So we're going to see, obviously, you know, put the pen to paper and the brass tacks here if they've got what it takes to extend the series. But I've been hearing from a little bird producer in my ear that we are almost ready for our alpha match. And if that is the case, now we get to kind of slowly mold our conversation around those picks and bans that we had been talking about for so long, because it has been a year of teams either struggling in Overload and then building their maps around it, or being excellent at a couple of maps and electing to leave off the likes of Scar or a Colossus till late. And now we sit in the fun part of March where we say, all right, March Madness, what do you got? What are these teams going to bring to the table here at the second major? So much of the line for both Major 3 coming up and for qualifying for the Pro AM moving forward. A lot of the elite teams trying to prove that they can be scouted on LAN. There is so much to dive into. Let's just do it. Let's get it.
I mean, it's not only are we back in like the UK for the first time in since what, 2019, 2020. Last time we were in the UK, Clay, Scum, Formal, Crim were all in a grand final. Think about that for a second. And now you're back. I think for a lot of these teams, it's like you're going into a tournament like this, and we see so many pickup rosters that it's like, do map vetoes even matter for a lot of these pickup rosters? You know, you're just going into, you know, maps that you feel like you're good at, you know, that you haven't really put in the time to really study, but it's just you're playing to your strengths. Either you're a fast squad and you want to play Blackheart, or you're a little bit slower, more fundamental, and you want to go to a Den or a Scar. And, you know, it's okay if that's your strategy going into this weekend, but if that's what we're looking at for some of these teams, then it's going to be more so an idea of, all right, we're going to match up against teams like Bush. We're going to match up against teams like For Fun, and that's probably where you're going to be at your end.
Yeah, are you expecting a podium result if you're playing a roster that has been scraped together last minute? Not that indicates anything negative. No, I mean, you can absolutely make a run, but you would expect to be halted by the likes of Bush or company or anybody who's been having that kind of consistent success both online in the elite and for teams that have stuck it out regardless. Look across the board. There's been so many examples of this. But while we wait to make sure that all of our matches over on Alpha get locked and loaded and the players get in, we're going to jump over to Bravo for Onyx Esports and Beast Mode quickly as we see how things are going over here. Currently on raid 2v1, 2v nothing. I lied. We're out in map 2, and it's a nice little opening win for Beast Mode.
You know what I like, Spaceman? I like when everybody has their names. That's huge. I don't think we've had that match.
Me with a good time.
But Beast Mode versus Onyx inside of our Search and Destroy. Not really sure how that map number 1 went. I'm trying to look through to see if there are some results that I can be seeing, but I haven't seen any of the results across the lower bracket just yet. Onyx had a bye in that losers round 1. Both of these teams fall very early on the top side. And Onyx lost to a team called Relentless, who then falls to Falcons Academy Green. So both teams kind of getting to the major and falling into that early lower bracket. I think not a position that anybody wants to find themselves in. But for Blau, he's got 3 in a row going into this round number 2. Attacking side for Beast Mode. And Blau's actually going to lose that streak. He's going to be first blooded.
Might not stay alive long enough, though. Small inconsistency at times. And boy, does it hurt. Spiral is a death spiral. Ha ha ha. I made myself laugh. They're going to stack towards Garden. They'll pick up the kill for it. Rewarded. Couple of pokes. Winner of this match goes on to play Team UK Official, the brother team of Team UK Titans. More peek to Laundry. Not enough. And still, warning shots, but no kills as Beast Mode and Onyx fight back for control.
You know who's on Team UK Official? Mr. Shawnee Cod himself.
Wow.
So that's what you're going to be rewarding yourself. Beast Mode.
That's a good luck.
Up 1-0 after the hard points. So you can see towards the top of that screen. And so far, so good in the Search and Destroy 2. You lose that first blood. You do not bend. You do not break over towards the bomb site. You just continue to take ring control and win your ones. So 3 players left standing at the end of it, and Onyx really struggling at getting anything going. You see Nebi 2 and 2, Javosi 1 and 2, but for Detox and Voltiac are going into these next rounds.
It's like a Pokemon. It's
see
great.
if they can pull things back against Beast Mode, but it does seem like we can swap back over to our Alpha match. If you want to stay tuned for that one, you can go over to our Bravo look-in, as we still got EVX and UK Titan going head-to-head on this Colossus. 2 versus 3s we're jumping in.
I can't wait to get into it. And by into it, I mean a 3v2 situation. Keep an eye on your screen's scoreboard colors, folks. Some names are flipped, some colors are switched around. Do not worry. We will keep you updated. The flank's coming in. The rotation begins. The call has been made. Does EVX pick it up in time? That is the question. Absolute statue right now at mid-map. Conwa already finds the first. And those subs have been excellent so far in this series, and they will continue to find more and more success as we play Colossus here for our first round. We came into this, Colin, talking a lot about the fact that Colossus for map 2 for Team UK Titan after the 100-point club on Blackheart. This is the best map they could really ask for, maybe outside of exposure in some instances, but this is the perfect way to slow the game down.
Yeah.
So far, it's only rounds, so sample size is damned, but what do you need to see out of, whether it's structure or specifics, what do you need to see out of Team UK for them to find their bearings here in Game 2?
I think a moment like that for Dino, I would have liked to see him be a little bit more vigilant on the potential for a flank. I mean, he spent a lot of time watching through P1, saw nothing, heard nothing, so you have to imagine that that reflank is coming through from EVX, and without that assistance, Soro just gets 1v3'd. As soon as you lose your wingman, that 1 versus 3 seems impossible. EVX aren't going to let you clutch up in a situation like that at all, so I think for EVX, it's just information gathering, making sure that you're playing your timings, you're not staying too tunnel vision into one area.
5's got to go. I know you're kind of, again, your Soro's worried about that wide peak, but if you get no info at this point, you already know pressure's mounting at A. Now's the time to either re-rack and anchor or cut. You have 2 options. Got to make one of them. Now on the move. Tries to get aggressive. Right idea, not the right timing. And get punished for it across the board. As Booger will be last alive in a 1v4. Haven't seen too many on land. We break history here. It's been a while.
The way that he was shooting back in map number 1. If there's anybody that's going to 1v4, it's a player like Booger. Not able to get the shots off, though, right away for that heady fight. And it's a quick answer back from Team UK Titan on their defensive side. And a lot better in terms of playing for the information. Nobody overchows and gives up that first blood. As soon as you get the kill onto Conwa carrying that bomb, trying to go for the quick plant without any trophies down, kind of a sitting duck. And I don't think there was anybody in position really to assist with that plant. So Team UK Titan, they really take advantage of that mistake with numbers advantage, play those angles, play for the trades, and everybody really steps up to win their one on that defensive side in the 3 versus 4. So very sound round from Team UK Titan. Not letting Booger get away with a 1v3 either. Really shutting him down before he can even get started.
Well, just a nice little bow on top of don't make it harder than it has to be, you know? Like, it's obvious when you say it out loud, but a lot of time when you come to land first couple of matches of the day of the tournament, nerves are high. It's high. Make sure you play through your fundamentals. COD doesn't change. Teams, however, can. That's a quick round. A very quick one. Holy crap. EVX,
you know,
as we're saying, go through P1 and play like a hard point. Good Lord.
When fundamentals fail you and you're not able to get those sound plants off like Conway was going for, you can always trust your gun when you're a team that's as confident as this. And you play through P1, you get that first blood with numbers. You say, all right, guys, just make sure you trade me if I do lose this fight. You don't lose those fights. And that's the Colossus kind of... That's the fun that Colossus can bring, is that, you know, a round can take, you know, the full extent of the clock, or it can be over in 15 seconds. And it is quite the dynamic that we do get to see. Cody's going to get rid of the barrel to make sure that no stray nades is going to blow him up from behind. And it looks like EVX with P1 control trying to force out into P2.
This hinges on the bomb. I mean, your point man has to find first blood. They do. They trade. Best advantage now. Team UK have everything they need to be able to push this round forward. Good pickup on the back end as well. Choco, portable. Still trying to move forward. Bomb will get planted. Challenger 106. Mr. Nameless, as we would call it. Please, see yourself into the play and show us what you got.
The
1v1.
timing. That is perfect. Gives you an opportunity, however, a little too quick across the jump, doesn't fully clear statue, and even if it's in the corner of your eye, the peripheral vision just does not pick it up. Fordable was unreal in the map number 1, and map number 2, 7-1 already, bringing EVX up 3-1 in that game. I mean, that is nearly as good as you could ask for Soro. In the clutch 1v2, you get the perfect timing on the Choco to bring it into 1 versus 1, but with urgency on the play to track down that last player, you expect him to fully flip the map and play over towards P2. He doesn't do that. He stands 10 toes down on the statue and is not afraid to take those shells.
You're an assist away from Hellstorm. I lied. A kill and assist away. And you don't get it. Oh, baby. Oh, that's going to come back. Choco, last alive very quickly. Colin talked about it before. Could be 45 minutes. Could be 15 seconds. It will be the latter. As this time, Team UK Titans, ignore what you see on your screen, take the round, and they are now down by 1. But that's big. Not only do you weather the storm, punch right back with a left hook of a fast round, you shut down a potential Hellstorm. So again, you clear your skies and you keep yourself, you know, safe to rotate or reflank if you have to. These are the small wins that can add up long-term in this S&D.
It really denies any retake potential off of a streak or post-plant potential off that streak, too. So, I mean, that is major for Team UK Titan. There's a few things you never ask a commentator. You never ask a commentator to start the game. You never ask a commentator how close to a score streak a player truly is. We just don't know these things. And,
I will absolutely jinx it all the time, and I'm happy to do so. Absolutely.
And you never ask a play-by-play commentator to do math on the spot.
That's right. That's right. Don't do the math. It's currently round 6. See? Almost messed it up. Well, good lord. Enjoy your post plant, I guess.
Dino's got a sniper in his hand. Like, good luck, have fun. Maybe you can make it interesting landing a couple of those shots, but EVX are not giving anything up in these rounds. 4-2, A little angered after losing that potential Hellstorm. You waste no time. Fordable is now 10-2. As with plays like this, I mean, it truly boggles my mind at how a team is playing this sound and you lose that elimination round 1. Or that round 1 in winners, because I would have loved to be a fly on the wall for how Curse Gaming took down EVX.
Yeah. Whether that says a lot about Curse Gaming or it says more about EVX, only those in the venue know. But we can speculate. Stop us from theorizing. We might even pontificate a little bit for feeling spicy. Portable has been disgusting, like you said. The start of the series into the S&D has not slowed down, been playing it like a control. 10-2. 1-4. Conwa still looking for their second. Can't believe we're saying that into this S&D. Up by 2 as well. 2 more rounds needed just to sweep the series. And a spread across the map for EVX that is as dominating as it looks foreboding. How they lose this round is anybody's guess, but this should be a round for EVX.
Well, have to play the retake in a 3-on-3. And they have completely walked past Dino behind them. He gets 2. 1 versus 1 for Conwa. All you need to do is play that clock. 30 seconds left. And where is the bomb planted? It is planted for P3. So Conwa doesn't check that. He's not going to know. He is on the hunt. Little hide and seek game. And 106 goes all the way behind. Good shots with the Trophic. But he stays alive. 13 seconds. There's just no time to dance with him.
Why?
And although
Why
you're
would you ever
chasing
repeat?
it, 8 seconds left. Team UK Titan, they play it perfectly in the post plan. It all comes down to the clock, and Conwa just cannot land those last couple shots to clutch up.
Really had to come down to timing, clock. If not, backdrop completely falls away. There is a moment there where you have the round of your sorrow, and I understand the need to confirm eyes on bomb. But the way that EVX has been shooting, you do not reach out at. You play time. You give yourself a couple extra seconds. You don't have to come right back out and tee up. Because if that is a second earlier, there's a chance that fuse still sticks. Luckily for Team UK, it's not the case. This time, we keep it moving. We'll see what we get here.
Well, EVX have already shown in their Search and Destroy that this is definitely a pain point for them so far. As Shoko's going to open up this round with the first blood. Still just continuing to throw bodies in through P2. Trade from Sorrow, but it's favoring EVX still 3v1. And on the opposite side, it's Sorrow now. 1 versus 3. Gonna walk through green. Not sure if they heard the beep on the metal detector, but he has a timing for the bomb carrier. Sees Fordable in the backline, who just hides away in the corner, waiting for his teammate to show up for the 2v1 and keep EVX on map point.
Valiant effort. Got to give credit where credit's due. Only so much you can really do in this spot. But just 1 round away. Too much to overcome. A lot of numbers still left up late in the round. Seen that a couple of times where when it hasn't been 2v1, excuse me, where it hasn't been a opening 30-second blitz, it's been down to a lot of 3v2, 3v3. Numbers staying up late into the round, forcing decisions more so out of Team UK's positioning, their routing, than the individual gunfights of EVX have had to anticipate or catch up. What does that mean? It just means that EVX are relying on their mechanics to get them out of these situations as they have, and they can take more space on the map because they are not being punished for that space. As we'll see if they can close out this game here and the series. See if they can see.
Blood traded immediately. Fordable 13-3 now. You can see some of these players from UK Titan trying to collapse on the position of EVX, leaving Shoko 1 versus 2. Would be technical 1 versus 3 if he is able to pull this one off. He's got the sniper in the back pocket. M15 recovered off the ground. B site has been given up, and Shoko is just looking for any timing that he can get, but is completely a circular exchange as they just continue to pass by. Oh, this might work out perfectly.
If you get in, get out. That's exactly what you do, and I would re-peek with a snipe once I'm around the corner. Just every now and then, but this is why I don't play, and this is why I watch. Plenty of time on the clock. 44 seconds, 1v1. Shoko on the move. Oh, guesses incorrectly, but God, timing might have worked out. I don't know if Dino saw him or not. Regardless, I think Dino did. But regardless, we got ourselves a little cat and mouse.
Who's going to get the jump, though? And can Dino keep Team UK in this game? So hesitant to peek. All you got to do is check the bomb, and Choco has no idea where he is. This is another round where this game of hide and seek is played a little bit better than the folks in UK.
God. I don't even know how to classify that round or what this game has been. And, we were having questions. Coming in. I'm like, okay, how did this team lose round one? What possibly happened? I think the W key's been taped down a little too hard today. I get the roam, but that's the round where you're like, man, you're like expecting the 1v1 to eventually connect. And the fact that timing works out the way it does, I can see where the S&D might be a bit of a slip up. This time, though, again, if you lose this, different conversation. For Team UK Titan, maybe slow is the way to go. It's the pace of play that really matters. Booger does get first blood. Unfortunately, they'll take out one of the back ARs for Team UK, so things could be worse, and they are. They'll lose Cody as well. And now down numbers quickly, and about to lose the game, the round, the series. And there goes the rest of the members.
It's the set nades green light the attack, and it's looking to push EVX into the next round. Challenger 106.
No pressure.
The nameless. No ant. If you can get it going, Booger's going to track him down, and there we have it. EVX going to fire on forward to yet another elimination bracket round. They move on to round number 2, and we are going to say goodbye to Team UK Titan as they bow out in losers round 1. Unfortunately, I mean, a lot of fun. A couple of those rounds. It was a good game of prop hunt that we were watching there, Sean.
Yeah.
Just hiding away.
Much better. Yeah, absolutely. Much better game of COD.
Hey, I mean, you show up. I mean, you get to play some COD on land with your homies, and that's what it's all about here in the open sometimes.
You look at that stat across the board for EVX, or I should say Team UK Titan, like, there is nothing inherently wrong with the stats. 4, 9, 3, and 8, maybe the most. 7 and 9, 7 and 9 in general. Yeah, this S&D was not only 1, closer than the hard point, 2, a better representation of what this team brings, 3, a good way to show us the weaknesses of what exists in EVX and the reason that UK are here in the first place. But again, it was if there's enough of a separation in the respawn, there's usually enough of a separation that then gets transpositioned into the S&Ds. That is the case across almost every single title. It's been the case here in Black Ops 7. The respawn being a 100-point club means that at least your S&Ds are going to be, if not parity, 70%, 80% the aggression you're going to get from a hard point. And can you deal with that? At times, the answer was yes for UK Titan. At other times, they just got behind the numbers too quickly, and when things got out of stretch, they had to overcorrect too much, whether on routes or individual gunfights, and the speed of play that EVX are coming with into this round is too much for a lot of teams. So it's credit to Team UK Titan for putting up a hell of a fight, especially late in this S&D. But you could see in these highlights that EVX, at times, even when they lost the round, when they had numbers pinned, their shots were hitting, their lineups were good, they were where they needed to be, and that's what you need.
Yeah, I think that you realize quickly when you flip the switch and you're just the better team mechanically. A lot of those rounds were done super fast. You give Team UK Titan a little bit of room to breathe, and they take you down to the wire. 6-4 in the Search and Destroy, a lot better than our map number 1. However, with this being an elimination round, that is going to be Team UK Titan eliminated from our Major 2 Open. EVX X Omnia now pushing forward from what you were kind of mentioning earlier to now play their sister team in Team UK Officials. So they move forward. Oh no, that was the other matchup for Beast Mode and Onyx. So we actually did get an update for that one too, Sean, and that Onyx did lose that matchup. Beast Mode will move on, so they will be facing Team UK Official.
Good for Beast Mode. If memory serves, when we jumped in, I believe, what was it, Raid that we had just
It was
watched?
a Raid, yes.
Yeah, so, I mean, again, sample size being 30 seconds and half a round. I'm taking Beast Mode in the matchup, but that's why we play through these top 84s and day ones. It's a marathon. I think, we hit on that point many times for events. We always talk about in passing for players. It's a long day. You're traveling. There's jet lag. It's a marathon. But quite literally, outside of the pros, one of the biggest things that you learn playing at locals and then playing at open events like this is that, yes, skill and team play matters, obviously, but also pacing yourself does too. You need to make sure that you're not gassing your entire team or giving away everything for free. So it's going to be top 84. You have a long way to go for a lot of these squads. Take it slow, take it easy, and focus on the fundamentals, because that will get you through the bulk of this to get into day 2.
And maybe we see an epic run through the losers bracket for one of these guys from the early rounds of Elimination. It would be fun. It would be quite the story to follow. But for us here on the desk, we're to step away for a quick break while we get set up for what is next here for our Challengers Open in Major 2. We'll see you soon with some more Call of Duty. Just a little bit of a short break while we get situated into our Charlie stream now to see All-Stars versus Belfast Storm. It looks like our colors are going to be swapped a little bit as we get into this hardpoint on Den, Spaceman. So Belfast Storm, a very fun team to watch because it's the return of Dylan Codd back in competing.
I didn't think, not that we wouldn't see the day, but I don't know if anybody expected it to be Black Ops 7. It's been a long time since we've seen Dylan Codd, good lord, at LAN, and also knowing what he does on Treyarch titles. For those who know, and ball knowers know, the dude's a demon when it comes to playing at Treyarch games on LAN. So it's going to be a fun one for sure. I am more fascinated by the fact that all the minimap is just pure white arrows, and I think that's awesome. So I'm going to have a great time breaking this one down and finding a little rhythms here and there. But yeah, absolutely, this is going to be a really important, not only best of 3 for the state of the bracket, but for Dylan's entire perspective and conversation of this team coming in. See what they can do.
It's like the Belfast Storm, a little hint of gray on the minimap, so see if we can differentiate the two over the course of it. But we saw them earlier too at Bryson Tun, got to cast over, and it was really one-sided for Belfast Storm when they were playing that Scar hardpoint. Nothing really close. I'm pretty sure they had a Den search and destroy as their map number 2, and again, just very easy. Jordan Nemo with the sniper out for that search and destroy too. Probably we'll see it versus the All-Stars again, but a little bit of a fight back here on the Den hardpoint as they're actually struggling to break this P3. Tezcat finds 3 in a row, and now in 119 trying to get the break. He will take down the kill, but still hasn't gone through Dojo.
God forbid you try to break Jojo through the front. We know how difficult that can be. Birds be damned. Veek combining. Pinstripes. Everybody trading. Into the hill cleanly, as you could be. 10 seconds left. Rotation begins. Keep an eye on your minimap. All the white arrows move towards new. And it's just about set up for that next spot. Player 8, that's Veek. Keep an eye on him on your minimap. About maintaining those spawns and keeping the back line clear.
That's right where Jordan's looking to go. 4 in a row for Jordan. See if he can punish and at least force some splits out towards lights. And a couple of the members from All-Stars will spawn out. But as soon as Jordan goes down, this is going to be a solid setup for the All-Stars, holding this one with those back spawns intact. They have a lead, and it's looking to grow. Belfast need to break from the front.
Gotta do something. Again, you start getting these moments where the game's not out of reach by any stretch, but the way today has gone with how early brackets and rounds tend to look at Challengers events, at open brackets, at 50 point goes to a 60 and then 70, so on and so on. Just keep stacking. 100 point club becomes more possible as the round goes on, as this hard point continues, and it has 112 to 56. Still, we keep it moving, and still a lot of uncontested time here, as it just seems like Belfast are more than comfortable to play kind of this slow approach into hill.
Even still, too, All-Stars not only in a position where you're holding this lead, but you're sending players on routes too. 4 down for Belfast Storm. They're going to be able to at least chip away at this lead now with the setup that they do have towards P1. And for Dens, you know, we know for sure, Den, never a map that you can truly count a team out as 50-point lead is nothing. When you go from a P1, P2, second set of rotations, you start to see this kill feed for Belfast Storm, another 4 down in their favor. They got the setup. They just need to focus on this rotation anew with 30 seconds at ult.
And so much of these mid fights at Den between the cut from P1 to P2, a lot of it just feels like a tug of war of advantage. Like once you do get that pickup at cut, obviously the advantage rolls towards your side for the break. Then things get more interesting. It basically falls on the shoulders of your AR and sub in P1 to pick up that cross. And if they win those fights, we neutralize the entire engagement. But those are the moments where you can see the game really starting to swing in favor of Belfast at times. They get these really awkward 1v1 wins that leave the map exposed. And it's requiring All-Stars to not only play smarter inside the hill, but having to commit more resources to picking up numbers on the edge. And when that happens, it makes it easier to break from the front. It's all a glass house, so on and so on. It's just been a very tough start for All-Stars to find their footing in this one as Belfast continue to put pressure on the hill.
Assassin's Creed style, trying to hop rooftop to rooftop to see if they can break this one, but another wave of kills for All-Stars. 4 players still up, 3 inside the hill. VQ on a 7 spree. He's got the Hellstorm already, so that's going to come in handy on that P3 rotation coming up very, very shortly. With 24 seconds, it does seem like Belfast Storm going to give another swing over towards this old time. See if they can walk away with a little bit of scrap. However, Dizzy comes to the assistance. 3 dead yet again. You already have a player pulling those dojo spawns, and All-Stars are 10 steps ahead of the Belfast Storm.
We're about to meet 2 more players. Powerhouse usually the first one in. Veek to follow. Dylan meets his maker, and Dizzy combines for 2. The pistol is as good as it's ever been in Call of Duty. What about third? 5 spree for the young one, and a lot of time. 196 to 83. We talked about it back when it was about 50-30. We said, look, these hills can rack up, and quickly before you know it, you're down by a full rotation. At this point, is the name of the game. 205 to 83, and the kills keep dropping as Belfast are looking to put themselves up 1-0 in the series in very dominant fashion.
Look for the 100-point club. Dizzy on his way to a Hellstorm as well. You still have Veek's score streak to use. Dizzy going to be tagged up a bit, but he's got some assistance. 3, 4, 10 yet again. You don't win off this hill, but you got the dojo spawns, and for Belfast Storm, it is red alert that you not only have to break old, but you also need to flip that dojo spawn as quick as possible. Kills flow your way. You got to go a little bit deeper, though.
Like, get the close spawns. That's great. Timing, not so much. It is the win con now of just break and survive. If you can't, it's over. It's only map 1. It is a best of 3. Keep that in mind. Tough for these teams to find their footing in such limited space, but that is the name of the game here on LAN. And with a brand new hill to go, you end it here. If you're Belfast, for All-Stars, they have to play perfect hardpoint.
Jordan up top, 2 kills. Not going to find the second one, though. They line up, and it's enough damage that Powerhouse is going to be able to at least funnel in for the rest. You flip those spawns out towards P2. 119 going to be trying to take some early gunfights over towards the rooftops, but it's a really exposed position, and in doing so, you force your teammates into a bad spot. Team kill onto Dizzy. Gets All-Stars back into that hill nonetheless. 13 seconds, and Belfast Storm, they need to break this one. They got the spawns, but they're not finding any kills.
Yeah, it's tough when there's just not enough util to clear the lane and not enough gunnies to make up the difference. 247 to 112. Is anybody in a position to break? The answer will not surprise you. Answer is no. 250 to 112 will be the final. You can see the reactions. Yeah, you know what? After the start of that den, I would be yapping too a little bit. It was definitely a bit closer in the end. You're more than happy to relinquish through scrap time and play that last rotation off kills alone. That's what we get. But the opening salvo between P1 to P2, specifically as soon as we hit second rotation of hills, we're looking at an 80-point game, 90-point lead for Belfast. And that is the margin for a lot of teams in this side's the bracket or this starts of the tournament where that's just too much of a margin to overcome.
There was a couple moments, too, I think, from Belfast Storm where you saw some good protocols and some systems in place to try to work for those money hills, especially towards the throne room when you saw Jordan fighting for those back spawns in the second set of rotations. It was good. You're checking off all the lists of things you need to do in this map, and then as soon as you're into a position where you have those spawns, you have the setup into the hill, everybody starts pushing that margin a little bit too far, and you just give up all that work for free back towards the All-Stars, and who are happy to, you know, have the favorable spawns on every single one of the money hill that they did get. Once you got All-Stars into the hill, it was hard to take them out. I mean, they were getting 20 to 30 seconds per setup whenever they were inside of it, and it really reflects in terms of the scoreboard too. Everybody positive except for Nivea, who was the one trying to do the dirty work for a lot of those early rotations, losing some of those fights towards the back spawn, still putting up a minute 32 inside of that hill. But unfortunate stuff there for Belfast Storm when we're looking at Dylan to make his return. Tough to see them down in the hard point, but like you said, it's a best of 3 over there. They still got more time, and we got more COD to worry about on our Bravo stream. We got full English skins, a lovely logo for them, the traditional English breakfast versus the unlimited Aogiri.
I do want to point out from our last match we just watched. Real quick, again, if you ever want to know why these hard points feel so one-sided, 67 untraded kills to 35 was the final tally. So yeah, that kind of tells you the story of how things would go, as now we sit ourselves comfortably into Delta. We got SMD on the screen, a 4v1 to boot, and Scar is looking quite fine today here on Friday. Full English skins.
Yeah.
Never had the breakfast. Still curious about it, but I will not be putting those beans on that toast. I don't care what Tun says, you freaks. It's weird. I'm not doing it, but I'm curious to see what they got here.
I think the beans are like my least
I like
Like
these,
it's
but
like it's like not even the problem with it. It's the pudding. I just like
principle.
the black
It's the
pudding
principle,
that
yes.
I don't know. It doesn't look
Yeah.
appetizing for a full English breakfast. I don't know. I'm very traditional. I like my
respect that.
home fries. I like my toast, bacon, sausage, eggs. Give me the works. It's
I
like
respect that.
that's fine. Beans, it's a little bit of a stretch, but it's manageable.
It's the presentation, man. I can't understand it.
It is.
Again, they lost the war and they've been doing weird stuff ever since.
Well, down in the search and destroy as well, losing that first blood. It's going to put you in a tough spot. Still not done with some of the players and behind. 1-3-3 gets through, trades it. 3 versus 3. Bomb starting to rotate back through blue. Might be a B angle here, but you have to get through plane wing, and you know there's a player over here. I don't know how you can commit to this without knowing exactly where 1-3-3 went.
Eltern's been here for 20 seconds. Menace has been posted for 35. He has not moved. I mean, your round hinges on these back fights, and it hasn't developed. Where are the numbers? There we go. Eltern finally gets cleaned up, and they're just above each other. Sights now open. Bomb down for free, relatively speaking. A lot of time on the clock to work with. An advantage.
See if you can hold that advantage. Wanny going to be dropped to 60 HP, but Dingbat goes down, and Full English Skins losing the first blood. Still continue to fight their way through. It looks like I'm a little bit kind of turned around in who's on what side exactly, but that was Unlimited Eogiri on the attacking side, doing a great job at just dismembering that setup over towards A. Tough sights for Eltern, like you said, spent so long underneath Catwalk for it to
It's just
kind of
hanging
amount
out.
to nothing.
Yeah, and like there's nothing. It's one of those, like, it's the nature of the play. There's nothing wrong with that at all. It is a free info. As long as you're going to take up space on that map, on the set of the map, and you're going to be given that to work with, you take it. There's nothing wrong. You need a little bit more of a faster commitment from everybody else to execute, but also again, patience can work both ways, offensively and defensively, for both teams. They waited to see who would fall first. A couple of first bloods. Let's make it a couple. 2-1. Nezui. Baiting, diving, sliding. Got him. Doesn't matter. Teammates there for support. And we keep it moving here on Scar. 4-5. I'm feeling 11. It's only day one.
I think so.
Come on.
Just what kind of
Please.
comes down to the defense now, because you drew that first blood, you're able to keep it, at least somewhat in your favor for map control. Just that retake over towards A was a little bit tough. I mean, you have a chance to go to 11. I like the confidence coming out from Full English Skins in that round, especially from Nezui, just running into market, trying to play for that first kill. You win that fight, then you go reinforce A with the rest of your lads. You get back Jennies, you start dancing, and that's where the real issues come through in those fights for Unlimited A with Geary. They just cannot track you down. A set nade from Nezui, and we might be seeing 11 really soon, my friend.
Please give it to me, and I want to snipe with it. Break the GAs. Don't be weird. Let's get it going. Don't do that, by the way. 3-2. A lot of time. Plenty of time on the clock. Honestly, not a horrible spot to be in if you're unlimited. You do know where bomb's at and can play trade, as they'll try to do, controlling the backline, and they are rewarded for their patience. Will we go to 11? Lord willing.
Yeah, I'm a very big advocate for GAs. I think that they're a necessary evil sometimes to keep the peace. But if there's any time to break a GA, it would be an elimination round 1 game. I'm just saying.
And around 11.
And
I feel like that should be the rule. It's like if it's round 11, I mean,
like
the
gloves are
nuclear
off.
agreement goes out the window. We are absolutely throwing haymakers. What do you mean? We're not watching frequency hardpoint with Slacked pulling out an AR that's never been seen before. I want to see snipers in the hands of these players. Get me in.
Give me a double grip Rampart right now, and I'll show these kids what a true
The
AR
double grip
looks like.
Rampart is like the AR equivalent to the Model 1887 horror show. Just awful.
Oh, nice nade from Wanny. And a little taste of your own medicine in around 11. Down a life. How do you pull yourself back? Well, look at number 2. 1-3-3 gets all the way through enemy lines. Try to get top green. Won't happen. 2v3. Bomb moving over towards A. And you don't even have control of a plant.
Good play, but at the wrong time. That's a Zuma type flank. Hit the flank, go for one, get out. If you die, you die, but it's the wrong time. You already got first blood. You didn't need to overexert through mid-map. Now they pinch. You're
gone.
forced out. 3-1. It looked so promising. Full English skins. Get a little bit of taste of freedom. Turn, burn, not enough this time. Full English skins, as they will drop this map, and with it, Unlimited take game number 1. Unlimited, who looked like they had a pretty solid lead here on Scar. Fight through 11, get the win off the first blood, follow through, and take a 1-0 lead here in this best of 3. All smiles from the boys.
Well, it would have been the S&D, so that would have been a game 2 win.
Oh, you're right.
Whichever way
Blasted.
that kind of swings for them, but it is fun to see round 11s this early in the bracket. You know, I think we've had, across not just you and I, but with Bryson Ton too, we've had so many blowouts to start off this open that it's great to see a round 11 come through. For Unlimited Ogiri, they show up towards the end. Big first blood from Wanny off that set nade that we saw back in the round previous from Nezui. A little taste of your own medicine. And again, like you said, I like the call for Challenger 133 to make that flank through the middle of the map. If you do get to top green and win that fight, it's a complete different story. But you were asking for a Hail Mary to land in the end zone for a play like that, and it's just not going to happen in that moment. 1100 damage from L-Turn, 1000 for Challenger 133. Viper putting up 1600 for the team, and he's 12-9 to close that out for Unlimited Aogiri. Big things coming out from the first blood factor too. No way you lose a game of Search and Destroy with 7 first bloods in your favor. That is just the way it swings. If you do lose it, there are other issues that we got to talk about.
And those will be exposed as the day goes on. I mean, the beauty of a day 1 for a lot of teams, for those who succeed, is obviously you get an immediate test on what works and what needs improvement. And for others, you find the weaknesses quickly at LAN. You can't hide much. I mean, the best teams in the world in history of Call of Duty who have been able to skate by through a LAN to win have had to rely on overwhelming pressure and dominance in their respawns. I mean, that's just the name of the game. It's been very rare that a team can escape through by only being good at like 2 and 5 or like 1s, 3 and 4, etc. Like it's difficult. So the nice part about these early rounds, these matches, amongst many other things, is that just simply, if something's not working, we're going to find out. And if a team has a weakness or strength, that will be exploited very quickly. And so far, again, we're only getting around 11, which is better than I'll take from some of our series earlier today. We've had a couple of 100-point clubs, but getting around 11 at this stage, that's what I want this now to be kind of the parameter for the rest of the day of, all right, we're good, we're locked in, these teams are now evenly matched. And I mean, a good round 11 to boot as well. A bit unpredictable, but I'll take it.
Yeah, it's 2 thumbs up from me. I'm happy to see round 11s coming through. It's a good day of Call of Duty when we get action that goes to the wire, no matter what round we are in. I know we got Challengers going on right now. We got CDL going on right now. I think a couple of those early play-in matches are starting to wrap up. I think I saw Toronto Koi started to move on into their next matchup. That's going to be fun to watch. But it's not just Challengers or CDL. It's basically, we got Warzone 2 this weekend. We got so much caught at DreamHack. And you put Halo in the mix too?
Yeah. Oh my God. It really is. I should have known. There's so many games happening. Only one that matters is Call of Duty, by the way. But there's so many games that's happening, and it is back to the venue of where we're in, pre-COVID era esports, and it's a great time to just be around all these other games. But having caught in that venue, one, for new viewers and for players too, is going to be great. And yeah, we're still here, by the way. We're just underneath the floor. We're currently in the lower side of Birmingham. So very excited to eventually break out of here and go cause problems on main stage,
Oh, yeah, I am too. We got to
have to answer that. It's okay.
Hey, look, we're sitting here, and we got up at 4:30 in the morning to be here with you guys. It is fantastic. No matter what way we spin. We might get a little bit delusional towards the end of this broadcast because we might be a little sleep deprived.
Oh,
but
yeah.
We're on this roller coaster with you guys. We're here for the ride. But we're going to have a matchup very, very shortly. Just waiting for a couple players to get into the lobby and start up their next couple, I imagine, Search and Destroys coming through very, very soon. Does look like we are close to getting our Delta players back into the matchup between Unlimited Aogiri and Full English Skin. So if that is the case, then imagine we get ourselves an overload. Have we seen an overload yet?
Us on this side of the broadcast, we have not. And I'm just happy to be here because Lord knows a respawn's never a bad time. But in a best of threes, you can also feel like sometimes you just get stuck in the cycle of 2-0s, 2-0s, so on and so on. This time, we'll have to settle our differences over on Den Overload to be the first overload here that you and I see today.
Well, Viper had one hell of a round in that search and destroy to close it out. He's got the device in hand, and you can see Dyna through mid computers is trying to set up somewhat of a pinch to see if he can look to get that first capture in. Trades out, and 1-3-3. Not going to let that device get any closer to the B or to the A portal on the Dojo side. Now for the counterattack, full English Skins looking to get something going.
Numbers for the cutoff. That's the next question. Already working on the wrap. The flank is in. Make it 2 on the pinch. Numbers will get picked up. Attention gets pulled, and quickly the back line gets decimated. I mean, picking apart, playing in a pocket. That is all the numbers down. One of the strangest routes you could really put on the board when it comes to punching through for B, but the kills landed nonetheless. And in the end, it is a score. The first goal of the game.
If it works, you can't complain. That's the rules. However, Aogiri, you got to be careful not to allow this rally to go through, and Menace is already doing a good job at clearing out through P3 to get out back into Dojo to remove any pressure from this device. Good kill onto the first one. Can you escape with your life? You can. Regen coming through, and you got some teammates here to assist. See if your subs can get a little mixy, and Menace finds a second one. No kills to follow up. Full English Skins make it really difficult for Aogiri to get a control of this device. With the 1-0 lead, that's exactly what Aogiri or Full English Skins want to do, too. Just continue to lay down the hurt.
As long as Menace stays alive, the play becomes dead weight, and the longer it takes to kill him, Unlimited have less and less options. They've now had to stack. They weren't able to take him down until very late into this team fight. It took about 2 waves. This time they'll go out for the swing. They'll get it. Now can they convert the kills at mid-map as they look for on the cut? So far, yes. They'll pick up the device. EMP moves. They might have another goal closely behind.
See if they can put number 1 on. Viper on a 3 spree. Menace is going to open up with a kill, make it 2. Dyna finds the 3rd one, so it's all down to L-turn to see if he can deny it. Finds the first, but Menace will punch it home. Tight game. You still have Menace through mid. Fighting some kills, fighting some value off those players in the respawn. He's going to get cleared out. And with the device spawning up over towards the rooftops, it's picked up by Viper. And it's a question whether or not you're actually going to make a run for this one to see if you can get it through B. Flank coming out from Dingbat should be able to shut it down before it even begins. And kills come through. Full English Skins going to shut down anything coming out from Aogiri.
There was a moment for Full English Skins. They were trying to block spawns right off the new pull. They recognized they had mid-map control. Player 6 was pushed up past P1. They went out immediately for the pickup on the next 2 spawners from Unlimited. They got taken out. The information was good enough, and it affords them some real estate on the map. EMP back into the hands of Menace. Been one of those today. Let's see if he can punch it forward to keep it going. Because again, this series coming down to really a Den overload. Could not have asked for a better start here in this match.
Oh, I like this too. You play through mid and you get a player set up over towards Thrones. It leaves you fully capable of running it into the B portal. A second capture for Aogiri puts you in the lead to the back half of this first round with only 46 seconds left. Full English Skins had a great start to this round, but now they're against the ropes, and Digpad is nowhere to be seen on this defensive end. Viper's looking for number 3. He'll find it. 3-1 up with 35 seconds. You're in a great spot if you're Aogiri, looking for the win in the elimination side.
Yeah, very, very happy with this opening start. The salvo's been fantastic. 2-goal lead. Plenty of time around the EMP. Plenty of kills to follow. Been like a knife through butter. It has been so clean in the last 30. One more? Why not? Halftime, folks. 4-1. You score 4, we go to halftime. You score 4 more, game ends. Now, pressure on the board, as clearly time is not on your side, but you're only down by 3. You know what's going to have to take on the defensive side, playing off the EMP, and then forward through your second and third man. This time, a lot on the table and in the cards for this Unlimited team, who are going to have to fight through a very stout Slang squad on the other side.
Full English Skins are really struggling at dealing with any pressure they have through the flank, and you continue to see Aogiri putting pressure into those points, and You know, there's a lot of value to get off of that. I mean, you saw the wrap from Aogiri over to B with the device all the way from 10. You know, the recognition right away to full send it in a moment. That's what you like to see from a team showing confidence here in the elimination bracket. And for Full English Skins, you had a couple moments where there were unorthodox presses on their attack, and maybe not as practiced in the overload, but if you want to come back from this, I mean, you are on a side where we do see a lot of captures come through. I think Den is one that I don't care which side I'm on. I'm still looking for some caps here, but there's nobody on the defense, and Viper's going to be there. Can't find the kill. Aogiri going to be slowed down here.
Who? Slowed down by how much? With the way Menace shoot. Wait a minute. Hold on. Tried to get the 3. Not going to happen. 2v2. We pull our attention back towards EMP. Jiggling, peeking, sliding, guns. Another 2 will fall up off spawn. Are the numbers enough? Can they hold? Here comes the trophies. And you know we're fighting through this tooth and nail. The trophies are coming out, and they are. L-turn picks up 2. Make it a 3rd. Completely wiped off the board. And as quickly as you think a cap is about to unfold, the map swings back, and positioning falls into the hands of L-turn and company.
Yeah, the reset is going to be favorable for Full English Skins if they can get somebody like L-turn into the back line. You just got to pick it up, hit that half wall, and get something going, but nobody's grabbing the device. And Aogiri are fortunate in that fact. Still able to fight for some control through the middle of the map. Dyna's going to stop you from grabbing the overload device yet again. Trying to push on through to get some positioning, but as long as the clock just continues to get burned at a 4-1 scoreline, this is a job well done from Unlimited Aogiri.
And there's really no reason to not play TDM from here on out as long as you're being unpunished. Continue to play this game, this style of game on Den, this long line of sight AR battle. It's working. 18 to 19. I'll turn on your screen. Make it a 19th kill. So far, nobody really dragging anybody down. Leading the lobby as of now is Dyna with 22. But this has been a control-heavy mid-game in round number 2. They tapped out at the very end of the first round, and they said, you know what, we'll play control. We'll play a little bit of jump. If you want to see more information and action about this game, you can. YouTube.com/COD Challengers. Check out the rest of it as we jump on over to another match. Let's get into it for the start of this series. It's going to be Hardpoint. It's going to be Scar. And, of course, the beginning of our best of 3. Staria, Obvious Esports. Let's go.
Delta's looking good to go the distance to 3, but seemed pretty likely that Unlimited Aogiri could close this one out. Excited to see these two teams on stream for the first time as Obvious Esports struggling to get time off that P1. And they're going to have those green spawns for P2, so see if they can get an early break here with one player off. As Challenger 106 trying to defend against the break. Can't get anything going, and Staria now want to break through market.
Might just get rewarded. They might just get their wish. Spawns are going to be close to the back. There's the pickup there. Not for the moment. They continue to ring out. And Necra. On caster. Still trying to pick up the kills. Finds 2. And secures the hill just for the far end of this time. So 27 seconds and counting. Again, about a tie game as you consider most of this P1 and P2 roto as we will. But the setup now for Staria looking very, very confident mid-map because they apply some pressure.
Double chow in. Necra, Vanish, however, in a great spot to see if he can pick up the rest. 3-10 for Staria. Or sorry, for Obvious Esports. And Staria going to hop into that time, just continue to grow this lead. Rotation over towards Nil. Already there for these Staria players. He's going to be watching the flank, though, and in a second, you're going to be shot in the back line. Isa turns around, shuts down those players. Eyes forward into the hill. See if you continue to keep this lead in your favor.
Nice. He was just waiting for Vanish to get in position. The flank was there for about 5 seconds. The timing just had to land, and it does. Comes in, connects at the perfect time. 65 to 21, keeping it moving. We'll wait to see what the response looks like from the other side, because so far we've been in these kind of stalemate situations today where one team starts to pull ahead through P2 into P3. They put up 60, 70 points uncontested. We're already at a 100-point game going into our next rotation of hills. And that's where things get dangerous. But right now, all your focus is just simply slowing down Cyborg, who is on 5, gets an overkill to boot, close to a Hellstorm. Welcome to LAN. Cyborg on a heater.
That's an M15 on P3 if I've ever seen one. And I like the spread that you're getting, too, from Staria. With Vanish playing P2, that's going to force the deep P5 spawns back green. almost really funneling you through plane yet again. Try to break through that P3 setup. See if you can force some favor into the boat side. You're walking into some unfavorable gunfights, though, with those M15s set up. And you gotta go big with these early kills. Cyborg not letting you through. See if he can take down all 3. He does. With the help of Vanish, it's 4 dead yet again. And Staria spawning obvious so far away. Look at this from Vanish. He's already on another flake.
When you have the kind of confidence that Cyborg has, when you're a team playing at a local or an open bracket event like this, and you have shooters on your team who can make plays like that, the confidence you have in early rounds, not only to face adversity, but to commit to the game plan that has gotten you here, is next level. It's just untouchable. And you got to think, if you're Staria, just across the board, you're feeling not only can you just shoot your way out of any situation, but if you're playing this good this early, it only goes up from here on the other side. It's just about slowing the game down and keeping things in front, but Staria are really not letting that happen.
How do you slow it down, though, if you're not finding any of these routes? Cyborg yet again putting pressure onto those spawns. Isaac gonna spawn right with you. He immediately dies. 3 dead, and, you know, there's your chance. If you're Staria, you've shut down that pressure from behind, trying to lock down these back spawns for green, keep things steady in a P5 setup where you can get a lot of time in, but now you're worried about losing green control, and Necro's already up here.
Ooh, bit of a risky bait out. I mean, it's a cleaner way to approach it. Still alive. Way too long. Necro not cleaned up at all. Escapes for free and still gets a kill back in hill. Gets 2.
Wow.
That is a small but very important 2-piece that tells the tale of the game so far. There is no way Necro should be alive that long. 160 to 42, 15 extra seconds of time. And another little statement from Staria of how good they can play and how quickly they can get away with some mistakes.
120-point lead heading into the second set of hills. That's not good when you're looking at a Scar. No footing in these setups. No power positions controlled. Obvious Esports are grasping at straws to find any sort of value on this map. As you just continue to get ripped off these headies. Shots like that from Isa do not look as difficult as they truly are. And a team kill there from your own side for Obvious puts Staria back in that hill for P1. 35 seconds left.
Taking about 10 seconds most to splinter off spawn and get to their positions. There's another 10 on the board. Chat can do the math. We can do the math. You are in dire straits right now. If you are trying to make a swing, keeping this game alive. 180 to 45. You're getting spawn trapped. We talk about the spawn trap a lot on exposure, rightfully so. This map as well, between overload and hardpoint, Scar can be an absolute burner to be put in early in a tournament. But there's got to be a better response from the ARs on the other side. 8 and 17 for 103, 22-23 for 104. Again, using kind of general knowledge here. A lot of times when pacing becomes a problem, ARs need to position themselves in and out of the plays better. And once that happens, it creates spaces for the subs. Right now, it just has not been enough for the other side to get going. 196-48. This one might be done on our next hill.
But it could be done very, very fast. You're right. Now cross that 200-point marker. 104, 106 continue to put some value behind these kills. Eyes is going to be surrounded. A good slide in from 104 for the breaks. With the pistol, takes down 2. 3 dead in the feed for Obvious Esports. They're back into the hard point, and Marisa even has the reads towards the new spawns, too. Back green. It looks like Staria are going to put some pressure back over towards this hill, but in doing so, you do not want to give up this rotation over towards new and let Obvious Esports back into this game. Isaiah's going to steal away that scrap time. The rest of your team wins the rotations to new. Vanish hiding behind the angles is going to take Morsa down in the middle of the map, and you got your setup at new. Everybody's at P3, and you got mid-map on lock.
You got the kills there to boot, too. Once they land, it's GG's. Mid-cut picked up, no flank, no pressure, no problem. Good lord. It's just turrets non-stop. In front of the hill, doesn't matter where you break from, you will get gunned, and this one will be over. One more push is all you get for Obvious Esports in map 1. They still can't find, with first shots, the kill onto Cyborg, who's been disgusting this entire game. 28 and 15 on a 4 spree. And that's a GG's uncontested 30 seconds of our new hill. Good lord, man. An absolute blistering end to the Scar. And this team looks dominant.
It's a blowout. Staria looked great. I think every single time you saw somebody, it didn't matter whose POV we were on, they were making superstar plays. Great shots of the M15s, good pacing with the Dravix in your hands, and really standing up to those headies. And just ripping them out of some big angles top green. I think that was full display of what Staria can truly bring to this open bracket, and a team that, you know, I'm not very familiar with. I'm not sure, Space, but we both might not be familiar with these players coming into the bracket, but if that's how you're going to be shooting in the elimination round 2, I cannot wait to see this team play up against some teams that will be waiting for them in the future. Only map 1, though. 250 to 67. Gonna be feeling confident off the back of Vanish 26 and 14, Necra 25 and 14, Cyborg 28 and 15 with 3,400 damage. Just a lot of positives to look at here from Staria.
If that's how you're coming out swinging off the start, I mean, again, one game, one hard point, but another 100-point club, another instance where you put an AR in the hands of Vanish. Outside of the Dravik play we saw at mid, you put Cyborg in position, Necra. Everybody's doing their job. Every single person is picking up kills. 22 untraded, 20, 17, 15. Again, ever since that's become a stat, ever since it's become a moniker of the games, it becomes easier to tell where things are working and where they're not. But this was just simply one team being better than the other, and sometimes that is just the way that things go, right? It's just how COD can feel, but. Yeah, you can get put in a blender in Scar, exposure, etc. On this map specifically, though, if your ARs and your subs are picking up their lanes in time and they're finding those spawns and knowing exactly when to rotate, like we saw Staria do, yeah, it's a well-oiled machine. It just does not slow down.
Even plays like this from Cyborg, you see him working those back spawns, just putting pressure towards teams, not afraid to back off of a challenge. Vanish was doing the exact same thing at times whenever we were watching their POVs, and they were doing some unreal stuff when it came down to squaring up in a lot of these 1v1s. And so many kills that just continue to flow your way. 250 to 67. We cannot really state that was a blowout. We've said it so many different ways, but that was a blowout in map number 1. Colossus map number 2 here on our alpha stream. Players going to be getting ready for this quickly going into it, but this is a map mode combo that we saw earlier for EXG when it was Conwa and Choco playing on this map. You know, when you're a team that likes to slay out like we just saw from Staria, I feel like we're going to be seeing a whole lot of that in this Colossus. Very fast rounds, very disrespectful rounds.
I would not be surprised at all if that is where this one heads. I am also curious, though. I mean, the first thing I think of is earlier today when we saw Team UK go into Colossus. Obviously, the talking point there was, all right, you buy yourself a bit of breathing room for map 2. We understand the situation for the series, best of 3, yeah. I'm going to extend the same kind of courtesy here and say, look, Colossus is maybe, if you're trying to slow the game down, Colossus can afford you those options. It can afford you the opportunity to keep things slow. Maybe not as methodical as a map like Den can be, especially towards A-Bomb. But again, that's also kind of just a shove and play through kill. So it feels like, again, if we're kind of just pulling hairs here, I still feel more confident about the Colossus being the S&D for map 2, but I gotta be honest, man, yeah, like the way that first game looked, I know it's only game 1, it's a hard point, but 100-point clubs usually say something. They usually have more to them than just the score, and it could be a very, very, very quick S&D here.
It could be, and I'm excited to see when the players do get in. However, it does sound like we're going to be stepping away for a quick break while we get these players into lobby and figuring everything out. So we'll be back with some more challenges open very, very shortly. Oh, we got our search and destroy ready to go, and it looks like we're a little late to the party. Staria already out the gates with a round 1, and of course, it's Cyborg and Vanish doing Cyborg and Vanish things.
I like that even the game is updated to recognize the strength. They're saying 200 Cyborg. Yeah, we're giving you the full Crim 6 Terminator appeal. And I can't blame him for the way this thing got started. We'll see if he can put a third on the board. Dravik in hand. Numbers to work with here. Vanish and Cyborg last alive. Challenge 106. Trying to make the play with the pistol. So far, good for one. And can't get away out of dodge. As this time, again, it will be Staria who take their second round.
I think 200 Cyborg is the plot of the new Terminator movie. Just a whole bunch of Arnolds running around.
I mean, if this is their marketing campaign, it's a hell of a guerrilla tactic, I'm being honest with you.
It is something else. Necra starting off this game 4-0 as well. We had a couple players that we talked about in that map number 1. We put a lot of focus towards Vanish and Cyborg for what they were doing in terms of the intensity, but the finite details that Necra was bringing as well really added to that 100-point club. It really takes a village to put up numbers like that. Vanish is the one that's 4-0, though, not Necra. So fooled a little bit by the Codcaster, and it looks like everybody is taking a step back. Maybe something is wrong. Looks like something is wrong.
Yeah, it's either reset or the greatest delayed hit of all time.
It's the Gray Bamboozle.
I'm thinking the former. Yeah, we'll get a quick check. But should, again, be 2-0, all things staying. Love to see that screen. We're still here. Staria, obvious Esports. Again, 2-0 lead currently if you're just joining us. The best of 3. Staria on Alpha, up 1-0. Just took out the hard point, 250-62 on Scar. Very dominantly. I mean, the score is what it is, but it was the last 2 hills really, Seymour showed the AR power of this team, specifically Cyborg and company, and how efficient they were at not only holding hill, but picking up cuts. And that does bring questions into our Colossus S&D. We'll wait to see how that thing gets going. But do you think we're gonna? I'm gonna throw this out there just because we haven't talked much about it today.
Let's hear it.
Do you think we're gonna get any early round snipes at all out of obvious?
I hope so. I mean, we haven't really seen any crazy sniper plays, even when we were watching EVX play earlier. I just feel like, I don't know, maybe if players just aren't quite used to playing with the sniper in hand right now, like some of these teams, but we haven't seen too much boomstick action, and I would like to see it. I mean, I'm just kind of getting like a look at, some of the lower bracket to see where we are at so far, because from my understanding, from what's going on over at the Challengers Open, we are actually ahead of schedule in terms of the bracket, which doesn't happen very often. That is very, very rare. Yeah. And I'm looking at a lot of teams through the lower bracket. Like, we're getting into the losers round 3. We got Beast Mode, Team UK Official. They're there. EVX and Omnia, they're going to be playing Faceless Esports. Project Vapor has already moved into the lower round 4. So a couple of these teams are already into the lower round 4 matches, just waiting on some opponents. But we are cruising in Birmingham.
Top 16.
I think that just shows the passion of teams wanting to be at like a UK LAN.
You know what? It shows many things. I'm gonna hit the little gambit here real quick. It shows a bunch of things. One of them being the passion of the players, the consistency of those in amateur side to show up to events, the fans who continue to make Call of Duty esports possible, and also the efficiency and excellence of the stage crew that all exists over there in Birmingham, and everybody's put this event together, not only to have all these PCs and everything running without much hiccup, but again, Adam Apicella, the GOAT, continuing to get events like this to happen. The fact that we're even in top 16 this early of a day one is mind-blowing. This is big for us because this does not happen. This kind of efficiency through open brackets is rare. So it's been a phenomenal start to the day, and really it's just nice because it gets us right to the action of the storylines we came in for with a bunch of the top teams from Elite Series Season 1 and 2, from those of the Dallas Open. That's where a lot of our attention is focused. But we're seeing right now the contenders. We're seeing those who are clearly separating themselves from the pack in top 32, and now to top 16, rounds 3 and 4 and 5. This is where things become really important, obviously. So it's just been a really quick, fun day of games so far, and I hope it keeps going.
We haven't even talked about any of the winners bracket too. I mean, we got, I'm sure when Bryce and Tunt get in, they'll probably get to dive into the winners bracket very, very soon. But there's some matches that I'm really pumped for in winners round 3, even though we're not in the best of 5s just yet. You got a big one from it's Cabal, Omnia, X-Stallions versus Able X-Stallions. That's going to be Symbols versus Swooty. Two former teammates pit against each other, and Symbols, who is playing with a European team in Able Esports, taking place of Blade, which was a very good team in the elites to watch for EMEA. So I like seeing some switch-ups there. I like seeing NA players play with Europe. We don't really get that very, very often, but looks like we're jumping back into our alpha stream and Staria picking up where they left off.
Chat, don't worry. Stallions is coming. Zuma's still asleep. We had to wake him up. It's coming. Hang on to your seatbelts. I don't know, probably. Oh, he was at one point. That is the most vague answer I could have given you. Yeah, absolutely. At some point he was. Yeah, he was absolutely asleep today. But
update.
Stallions on the docket. A lot to talk about with that team specifically, and for all the mix-ups we've had between Omit, P7, so on and so on. All the different amalgamations of Elite Series rosters that are now finding themselves battling here at Birmingham. By the way, back into our main match. 3-0 is the lead, still maintaining that 2-0 score from the reset, and they get their third round to begin. It has just been consistency across the board. It seems like, once again, every time you expect Staria to come out swinging, they do. Unless I'm blasted and Obvious Esports to take the opening round.
I mean, it looks like Obvious Esports put around.
Then I am blasted, chat.
Because they should be up 2-1 right now. Sniper out for Staria. That's Cyborg holding it down. Will be traded out. 2 versus 3 for the retake. See if Obvious Esports can find a second one. Necra and Iza on the flank, though. Everybody taking care of business. Well-rounded post plant coming through from Staria as they take back that round. Go up 3-1 now.
My brain has been corrected. I can see all the vision. Staria up 2 off the restart. This time, 3-1 lead in the game. And I think, look, the restart, there's been a lot of, over the years, there's been so many conversations about the restart cheese and, like, people saying, you know, you got off break. Are you going to keep the same momentum coming in? I think if you're Obvious Esports, that was the best possible situation of, not only did you get burned in the hard point, you come in, you lose 2 quick rounds. It just looks like things are falling away. You get a chance to breathe. You get a chance to reset. And your first response is to pull a round out. That is the best case scenario, and for Obvious Esports, hopefully a sign of life for them in this series to prove that they can go toe-to-toe with this team.
I like this call from Staria right away. A little pressure over towards the B-bomb. See if you can pull some attention from Obvious Esports. Quick pivot over towards A and get a plant down. There's only one player there from Staria actually to defend this. Obvious Esports the one making this play call. See if they can quickly execute, but they haven't done it fast enough, and you've lost that first and second kill with 103 getting caught by the sniper that's bombed down in no man's land.
Really great help on the double. Staria picking up the pinch perfectly. They play twos, they get away, and they get away with their lives. No numbers fall. Cannot emphasize more how important that is in this 4v2. Little bait in the peak. Lays on your screen. 3 spree. 4.
Oh!
Good Lord! A 5th? Oh, yeah, he's feeling it. Oh, he's feeling it. Oh, baby. Oh, my word. If you're shooting like that, you can't tell me nothing.
It is so crisp on the slide, too.
That's disgusting.
Doesn't get easier than that for Laza. That is a 6-1 start to the reset. 4-1 up now for Staria, looking at 2-0 their way through this lower round matchup. And Obvious Esports hasn't really given them anything of pushback except for that one round that we got off the reset back into the lobby. And they did that so quickly, I don't even think Staria knew what happened in that round. So back onto the attack and all gas, no brakes. Lays on a 5 spree. Already a first blood off this night.
Seen a snipe a bit earlier into this SD, earlier being, again, speculative in some instances, relative in others. Doesn't really matter, though. Don't care if you have a snipe or not. You're going to have to fire back. 5-1. This score, Staria in Game 2, up 1-0 in the series, and 1 round away from sweeping through.
This is just one of those moments, too.
I lied. It's a best of 5. I'm sorry, Chad.
I don't think it is a best of 3.
Oh, no, it's best of 3.
It is a
okay.
best of 3. No, you are very
Okay.
much correct in that field.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, full analysis, it's cooked. I think that Staria just coming out here, they just look like the better team through and through. It is a one-sided affair, and Cyborg is hitting some crazy snipes that I'm finally excited to see him do it when we're on trade, right?
Full analysis is cooked is the top tier. Absolutely. That's a Seymour quote right there. Love it. You're right, though. I mean, none that you said was false. You're absolutely right. So wait on that first peek, first blood over towards Laser. Can speak English. Still fighting for that AR battle. And no pinch through mid. And we find ourselves once again at a stalemate where first blood peaks, you reach, I teach. And nothing really given as of now. There we go. First blood finally.
It's not cooked. Chat, it's not cooked. Necra's down 2. Or sorry, Vanish. And now it's Necra down. Lazo 1 versus 4. Can you find the 9 spree? There's step 1. Bomb is down. This is a 4-step program. You can't even get past step 2. Obvious they're still in it.
A slight part of me thought after that 1v1 he might have it in him. Really glad that the case is not, because I want to see this game continue. Good pickup. Morsaya, good recognition from the team as overall after post-plant to just slow the game down and do not give up dumb deaths. It's the worst thing you can do. You're down 5-2. Not quite a full sale, but it would be close. And I'd take it. Still waiting for player 1 on Obvious Esports to find their first kill of this reset. And yeah, I will take a 5-5 game all day, every day. Let's get into it. 5-2, the lead for Staria, 1 round away.
We're on board with Isa, who lost their Shriek, and now will lose their Wingman. Stun's going to be caught there, and you're going for the planter. And Cyborg doesn't know exactly how fast Morsa can play. 6 in a row now. This is just a revitalization of Obvious Esports in the most unobvious way that we never saw coming.
One of the scariest 2 leads in Call of Duty S&D. 3-0 and 5-1. That's not changing. 9-3, by the way. Folks, pull up your socks. It's about to get really, really wild in this game. I got a feeling we're going 11. The way the snipe got pulled out and executed to perfection. Cyborg's been shut down. Lays have been kept in 1-odd situations. Marseille on a 7 spree has a Hellstorm to respond with. Come on now. We are set ourselves up perfectly for a fun end to this S&D.
Oh, well, Lays is going to swap back over towards the Dravik. See if you can pick up some pace now to P1. No competition for this positioning. But even still, you can see Staria being a little bit wary of how far they can truly execute through this map. As Obvious, dotting their I's, crossing their T's, moving over towards this A site to see if they can get a plant down. But as soon as that comm comes through from your members at P2, that is going to be Laza looking to take control of this round.
If Laza gets under fire, that's when 6 moves. Yes, absolutely. That's when 6 picks up the lane. You have to start moving closer to Laza just to make sure, 1, you're worried about that Rap to be, but 2, you need to be there to trade just in case. Cyborg can't hit the quickscope. Not quite an ill cams that we were looking for. Laza still putting out some suppressing fire. Shots that ring, but nothing connects. Hit marker's good. Cyborg on the other end will pick up 1.
Drop the Shriek.
Oh, here it comes, baby.
That's going to force them back inside of green. 26 seconds. You're pivoting, but there's just no time. You can move over towards A, but there's a wide open gap, and you don't know it. Dropping the hammer on their head. 2 dead again. 15 seconds for the 1v3. It's not happening. Staria close at 2-0 in this best of 3. It might get a little scary towards the end. That is one way to put on a show.
It felt like another day in the office, and I think that is the kind of reaction that, 1, is indicative of a team that's confident, 2, scary for everybody else when you realize that they got their job done, and that's just on to the next. And it was close. It was much more of a game of an S&D that we expected the Colossus to be. Shout out to us for expecting that correctly. But it felt like at some point, again, it's you can be down 5-1 and make a bit of a rally, but at some point you're going to have to go toe-to-toe with what had worked for Staria in this series, which was straight up the speed of the gunfights and the efficiency of being able to use their health as a resource and quickly pick up kills when they're in 1v1s. Those are the things that were successful. Those are the things that brought them into round 6. And they take the series 2-0, 6-3 on the Colossus, 250 to 67. Quite a performance across the board.
Oh yeah, brilliant performance from Staria, instantly putting them on the map in the lower bracket for our minds to kind of keep in tune for what's going to go on for the rest of this elimination side. No overload this time, as you know, a couple of these lower bracket matches are going to be finishing up. They move on to play Supreme Esports in round 3. It's going to be Camp Void, OJ, PT, Nicely, and Limited waiting for them to see how that one matches up. But for the rest of the lower bracket, I mean, we're cruising on this day, and it has been fun to see. So much to kind of deal with as we push on through, and we still haven't even gotten to like the big matches either. I mean, for a lot of these players, these are teams that we're looking at to make some runs, to make some upsets. I know a lot of people are going to be waiting for the Stallions to take the stage. A lot of people are going to be waiting for the Bush, see Rock Esports. If they can, you know, come back and show just why they were the Major 1 champions, they're going to be looking to go back-to-back this weekend. I think a lot of storylines that we still have truly not divulged.
We have, like, books and entire papers about just a variety of matchups and rosters and changes and maps and combos and bans and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
There's so much to get through, and we're still only on the lower side, still working through winners of our open bracket, which is great because it means day 1 is packed. We're back to where Call of Duty should be in the open bracket system. And if you know that the team's still fighting through. It is not a guaranteed win for Stallions and company. There have been many times in history where a professional team will play through open bracket and lose the game they're not supposed to lose, and it ruined the seeding. We can only wait to see what kind of action and chaos happens down here. But Seymour, I think that's done for us for now here on this side. We're going to go back to Bryce and Tom, but I want to get your closing thoughts so far on the amalgamation of games that we have seen. Couple sweeps, round of 10 and 11. How you feeling, sir?
I think everything's going kind of according to plan for a lot of these matches. I think, you know, winners round 3 is going to be quite indicative of what to expect for the rest of the bracket. I think there's going to be a lot of teams really hungry to show just what they can do with their pickup squads. I think I kind of highlighted early with that Able Esports X Stallions roster. I think that's one of them that right away kind of points to me, as we got some rookies here in EMEA that are now playing on home turf that don't have to deal with the jet lag. So I'm hoping to see that they can kind of put 2 and 2 together, take down some of these big teams, and really turn some heads going through the rest of the day. But you're right, Sean, we're going to be taking a step back here, letting Bryce and Ton back on the desk. We got a break coming up. We'll see you soon with some more challengers, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to the Challengers at the Major. My name is Bryce, joining me here, of course, Chris Tunn. We've just finished a wonderful succulent meal here in Birmingham, and now we're ready for Call of Duty.
Excited to get into these last stages now of the very first day. This is where the games are starting to heat up. We've got a couple of bangers coming up. Some really interesting games against two teams from Europe, potentially. And, of course, some of the American teams are making their way through as well. There's lots of games starting now to just turn up a couple of notches.
Yeah, well, that's kind of the point we've always been kind of talking about, is that at this stage of the tournament, the games will get closer, the players will get better, and the teams will start to shine. And now that we've said goodbye to a few teams, unfortunately for them, we are left with an even better crop to watch as these games go through. So we're going to have a look through all of these that managed to get onto it as well. And hey, we can take a look at the players right now as we jump onto the pods and see what they're all up to.
Yeah, there's going to be some really interesting games across the board. Looking over towards Alpha, and we are pretty much ready to go. Let's keep an eye on how things are going between, I believe, FC Stallions. First chance that we're going to actually have a chance to see these guys whatsoever, for ourselves anyway. And Torn Masked Prodigy. So, Broder and Co. I mean, we know these players coming over. Let's see what they can do here in this game. Stallions up in this series.
Here we go, a little bit of an S&D run down as both teams try to get something moving, but it will be a big win there in the end as the two teams came together. And this is what we're talking about, tighter games for it. Bit of counter play as these look to hold it down overall. But I'm looking forward to seeing how far they can go, Tom.
Yeah, for Stallions, it's a case of trying to get things rolling. Not necessarily the best of tournaments last time out, but let's see what they can do. This is not an easy game for them. 3-2 down here in the search and destroy. And Rupert was somebody we've seen at the beginning of the season. A lot of promise, I want to say, from him, but building to do. Not so much so in this S&D so far, sitting at 5-4. Icons and Kodo making their way over towards B. As the Stallions looking to try and get something going. Nades out. A little bit of space. Bomb should be going down. I actually kind of like the positioning here from KB. Make his way around, see what he can do. He's going to have to hit this flank, but he's going to have to be a little bit quicker. His team might just get overwhelmed a little bit if they're not careful.
Here they come. Numbers in already. Mirage is going to call this one out for the close fight. Nobody's there to trade as well. And for FC Stallions, that might be a bit of a misplay. They've let the numbers go against them. Really managed to get one, but instantly traded out again. And now it's just Icons left. And a 1 versus 3. He's found the first here, but will be worried about getting to the bomb. Will be taken out because of it. And that was going to be the issue. I mean, realistically, just not the best tradable positions for them, Tom.
No, the flank was maybe just a little bit too late, to be honest with you. It's one of those setups where you think, okay, yeah, cool. We got somebody hitting this late flank, which is, I mean, look, I suppose I'm saying it was late. It was very late in the end. Weren't there to help each other out, sadly. And in the end, it will very much go the way of Torn Masked Prodigy.
Well, let's see. At the moment, Torn Masked Prodigy down in this series, but very much up in the S&D. They'll be looking to either turn this one around or see if they can find a little bit of magic. At the moment, on board with Rupert. Just looking down A site here. You've got to be careful. There is some pressure out towards B, but this looks like a rotation out towards mid control. Double Chow coming through. They've already found him. Trying to now get this player out of this zone completely. Rupert's going to be in a bit of trouble here. His teammates have lost mid-map control.
Look at Melly find them. Sees the legs. Yeah, that's a nice and easy one. TTG will fall. Rupert finds one onto Mirage. It will get traded, but it's not a terrible spot for the Stallions by any stretch of the imagination. They need this round. Got the bomb in a good spot. Just need to defend it. Good gunny from Millie. Nicely done. Now 1 versus 3 for Broder. It's always going to be difficult from this situation. The trade is there, and Icons will find it.
And more than enough to get that one working, but it really was a kill onto Millie that helped FC Stallions get a little bit of a toehold out towards that middle here. And for Torn Masked Prodigy, that is where it counts realistically. At this stage of the game, They do not want to let FC Stallions even have a look in. 4-2 up now, still 4-3 to the good. But it becomes a little bit more tense. They know that this is a fight for survival. Fortunately, still in the winner's bracket.
Yeah. And this is kind of where it does get to it, doesn't it, really? When we get to winners round 3, this is when you start to come up against some actual solid competition. And I mean that in no disrespect to some of the other teams that turned up, but you start getting some elite teams going up against some teams who have done okay in cups, who have done well in their qualifiers, or potentially elite teams going up against each other. I believe, as mentioned, we've got Margin taking on Decimate, 2 teams from the European region, of course, or the EMEA region, as I should say. Now have a 2 versus 2, Mirage DTG. Trying to find this up against KB now. Having a good game at 7 and 4. Has some work to do here, though, in this 1 versus 2. Grabs a hold of the bomb. Or should be. It's got to be the option here, but the problem is with the way that Mirage and DTG are playing this, you're likely going to have to win a very unfavorable 1v2 gunfight.
Oh, once he checks these corners, we'll probably go for the plant. There we go, planting it far side, or I should say close to the wall side. I wasn't expecting that. I was thinking he was going to go on the outside, but now going to run into them. Finds one, unfortunately gets caught in the slide, gun not up, and that ends a very short attempt at the clutch.
Yeah. And that's now 1 round away for Thomas Prodigy to try and get this one over the line. Still not done by any stretch of the imagination. You'd like to think Falcons will be able to get this one done today, but this is it. This is the worry when you kind of get towards these stages and it's still best of 3 and you're like, okay, let's just make sure we're doing all right. Not an easy thing to do.
Here comes the push. Torn Mars Prodigy. Opportunity here to bring this to 1-1. Going to be a first fight. It's going to be rope up, basically under the gun, and he's already got a little bit of damage out here. I don't think he knows he's massively outnumbered, but plays it wise and gets out. Only 7 health. Staying alive is the optimum play there.
That's all he could do. We actually have the Gentlemates fans pretty much next to us here. Well, it sounds like they are anyway. They're watching over on Bravo. As we continue here with the Stallions. Look at Ruba fine. Needs to find something and does. DTG already opened things up though against Millie. Now Ruba should be dead to rights and Pro out with a shot. He's already weak. KB will fall as well, and Icons needs a 1v3 to keep Stallions in the search and destroy. Far from ideal. It's not going to happen. Stallions will fall. And this one will go to a map number 3.
Well, that's what we're expecting. Team starting to show up a little bit with the seeds getting closer. In terms of other games, we have got some starting, actually, some big ones as well. We will see Bush Gaming again here as they are in winners round 3 up against Torn Esports. I believe we're also looking at getting Margin versus Decimate underway, Ton.
Yeah, that will be our main game here on Alpha.
You know what, I'm going to say it. I think the setups for Challenger at this event are very, very nice. Each of our featured stages, I should say, has their own little section, as well as, of course, the rest of the pit also underway.
Good victory that, though, for the Thomas Prodigy. Managing to find the search and destroy. And now you go in this best of 3. And I tell you what, it's a scary thing for some of these teams coming into, because it takes 1 map loss and then all of a sudden backs against the wall. Not a lot of Call of Duty to play through to get yourself through. So that's about Pro and DTG. Great games out of them, 11 and 6 and 10 and 6 respectively. And Thomas Prodigy just honestly manipulated the map just that little bit better. Stallions didn't really have too much of an answer. Felt a little bit disjointed in some of their attacks. Found some like good openings and not quite executing it as well as they would have liked. Plenty of an occasion. Icons is left on his own, and sadly for him, it's a very, very difficult clutch in this scenario. They'll lose that one relatively comfortably. So we'll be heading to map number 3 there. Plenty of other games ongoing though, Brycey. I'm sure we'll be jumping around.
Well, that is the goal. Just having a look at it, I believe we're going to get the Huntsman on screen very, very short. Well, I say very, very shortly. The teams are being queued up. So does seem like are going to be our game. But while we're going on to this is what we are calling our player pod cam. This is going to be Charlie. And one of the teams at this one, Bush Gaming, certainly has a upswelling of crowd support. And
Now then.
speaking of crowd support, here they are. Now, the minimap might be a little bit difficult to work out, but we'll get through it and see.
Oh yeah, wow. That makes things very interesting, doesn't it? The observers hate us. Fire finding 3 though, we know who he's on, and that's Bush. Incredible work by Fire, they'll find a way through. Probably goes to help out as well. 10 seconds in the lead now as we transition over towards P5. Team and White are going to be there first.
At the moment, Bush Gaming do have the advantage here. You can see them pushed out. They are the brighter shade of white on the mini-map, and you can see them trying to get this mid-map control. They've managed to get it probably with 2. Really cuts down the angles here. They're going to be a little bit worried about spawns. You can see them double-checking. Call will come in, though, from Fire, exactly where they're coming from, so they will be able to just recenter their line, but Fire keeps finding them. Streaks everywhere here for Telluride. They've barely lost a player in some time. They might have done enough here to put this game over the edge.
Put themselves in a good position. Stone trying to find a way through. Andy has been at the forefront of that. 27 and 23. Gets himself into a little bit of cover at least anyway. We'll now start dropping back in, but the information would have been gained by Bush of exactly where he was. Mintz can find 2 though through the middle of the map. Abe's going to try and find him. Mintz with 3. Nearly finds the 4th. Abe cuts him down, but that's a nice break coming through from Tone. They are not done in this one yet, Brycey Boom. Move over towards P1. Find themselves around 25 or 30 behind. Got to try and find a way back. Bush have been slow to this though. Awake 13 and 23. Not the kind of numbers you would expect from him whatsoever when it has come down to a winners round 3 in an open. But irrelevant of that, they're still in the lead, still in a good spot.
Bit of sweaty palms coming in here. You can see Torn Esports getting time on that P1 as everybody flies out to find it. Fire keeps finding 2. Certainly having an incredible game himself, but with a game this tight, they need it. Of course, deluge of white on the mini-map here as they try to hold it down, but TK still to Abe. It does look like Torn Esports are starting to fight back into this. That P2 shortly on coming. They've got a lot of fights in them.
Looking on Mintz to see if he can do anything yet. Needs to try and find a way through now as Bush will get a little bit of control. Control over towards P2. Things looking okay for Bush. Here over on Charlie and map number 1. You can keep an eye on that over on Charlie, youtube.com/callchallengers, but we have all. And we have our game between Decimate and Margin. 2 teams who, I mean, throughout the elite stage, both of them struggled relatively speaking. I think we expected probably a little bit more of this Margin roster. Henry and Co. You were thinking they were maybe going to get better as time has gone on. They did slowly progress, I want to say. But Decimate have made a bit of a change up as well, so let's see how that is going to benefit them. But for both these 2 teams, a point to prove, I would say, heading into this event. But right now it's Margin in the lead by 15.
They're so far doing well to slay out on this one. I wonder if all being together and getting some good practice at the tournament is helping them out. See a lot of pressure come through though. Margin just trying to hold it. Twisted will grab the first. Looking for the second with the pistol. Isn't going to be able to get it here, and they will take control here, Decimate. Having a pretty good time in terms of rocking this one around. Pressure now mounting from Margin as they try to get back the control towards the back here, but they are not getting the kills to the kill feed.
Deva gets head towards the back side. Whalers, that's a big win though. And now his team can push through towards long. Navic's on a 4 sprint. Needs to find a couple more, to be honest with you. There's number 5, number 6 does not follow. And all of a sudden, Decimate can potentially get some time though off the back of a couple more kills. Well, this will take him down on transition, so we head over towards P3.
Pressure mounting a little bit. You can see where everybody's trying to stack up onto this. Nagic's keeping this one alive on the backside, but will eventually go down, and it does give them a better position. Margin should be able to make something out of this, and they do. A full wipe going down. Nagic's will now go around the outside. Whether or not he cuts through tunnel, he'll be waiting for teammates to say that we can execute. Already a couple of players in towards P1. They are now going for it as well. Legend will find one regardless. Too easy for that hold. Decimate did everything right except win the gunfights.
Crucially, that is the crucial point, right? Legend is here. We've been asked good questions. Look, I know the transition over to a new game is not as easy as maybe we make out for somebody who was quite literally a world champion and one of the other biggest FPSs on the planet. But the transition has not been smooth by any stretch of the imagination. Transition over towards P4, though not looking too bad for Decimate. Willer's going to have to find a way through. Can find one and a second as well, but his transition, he's been all over the place. He's been card back to using a keyboard for a particular game. I'm not allowed to say, but it's like the guy's just an esports. Honestly, he can do it all.
And right now they are doing exactly that. Looked a little bit dicey for them for a few seconds over around P2. Screamed back in the lead here with massive holes. Legend really holding the time and the kills. Hoping for reinforcements to flood back in. Plays his life for a good amount of time. Unfortunately, nobody there to back feed.
Definitely gets very, very aggressive. That's kind of the hallmark of this Decimate team to a certain degree. Really lost Alpha to the flirtation with North America and going over and having their competing challenges side of things there. He has struggled, albeit, but this roster should still be fairly solid and, well, very, very, very dead, to be honest with you. Whalers finds two there with the Hellstorm, and now all of a sudden, massive opportunity for Margin to put some more points on the board. They're doing brilliant the slaying category, to be honest with you, and this is a bit more like it from Legend. Hellstorm with the back pocket, 11 and 7. Fantastic start from him.
Just really snapping everywhere he can. To the P1 now, it will be Margin with a little bit of a hold to begin with, and they'll be looking to really extend that as much as they can. Twisted trying to just hold down the statue so the team can't get flanked. Unfortunately, they lose a bit of positioning in P1 anyway. Deppa jumps in and takes down Whalers, and now we'll be looking to either catch a player here, or if he doesn't, we'll extend through.
Navak's now trying to do that. Can't get it done. Henry having a really good game. Sitting at 15 and 3. His transition now looking good for the side of Margin, and it's, well, not a transition they absolutely need. They're very, very close game, but they could do with it. Kills being traded. Going to work out for the team who are in control. Henry again. There's 3 in a row. Second time. 6 now. The side of Henry. Good shots coming out of D3. They need to find some sort of transition here. Feels like Decimate are kind of being led on this stance, aren't they? Margin, the ones dictating exactly where it goes. But a couple of kills could be found by Decimate. Can they find a break?
It just seems every time Margin trying to get the rotation in, they lose some key gunfights. They make it a little bit hard for themselves. They're going to lose Spawn there at the same time. Now fighting from the bad side, but it's Legend out towards the back here. We were questioning how is he going to look at this event ton, and it turns out pretty good. Certainly a step up from the stage.
Yeah, no, absolutely has been. So far, at least in this game.
And right now, they're doing well. I mean, they're having a little bit of a renaissance, almost. They are looking better here. It was a little bit dicey for a while. Decimate are a very good team. You certainly don't want to give them too many mistakes. Critical push here now. Legend on his own, waiting for reinforcements to get cut down before he can do anything.
Thing is, that might be the investment of the Hellstorm potentially. Most of the time we do see teams bringing it over towards P4 to try and find a break there, but will you be tempted if you're Legend, or do you just want to get in and amongst it? Trying to look for the flag. This team is going to spawn on the side. Good gunfight. Doesn't quite go his way. Very, very close between the pair of them, and D3 will pick that one up. After all that, bit of a distraction. D3 and Co. Looking for the flag. They're going to worry about the front, which they've now lost as well. Henry, Twisted, Willers all working well together. Spawns are there here for Margin as well. Back over towards the last hill. But the thing is, though, for Margin, hardpoint was always their problem. Search and Destroy and controls, they are finding it, but hardpoint's been a big issue. If they can take map number 1 here, they're in a wonderful spot, but they've all been wiped at the complete wrong time. The transition over towards P4 fully will belong to Decimate.
Martin is going to hit this. They want to try and break back through and punch through the other side. Legend already gets one. They're going for it. Whalers will get the second here. Numbers going good. Legend gets another one here and pushes through. Almost a perfect bait and switch. They don't quite get it here. Henry seems to be waiting for a few seconds just to make sure that nobody else pushes in, and they have the rotation for next turn.
Finding 3 like that as well. Absolutely huge there. Side of Margin. Oh my word, Henry just literally cannot miss bullets right now. a nice little lead for the side of Margin as we start to get involved a little bit more over towards P4. Feels like Decimate have not found a way to break them when the side of Margin have found their way through. And that's become ever apparent here in this second rotation of Hills Legends, still with that Hellstorm available. I think he's just waiting if they actually do need it, right? It's one of those situations you rather have it in your back pocket than not. And Twisted and Co are doing more than enough. Henry leads the lobby at 30 and 19. It's been a hell of a game from him. Can Decimate find a way back? They're down nearly 100 points.
Well, it's getting bad to worse here as Henry spits on Depa, just an absolute embarrassment of P1. And that's not what they need here. They want this break, they want back into P1, they want the opportunity. And they are in at the moment. If they complete this as much as possible, get a good rotation, game is alive.
15 seconds to go though for Margin. One good break here. Should get it done, and they're going to find a way through. The gunfight's a bit 50-50 now. They have a good start from the side of Margin. Legend now trying to find a way through. He's done so well to do so. Trying to look for the P2 rotation if he can. Not going to get the freebie. The kill will come through, but Depa will fall. Still very, very close. And Margin just trying to find a way through here. They really do not need much at all, Bryce, to get this one over the line.
Just keep trading, just keep trading. All they're going to do is grab a couple of seconds each way, but now they shut them down. They get a bit of a wipe here, and I did say, if Decimate can take some time and get this rotation locked in, there is a chance. It is still not a great one. But at the moment, they are doing the hard work. Najic's looking for players out towards mid here, guarding P1, allowing his teammates to spread out and protect the hill. Oh, he got him. He got him in the Hellstorm.
Still gets a call in though and does find himself a kill. One play over towards the backside though is going to be Twisted. He is dealt with. Decimate not doing too bad of a job here by any stretch of the imagination. This P1 to P2 has been very, very solid, and it feels like Margin are starting to panic just a little bit. It's not quite panic stations yet, but the more points that Decimate get uncontested here, the more the doubt in the mind of Margin will appear.
Well, unfortunately, they get the back spawn here, Margin, and they know they only need 8 seconds. The rest of them now going to be running in, and that may have just turned. That's all they needed, one mistake, one small flip out as Henry finds 2. And Margin take map number 1, but not as comfortable as they could have been.
Good effort from the side of Margin. That's a little bit more like it. For me, as mentioned, their hard point has been a struggle. Search and destroy though. It's been pretty good, as has their control. But if Henry is going to stick 40 on your forehead with only 24 deaths in the hard point, makes it hard to lose, to be honest with you.
I mean, they tried to.
Well, I wouldn't even say it was that. I mean, they won by 70, so it's pretty comfortable. Looking over though towards Bush. They're still in their game over on Charlie. See how things are going on over here. It was a relatively close game in map number 1.
Well, it looks like there was a round win there. Some fist bumps flying out towards the end of it. So, going to be a bit of a tight finish, as we can see here. Thank you, production. Just a little bit of an end. I think it was 1 versus 3. They got it nailed down. Kind of curious to see the score here, because that was a very tight ending last time around. Looks like we're into a best of 5 ton.
I don't believe so. It's winners round 3, no? That was winners round 5 that it goes best of 4. Best of 5.
Well,
Winners round
there
4.
we go. There we go.
Yeah,
It's best of 3. It's best of 3.
Yeah. Winners round 4 goes best of 5. That was a lot of words trying to come out, honestly. Probably finds 2 though. Here in the search and destroy. Oh my words! Just sprinted them in A and win.
Well, that one's over very, very fast. Of course, heavily favoured in this matchup is Bush Gaming. Go so far to say is I think they're probably the favourites for this tournament.
I think that's fair. I think it's always hard to say though, especially now. I think had we left Dallas with a champion from North America,
yeah,
it would have been a little bit easier to be okay. Yeah, well, it should probably be Bush. But the fact that we had Rock, it kind of changes things a little bit, because now we're really not sure heading into this how they did it. Was well relatively comfortably. I haven't talked about the overriding general thoughts behind the tournament too much, but my thoughts are that I'd be surprised if Rock went back to back. Very, very difficult thing to do. 2 versus 2 now. TK and Hitman up against Prolute and Awakening. Stairs as well. The smoke's going to cause a little bit of confusion. Hitman will find 1, Abe the other. Awakening gets, Prolu gets away with his life. Hitman only left now in this 1v1. Good shots, not enough to take either one of them down. Done.
Crispy shots right at the end. Not a bullet missed. Not a shred of metal wasted. Hitman in name, and this is going to be about as clean as what you can get. Doesn't look as good, slow down.
Slow down kind of look like my gunfights.
He won his though, so not quite.
I won plenty. Thank you very much.
Still ongoing between these two. We know the hard point was close. The S&D is also looking that way. Dead Bush Gaming did have to pull out some pretty impressive plays to actually win that hard point as well. We saw Fire picking off multiple two pieces to really keep them in the game. At the moment, you can already see the push coming in. Torn Esports trying to take A control. Going back and forth, he's going to call this one out. That means the rest of the team are going to spread out, try to take it. Hitman going to be one of the key figures you need to look for. Number 8 on the mini-map. He's trying to hold the flank.
That's going to be difficult. Yeah, Abe is there. Taking him down. Goes down over towards A here for Torn Esports. Mints can find one back, but Abe takes down EK. And he gets Awakening, and he might have got another one. No, that's a Codcaster. Never mind. No, it ain't. And he find a plenty in Torn Esports. 3 apiece. Here over on Charlie at the Search and Destroy. As mentioned, you can keep an eye on our YouTube channel, Challengers. Back over towards Alpha. Margin 1 to the good here. Finding the hard point, Brycey. Big, big moment for them. Search and Destroy is relatively decent for them, and let's see if they can get it done.
Well, it has been one of their strong suits. Right now, not looking so great. It is now a 3 versus 2. Legend is trying to find a pick, and he does. Rips the cap off. And I'll tell you something here, Decimate have played this really smart. They've given up so much control that at the moment they don't know where they're going to be. Legend finds Twisted and Legend finds it on 1 versus 2. That's a bit of an overchow. Legend is going to go for this. He knows he needs the time. It's all the way around, and he's going to find it. Legend, that 3 in the first round. I had to say, Decimate, a little bit of an overchow there down the alley. You had time.
I mean, if that isn't Decimate in a nutshell, then tell me what is. How often have we watched them in the Search and Destroys? Just send it and hope for the best. I mean, look, I know there'll be more to it than that from them, but it feels very aggressive. It always feels like they're trying and maybe overstretching for some of these kills. Cost them there. The 1v2 margin will take round number 1. The host will be ending it. We will hopefully get a restart back onto this one, but either way, looks like margin should be 1-0.
Well, they will be. I was going to say, I think one of the other issues that Decimate had on that one is that they hadn't seen Bomb in a while. Kind of explains why they were a bit frantic here, but I was expecting maybe a drop down low to kind of try and find the bomb site here, but obviously pushed out because they were worried about the defuse. But while we wait for that game, we are going to move on to the Charlie game and see how this one is ending. Currently 3-3 here, but Bomb is going down for Abe. 1 versus 1. Done.
Isn't able to get it down in time. So that's going to be Torn Esports now. 4-3 to the good. Let's see if they can manage to keep this up, though.
Well, we'll see how things are going. Tight between these two. A bit more time than I was expecting here. I mean, what seed did Bush come in? Was it second?
Yes, they should be. They absolutely should be second, yeah. Let me double check that. You've actually come. Now you questioned me. Yes, they are second. Yeah.
It wasn't a question, it was a confirmation.
Yeah, no, coming in second. So you would expect them to be able to cruise through these kind of things, but I suppose just a bit of inconsistency on occasion.
Well, we can see that they've practiced pretty well for this. Temp, the ex-pro player, is their coach and is standing behind them, probably a little bit more than nervous right now. Torn Esports will do a very good job to take anything away from this team. Goes down to a 3 versus 3 here. Awakening might have got a little bit of bad timing, or great timing. Finds the first, knows the second's going to be there. Flies out with the pistol. Awakening, that's a little bit crazy.
Don't you dare question Big Wig. Great shots over towards the stairs as well, just giving so much pressure. And that'll help out as well. A rotation comes through, they go over towards B. They find the kills. TK now left in a 1 versus 3.
A lot of options. Stun check goes out. TK trying to back off here. He wants a 1v1. If he can bring it back to 1 versus 2, he has a chance. He's already found one, and, well, they're in a better position. Telluride Bush Gaming bring it back to 4-4.
Still closer than I think they would have liked. These rounds. Maybe being just a touch tighter than ideal, to be honest with you. Jerry and the boys very much over here, supporting the group. At one stage, they were maybe not even coming over, but great to see them here in Birmingham. How you couldn't as the second seed, though. You got to get over here, right? I witnessed what big Call of Duty events really can be about here on the other side of the pond. Whatever's happening on Alpha right now, I think it's FaZe against Thieves. It's absolutely lit. But anyway, I think we are nearly ready to go back towards Alpha. This one will be continuing over on Charlie. Margin back into this one. Are going to be 1-0 up here in the search and destroy. Wellers is left in a 1 versus 3 though, and I don't think this is going to help.
Whalers finds 1. Whalers finds 2! Massive fight here as well. Doesn't really have the time, potentially. He's just going to really get this one carefully. Now looks for it. Oh my goodness, Whalers. Oh my goodness. A heart attack in the making. I don't know whether Whalers either didn't see it or thought the player was waiting for him. There was something else going on there. But Whalers almost threw that round into the bin.
A 1v3 though.
A glorious 1v3, except for he caused us all severe anxiety in that last fight.
Did your heart nearly go, did it?
Well, I mean, I've got to go to the hospital anyway at some point, but, you know, what's a little chest pain between friends?
What's wrong with your arteries, maybe? Whalers, though, with the 1v3. And what a way to start this restart. Decimate just, I don't know, just hasn't quite looked the same, and Margin are punishing them every single time they can. Legend just looks to be playing with a little bit more freedom. They're on a big old flank as well, and that's why Whalers is backed on down. But I think if you're Decimate, you somewhat read that just purely because of the fact that, well, nobody's contesting, so they've got to be somewhere. Good gunfight win from Henry. He takes down D3. Now Twisted going to squeeze from the other side. He should be done right and is. Najix, he finds about 3. One of them being his teammate, and all of a sudden it's a 1v2 for Najix.
Najix can technically get a 5-person ace if he finds this. Has to back off though, 39 health. Will be worried about timing. He will fly back out here one more time. Needs to win that gunfight, and he does. Najix, will he chow this? I don't think he's going to as well. It's going to be a ninja defuse. The other player held it down, and Najix will get 4, but that's not enough for the round.
2 to the good in the restart, to 3-0 up for Margin.
And truth being told, they could have won both of these rounds. Decimate will not be particularly happy about that. But a 1v3 from Whalers and a potential clutch from Najix, but that one did not go Decimate's way. So now they march this next round, feeling the weight of circumstance. Trying to hold it down here. Henry's already going to call this one out. Going to win the gunfight. Has the cover to bring it back. And now numerical advantage for Margin.
4 versus 1, 4 versus 2. Yep, nice and easy. It's another round. March. Honestly, as kind of mentioned, they're search and destroy, and I mean, how many times we've seen them force teams to map number 5s and be able to take it, but then the problem is that they have to find a hard point somewhere along the line sometimes if they can't close one of the searches or close the control. God, control, we lost that like a year ago.
The overload.
The overload, thank you. Honestly,
wow. First you forget Seymour, now you forget overload. I'll be honest with you.
That's just my brain defaulting, literally. I think, well, how many years of control did we have?
Enough to not forget it, admittedly, yes.
7 or 8? Yeah.
Hold on, hold on. Henry is going to be spitting bombs here, but Magic just killed a team member again, and well, that hasn't worked out for them. Henry will find one, but not anymore. Technically, Margin had all the information they could possibly get hold of in that round. But with the smoke down, it got chaotic. And Decimate won their first round of this S&D.
Henry put himself in a good position there, to be honest with you, but when the rest of your teammates lose in the middle of the map, it's always a little bit more difficult, isn't it? Solid work there from Margin to try and find that round, but can't get it done. Decimate got themselves on the board as mentioned.
This is a big round, theoretically 4-1. It's not a great scoreline if you're Decimate, but they'll be looking to hold this one down. Claw back the points, but Henry, who's been magical so far for Martin in the S&D, finds the first blood, finds the second blood. 2 versus 4 now for Decimate. They've called the bomb site correctly. They are going to be together here. Depper in D3. Looking for a pick, and he doesn't get it. Henry will get his third of the round, not the ace, though. Doesn't matter. Another one here for Margin.
Absolutely cruising in this search and destroy, to be honest with you, and it's nice to see. I think going up against Decimate during the elite season, they definitely would have played up against each other. I didn't get a chance to double check that, but for both of them as well, I think they kind of, I want to say that Decimate maybe play into the way Margin plays search and destroy. They're aggressive, and Margin are happy to sit. Margin are happy to, well, just play well like this, aren't they, right now in Birmingham? Maybe could go on a little bit of a run, potentially. Not a team I would have necessarily had. I mean, at the same time, look, going up against Decimate, 2 of the lower end elite challengers team here out of EMEA. They're making it look easy right now. Henry's 9-3. Had a good map number 1 as well. He's feeling it up against Decimate. One more round for Margin to close this series out.
Twisted, just trying to see anybody. Will be calling this one out because there's no where they are. Legend throws a shoulder. It's a good shoulder. Has his teammate here to back him out. They might double chow, but Depper finds Henry. That's a huge pick for them.
Alex taking down Whalers. So Twisted and Legend looking for the 2 versus 4. Just trying to stick together. Hopefully can isolate somebody. So difficult to do. So difficult.
It certainly is. They'll be worried about being clutched on again, but all the way out towards the flank here. Legend is potentially going to get caught on timing. Oh my goodness, almost gets perfect cut timing. Not going to be that time, and down they go. Decimate get a round back, stay alive here in this technical 5-2. Is there magic in the air? Is there a way back for them? They will obviously be hoping so.
See if they can formulate something. Because if not, it's a loser's bracket run instead. I think this would have been relatively close when it comes down to actual seeds, wouldn't it? Margin number 14, Decimate number 19, so yeah, not a great deal in it. That's fair, that makes sense. Playing for Legend, no one wasn't it? For the side of Margin, but on board with him in the middle of the map, trying to get something going. And once again, another round, well, Decimate are maybe able to find a pick and get something up and running, but Legend will get this bomb down over towards B. It's a 3v4, but they have to defend. It's really going to be on the side of Whalers. He's found one on the flank. He's found the second on the flank. And Margin now, well, did have the numbers advantage. Now a 2v2.
Somehow Whalers finds 2 and it doesn't work out for him. Now got to clutch up again into this one. He's going to find both, but moves at the wrong time. Need his teammates to stay alive here, but I mean the call from Margin as soon as they saw that first push, I think it was Legend who would have called it, ran over, and for a second, for a heartbeat, with Whalers taken down 2, he thought Decimate would have it a bit locked in, not to be, and they stay alive. The Decimate have the magic run in them to get the rest of these rounds.
Difficult to do, but if D3 can continue this streak, he's found 4 in a row, then just maybe they could. 4 spree. needs to add to it. A couple more kills should get him over the line for the Hellstorm. As mentioned, Margin had a 1-0 lead off a restart. They still only need one more round to take this series.
Hold on. It's a big tactic here by Margin. They are trying to work this as best they can. Magix will eventually get this one down.
And that's the important kill. Twisted takes down Magix after the bomb goes down, but you give yourself that advantage. D3 finds another. Should be dead right here to Whalers, and it's Henry who's around the corner actually. Now a 3 versus 2 in favor of Margin.
Well, here they go. They don't have the information here. Players on the outside. It's a big fight by Twisted. He's going to go down. It's now a 1 versus 2. This bomb will have to be defused. Henry is waiting, and he has waited long enough. 11 and 5 locks it down. Margin will continue through this winners bracket. And hey, don't even worry about getting out your chairs. They seem relaxed. They seem calm. A stroll to the shops for them. Never in doubt. MVP of that S&D has got to be Henry. Whalers actually got a 1 versus 3, so maybe it should be him, but Henry was pretty much great every other round.
And then that's the kind of rounds that if you Decimate, you got to look at and say to yourself, how are we getting 1v3 in that scenario? Surely you should be able to pick it up. I mean, look, I know the bomb is down for Whalers to defend, and that's what he did brilliantly. But not enough to get it over the line to Decimate. And someone just got aired for a fist bump as well. I mean, it's just all going terribly.
Oh, that's real bad luck. Decimate, though, will have a chance to continue. That's the best thing about this is still a run to be made. Still more COD to be played today, especially. But while we go from our wonderful game on Alpha, we'll have a look at Bravo. And into the hard point. Khan, Huntsman, Light Unlimited. Down to the wire, 2 of the big teams from both regions. This is going to be a bit of a fire sale here. You can see Huntsman already locking this one down for the rest of the time, potentially. Leaving Light Unlimited with very little room to maneuver.
Yeah, this is a game that I would expect Huntsman to be able to win. Kind of team going together at this Light Unlimited roster who are trying to do well. 2, 3, 5 and rising up for the side of Huntsman. Can't win it here over towards P5. So we go to another rotation. Okay, Huntsman may well only be, what, 6 or 7 away by the time we get there. This is not a bad setup for Light Unlimited over towards P1.
Got to hold it. Cannot let it slip even for a second, though. Well, that second might have already ticked over, but haven't really capitalized on it, Ton. They were hunting for that player in around blue. And that has given Light Unlimited a little bit of a shining light.
40 seconds to play for here. Take Charm off it. And now all of a sudden those 3 kills that will fall for Huntsman should spell the end of map number 1. Unless if you claims you can find a way to stop it from happening. More kills go their way. Huntsman 250, 221. They take map number 1 here on Bravo.
Big win for them. Again, one of these teams that a lot of people are looking forward to seeing how they get on at the major. So far, so good. Danny drops 41 for 28.
41 for 28. I believe for the L though, so.
Oh, game's so good, you can't even see him.
Blinded by greatness.
That's basically what I look like without the contacts in now, I think.
You can hear everybody getting very excited over on Bravo at the CDL side of things. I'm right next to the pit, well, right next to us as well. Gentlemates getting things rolling there after a big win for them in their very first series. Just to make sure they stayed here. I actually really enjoyed that. I know a couple of people were like, oh wow, they're going to go all that way to just play one game. Very intense though, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, it really was.
So yeah, though, that's been really interesting. But here on Challenges, things are starting to heat up now. Some of these big teams starting to get some opposition who are really starting to shoot back. I mean, case in point there for Huntsman, you would expect them to be able to take on Light Unlimited pretty handily. It wasn't as easy as they would have anticipated in map number 1 at least.
No, it certainly wasn't. And of course, all of these teams just trying to make their way through here in the winners bracket so far for us. And every time they do so, it dramatically increases where they've already placed at this tournament. But the main goal of most of these teams, well, all of these teams really, is to make tomorrow at the very least, because you want to play more than one day. But a lot of games you've got to play today, especially if you drop down.
No, a lot of games. I think, you know, we were looking at the schedule. I think it was 10 blocks of games for us to cover on the broadcast. you think of all the games that those players are having to play through. So many for everybody, and that's why it's the grind, that's why it's the pit, that's what it's about. It's about longevity, it's about being able to have that stamina, not, you know, just slamming in junk food. Get some vegetables down here. Just don't live off caffeine and you might be alright.
Well, with that wonderful nutritionist advice, we're going to go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere though. More fun and games at the Major. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Major. And we have a wonderful S&D on the way. Huntsman already up 2-0 in this one, 1-0 in the series. And now they're going for the plant.
Just about got the close there in map number 1. And then map number 2, things looking very, very solid. 3 spree as well, and there you go, in Dimensions. We'll find Cleams. This just feels a little bit too easy. Right now, 30 seconds to go. Danny challenge 1-1-3, trying to find a way back to it. And I tell you what, I call it easy. Johnny just jumps off the map. What are we doing? Crispy now left in a 1 versus 2. Can you see if his team's blushes? Just about. Has to pull off the 1v2, but he has to, right? What are the team doing?
Well, that was pretty insane. I mean, he had his knife out there for a moment. I didn't know if he was going to try and slide in with it. Slides in, hits the perfect slide chow. Rispy, all good in the end. And for Huntsman, of course, it was a bit of a tight hard point moving forward. But they're looking solid so far in this S&D. Light Unlimited yet to really get moving. You can see on the scores, they've only got 5 kills over the last 3 rounds.
Yeah, it's not great viewing, is it? Johnny 3 and 2, trying to find a little bit of an angle. Rispy will eventually get taken down. Oh, good gunfight. Well done by Light Unlimited. Will about to pick that one up. Renegade can't find a great deal here. This is looking like a Light Unlimited round. Danny finds it, and it's a clean round as well. Nicely done.
Took down the aggression, managed to hold their own with that one, and that's the kind of adjustments you need at this level. If things aren't working, change it. S&D does not always play the same, and well, they managed to get that round back on the board when they needed it. Of course, for Huntsman, they'll be looking to continue moving forward. Light Unlimited are not a bad team, but for Huntsman, there's certainly a lot of prestige and a lot of pressure coming into this one. They
Yeah.
expect good results.
Yeah. I think Scump was falling in for them the other day, wasn't he? Looking fairly well. One of the Huntsmen. 3-1 now. Here on this search and destroy. Light Unlimited trying to find a way back through. This is an aggressive push, though, over towards the A side. Huntsman trying to get this bomb down, but the utility's on its way. The utility will be dealt with by the trophy system, so there you go. That could be a free plan. 1-3 doesn't find a way through. Can they manage to find the gunfight? Danny does. Takes down Rispy. Find a second on Dimensions as well. 2v4 in favor of Light Unlimited. Danny finds another. Renegade has to find plenty, and all of a sudden it's a 1v1. And Real Charm is there. The defuse will come through. 3-2.
Now almost a little bit closer than they would have liked, but Light Unlimited get it done. Light Unlimited certainly fighting back into this one against the Huntsman. They are finding the kills early. And then the trades just flow. It's certainly not a dumb game by any means, and that's what we want. We have been saying, you know, the games early will always be one-sided. The games later, well, that's where the real jewels are found.
Well, this is the thing, though, right? They've been competitive. For all that we've had quite a few 2-0s, they are still competitive games. And that's what we want. As much competition as possible. Still on board here with the Huntsman on Light Unlimited. This is winners round 3. We're going to have a losers round coming up next. Going to stay with Decimate. They're going to be going up against Avenge Esports in another best of 3.
We're certainly pushing the envelope. I mean, these games are getting done pretty fast today, but speaking of getting done fast, a bit of a retake here. 2 players really backing off. One watching the flank here for Huntsman. It'll be server room and through the tree. Actually, no server room. Just tree, just going for it. Pile in the bodies. Rispy will go, all right, I'll have 2. There's too many bodies to shoot, and they close it down.
That's a squeaky clean retake, isn't it? Barely even took a bullet, never mind dropped anybody.
I just don't think Light Unlimited were ready for it. I mean, how are you going to expect 4 players in the winning team to run through 1 choke point at the same time?
So silly, it's smart.
Yeah, well, it's great until like a nade is there.
Well, yeah, I mean, thankfully it wasn't. and the Huntsman will find the round. Nicely done. This will be them advancing on to winners round 4 if they can close this one out. 2 rounds away. Recipe having a hell of a game. 9-3. Keep this up. Johnny with a nade over the top here as well, and Light Unlimited now down to 3. Pressure over towards B. Danny has been a constant threat though, hasn't he? He was in map number 1 as well. Recipe will back them down though, over towards B, but Light Unlimited are very much here. Bomb is going to be going down, so 3 versus 3. A retake needs to happen for Light Unlimited. Oh, you're 5-2 down and 1 round away from going down into loser's bracket. That bomb does go down as Dimensions falls. Recipe's had to get aggressive, should be getting traded on, and does so. And all of a sudden it's Renegade left in 1 versus
1 versus 1 has to make that one. It's massive. Knows where the other player's going to be. The other player's going to go close as well. Renegade just wants to stay alive here, but it takes a couple of bullets on the way out. Doesn't matter. The snap and the bang. Pretty little bit of crackle and pop in there as well. That's 5-2 to the Huntsman.
huge 1v2 from Renegade. And that puts another nail in the coffin. Danny was there, and he has been the ever-present problem from Light Unlimited. This time Renegade deals with him. And now all of a sudden, it's 1 round away for Huntsman. Recipe's been incredible in this game, but it's Renegade for 3 to seal the deal in round number 7. In round number 8 we go. Have Light Unlimited got anything in their back pocket to try and find a comeback here?
Dimensions will be looking. Doesn't see anything here. I was going to say, you switch that out. Trophies kind of giving the game away. They're going to know that teams are here. Bomb will be down though. Light Unlimited have the advantage, but lose the numbers. Dimensions may slide this. Here he goes around the corner. Not going to find it. Danny is good. Going to go down eventually. Brings it back to a 2 versus 2. Still not. 2 versus 3. Still not great here for Huntsman. They have to punch through.
Recipe maybe will be the one that tip the spear. Can't find much. Real Charm's done a really good job, actually, to find that kill. Johnny can't chow this either. Renegade is here to help out. Real Charm will find another.
Oh! He's gone off the edge. He's gone off the edge. It's now 1 versus 1. Cleamsy left alone here. Johnny looking for the fight. Has to take it. Has to take it now. He's a little bit slow, a little bit hesitant. Wins the gunfight. Loses the round. That was handed to Huntsman.
I wouldn't care, though, because honestly, Real Charm did fantastic to find those first 2 kills.
To do all that work and fall off the map, I mean, he would have been devastated for about 10 seconds.
It's just the game's mechanics. Honestly, it's easier to we've seen it more this year than any other yet.
Very, very easy. You are right.
Especially on that.
But there would have been, what, 8 seconds there where he was panicking. Like, I've done all this work and I've left my teammate to 1 versus 1. Doesn't matter in the end, though. Light Unlimited still alive here. They've made a play call towards 8. They're going to go for a big flank. As you can see, the Huntsman now closing ranks onto B.
Got aggressive here through Dojo. This job's a very important one. Needs to try and hold something. 2 players on the flank. Oh, and Johnny is so deep to read this. C1, they will isolate, but he's managed to find the first kill. Has found the second as well, and Recipe will stick a pin in this one. Huntsman find map number 2 and advance on to winners round 4.
And again, another calm reaction from some of these teams. Almost feeling like a bit of a warm-up here. Commiserations to Light Unlimited. A valiant fight, but sometimes you just got to let the bigger team walk on by.
Good showing from Renegade and Co. Huntsman going up against a tricky opposition. A 6-3 victory in the Search and Destroy, 2-0 victory in the series. Incredible work. They'll advance on. We'll be seeing them later on this evening here in the UK. Taking up to 5:15 on the day. Still a few more games to go, don't you worry. Plenty more action incoming. Good performance there, though. Recipe will on that. We'll take a lot of the credit, to be honest with you. A really good performance from him. Multiple situations where you just didn't think he was going to win it. A 1v2 in the midst of that.
seeing what other games are potentially available for us. I think Tornex Masked Prodigy might be ready to rumble. But obviously, Avenge trying to get these players into these seats and get these games on the way. Not the easiest time. But I will shout this one out as well. Absolute stellar job by the entire production and admin team, because
they're rolling.
there was a little bit of a delay to start the day, and then we've managed to overshoot. We are now way too efficient.
Too fast. All the players getting themselves in a good spot.
Yeah.
That's the shocking thing.
Yeah, no,
really.
it is. The players actually being there on time. And that's, speaking of which, Alpha. The players are sat down. They are ready to rumble almost. Obviously, not entirely in the game yet, as that is not a player playing from his phone, but we'll be switching to his controller once we get into this lobby properly.
Thanks for that.
Well, hey, he might have a fancy controller. You don't know.
Decimate taking on Avenge Esports here in the losers bracket. We just watched Decimate lose to Margin. Now good up against Avenge. Should be a relatively interesting one. See, I thought these two teams have kind of made it. Yeah, let's bring up the losers bracket. Look where Avenge are sitting. So both these two squads with their backs up against the wall. Avenge have been down the losers bracket for quite some time. To run 2 games in a row, but now going up against a team who were very much Challengers Elite this season. Seed 45 Avenge Esports. That's a lot down, to be honest with you. It's kind of around where Belfast Stone were, but again, like, for instance, Decimate are no joke. They've found some decent wins across their season. Of course, when Alpha played for them, when they were on the signs, they were a very good roster. Just need to see if they can bounce back. I think the difference is here for me, though, is that for Avenge, they have had their opportunity to play a couple of games through the losers bracket. They'll be nice and warm. And Decimate have just lost a game to Margin, a team that they would have thought they could potentially beat. Didn't happen, and now it's do or die in the losers bracket.
Well, this is an elimination game. We haven't actually had one of these yet. Obviously, all these teams getting ready and getting warmed up as things here in Birmingham are getting loud.
Oh yeah, teams starting to get themselves into better situations. I can hear the French next to me celebrating. I haven't got a clue what's going on in that game, frankly. We've been quite busy, in fairness.
We certainly have. And we'll find out. But obviously our game's getting ready here for our Alpha slot, as well as all the other games in our other slots. We are showing 4 at once, Ton.
Yeah, no, we're very mixy here in Challengers. We've got Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, and Delta. And yeah, look, we've been bouncing around all over the place, but we've got another game coming up on Alpha, just the one that we just mentioned in the losers brackets. And this is where the tournament gets scary for a lot of people. You've kind of made it through a few games. You're like, okay, what can we do here in this tournament? You can't lose a game. But yeah, plenty to come, Bryson. More college reaction from very shortly.
There certainly is. But before that, we're going to go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We're jumping straight into this hard point. Decimate versus Avenge Esports have locked into this lobby early, so we are going straight to the game. And already a little bit of a firefight going down around the P1 point.
So early, then I missed it.
You could have let that one go, nobody would have known.
Oh, no, but I like to admit my mistakes. I'm having the water. We're alright, we're fine. But this is a big game. This is the bracket side of things. Junk and Co. Going up against Debanadox, D3 and Magix. I think for Decimate, look, they're coming into this still expecting to win. But Avenge Esports, as mentioned, have found a couple of rounds in a row here in the losers bracket.
Well, this is going to be key. You are right. I mean, realistically, neither of these two teams wants to go out today. Elimination game as we start to rock deep into the evening between these two squads. And now with a bit of P2 control, Avenge Esports will start sucking that time down. They're in a better position here, but really struggling actually to put complete control over it. You can see they were a bit hesitant to get into the point to put themselves in a position where they could be burnt out. Oh! But Chunk says no more.
Nice enough from Chunk. Now we transition over towards P3. And this is the difference with the loser bracket. If you can start to get a few wins in a row, you just become into some games just feeling unstoppable. They come in hot. Decimate just need to temper that as much as they possibly can. Elusive over towards the backside of P3, and he might be able to get one over on Najix. Does so. Thinking about trying to get those P4 spawns. So for P3. Right now it's looking good here for the side of Decimate. Not quite at the point, but plenty of control.
So far, good hold, Decimate. I'm going to push this one out. Depa pulled his shots a second too early, and that's going to cost him. There they go now. D3's going to hold the line. No, there's players coming both sides here as Avenge trying to get in a position to pinch this one out. D3 has to also fight his way forward. But this now goes the way of Avenge.
Good job from Decimate. Managed to clear house once again. 20 seconds to play for here. It's very likely and absolutely is going over towards Decimate. Now on their way over towards P4. Good shots coming out from Nadox and Co. And yet they get a little bit of control on the top window. Najix in the middle map will get taken down for some information gains there from Decimate. Jackson and Chug though doing really well. They hold down the backside as the P4 time is more than off. Spawn towards the back, spawn towards the back. Now managed to make it round. This is a bit of a fumble now for Avenge. They seemingly push forward, maybe just a little bit too much outside of P4 to open the door for Decimate to just waltz on it.
Oh, this is still going back and forth between these two squads. At the moment though, time ticking up for Decimate. 35 seconds. An awful lot of time here, but Avenge Esports not that close to contesting yet. That's going to try and push this one out. Not even going to find the first here. A little bit of a cut down. Najix will get his trade. Jeremy takes down D3. The rest of the players now pouring through. Depa has to hold the hill against many. He finds only one, but his teammate to the rescue. Najix gets it. He'll be cut down in turn. And it's trades aplenty into the P4. Oh JME. Spider-Man on the wall. And now with Decimate, they'll take the scrap time over to this one. D3 deep. They know he's here.
Sound him out, and there you go. There's the rotation. JME in that moment, that was absolutely incredible. But ultimately, it doesn't result in a great deal. And now Decimate gonna have to find a way back through again. Still in about a 50-point lead and still feeling good. Jackson will find a gunfight up against Alex. Najix himself, though. Taking down Chung, D3, combining well. And it's a lovely break coming through from Decimate. Well, still towards back for Revenge. Can they find a way back through? Not gonna happen. Good job from Decimate. They clean house not once, but twice. And that will be the hill, and that will be some good time.
Starting to really pull away in this series. So much so that even Avenge Esports are maybe just trying to set the battle lines a little bit better here for this next rotation. Najix is on 4. Going all the way around here. It will be Avenge Esports looking for him. They're going to know as well, but he still wins the gunfight. Going to be weak for this next one. Does not get away with it, but with P1 popping, Avenge, you were technically in the better position, but I say that and they've lost it.
It's felt that way on a couple of occasions, right? That rotation over towards P4. It seems like they had a little bit of control and then they didn't. Happened there over towards P1. It's been the story and it's the reason as to why they are a good 90 points behind and climbing is that gap. Decimate in control of this game. And a game that I would expect them, look, they've just dropped in the loser bracket against a team who coming in like seed 45, Decimate within the top 20. It's a game you would expect them to be able to see out, and seeing it out they are. They're 100 points in the lead into the second rotation.
Yeah, I wouldn't say I've seen a terrible game from Avenge, but a couple of rotations going against him and the score starts to look like this. Trying to get back on a P1, have the advantage, looking for that mid kill here into Store. Chunk knows he's going to be chowed as well, but doesn't matter if he knows, he's got to win the gunfight, doesn't. And they've been pushed out one more time. The P2 about to pop here. Avenge Esports are spawning on the other side of this map. And it's a good call here by Elusive. He'll be trying to split this as much as possible. Holds, aim, finds the first as Jackson. Finds a second, but doesn't get it. And what could have been everything they needed for P2 falters a bit.
Shots coming out from D3 as well. Decimate, for all that gap has ever so slightly closed, it's still a good 80 points. Incredible work again. Deborah and D3 just combining so well. D3 is the one leading the charge. On ball now with Deborah inside of the point. The centering is on point. And Decimate will continue to add to that tally. Avenge Esports not in a good position. Look at the position from Nanox. They're just shoving them back into the corner and setting themselves up for a P3 that Avenge Esports need to commit to. And they have to get some time from. Have to find something here, Brycey. They're in a lot of trouble.
We've seen bigger comebacks in Hardpoint, but not often. It is always possible, but is it plausible? We can see now that already setting up for this next one. A few gunfights going down, surrounded. D3 should be able to clear things up. Actually ends up snapping onto his teammate. D3, 3 players you could have had there and you shot the teammate.
Maybe I had a disagreement, Brycey. No, you should have rotated. No, you should have baited. Depper now on the flank. Good position to start taking up with 30 seconds to go here. All the way towards P3. Oh, good one with the bounce off the wall. Depper, yeah, needed to find that good fight and just keep his presence somewhat. Yeah, he's going to have a couple of players around him. It's going to detract away. It should be some time. It's going to be more than detract away. Depper is just slaying absolutely everybody who's coming in off the respawn. 4 in a row from him.
What's his sensitivity on? Because he is moving fast when he gets around to this one. Now out towards the back. Depper is playing at a very fast pace. Already got this one locked in. Now moving out here, waiting for the P2 push. Nobody going to be here. Slides back in for that middle. His teammates are taking care of it before he can do anything, but he's on a 5. Looking for this one. Doesn't matter. Nanox who's taken the kill. Nanox has taken everything there with 3. 2 players now on a 5. He's going to go back to this one. Depper on a 6. They're looking to shut this down right here, right now. Depper's not going to get his 7th, but they are so far away, Ton. This might be done.
It is done. Decimate absolutely pulled Avenge Esports apart there. Such a strong map number 1. Fist bumps all around. Great performance from Decimate. And as mentioned, it looked a little bit scary at the start of the game. Avenge came out absolutely screaming. The steam ran out rather quickly though, and the French team and Decimate will find the win. Map number 1 is theirs. 1 round away from the next run.
Yeah, it started off quite close, but Decimate eventually really stamping their authority onto this game. At the moment, still seem quite calm and collected. Player just having a little couple of messages sent off in the middle of a series.
Yeah. Was that on his controller or his phone?
That was on his phone.
Oh, okay. It's a bit of an insider joke that we've been running for an hour.
Well, we're switching over to Charlie here. This is going to be Bear Claw Esports. This is Torn Esports, and so far Torn up in the lead here on the hardpoint ton.
See how these two teams are going to do. The Torn, honestly, when we did see them before, not a bad showing whatsoever. Liked what I've seen from Mints, to be honest with you, and I'm liking what I'm seeing from them here. 130 and rising. Very, very solid so far in this opening salvo in the hardpoint.
Just trying to hold this one down here. Torn looking pretty. Him and who we have seen have pretty good games already today. Graces our screen once again. There's a player behind him. He is eventually going to go down, but all this time he's going towards Torn Esports. So they're making sure this doesn't move. That is a lot of time to gain on P1. They win the trades going into this. Only one player, Click, is going to be behind them. And P2 pops, and Torn aren't even worried about it.
Very closely matched when it does come down to seeds. These two, 33rd and 31st. Incredibly tight matchup on paper. And right now looking solid enough for Torn Esports, but Bearclaw are now in. 170 still. Gap for Bearclaw to try and close down to. So 70 seconds away now. 34 remaining over towards P2. Hold so far from Bearclaw. They're in a good position to transition over towards P3 as well, to be honest with you. Can they hold out these fights though? Andy now left in a 1 versus 1, and it's going to be Toxin who manages to find it. Bearclaw gets some good time over towards P2.
Still holding fast here though, and on every single second they can scrape from P2. P3's already been set up by Torn though. Not really even going to be chowed in the first couple of seconds here. Bearclaw will have to get into a better position for it. And well, there's the first bit of time here. Torn Esports have the position, but they don't have the numbers, and well, Mint already going down, and it's going to be a bit of a back foot fight here. Click and Vidman getting two as well. Hitman trying to stay alive. Finds one into the point, but it's only going to be one. And for Bearclaw, they've taken control.
Good position to be in. We're going to see if we can actually manage to take a lead yet. 30 seconds wouldn't be enough, but they can maybe try and find the transition up towards 4. It's a bit more like it though. Torn Esports trying to get some sort of hold back on this game. Gunfights are starting on their way. Clicks are going to find 2 over towards that side. And Torn Esports might get a hold of the hill, but transition and the rotation belongs to Bearclaw Esports, and the kills on top of it as well. They can set themselves up for a lot of success here over towards P4.
Still shining. Bearclaw will now look to lock this one in. 36 seconds separates these two here. Easily achievable if they can start pushing them out. But Torn Esports, her body's in. Click will find one. Not going to be the second here. Pinstripe kill feed comes down to this fight in the hill. You can see they're ready for it at the same time. Spawn out towards the back, and they will grab it away from them. But Bearclaw managed to get bodies in the area.
Oh, big win. Mint's got a little bit of help from TK. So if they stop the reinforcements coming in, but they have the numbers, they need to make the push right now. TK shooting in every direction, but a direction that somebody from the side of Bearclaw was finding a way in. Managed to find the kill, Andy, as well, though. They've done well to find this breakdown. This could be some detrimental time for Bearclaw Esports to give away. 200 points has been broken. Tom will get that scrap time. The rotation will absolutely belong to Bearclaw Esports, but that 200-point mark has been broken. It's going to be a 50-point game by the time we head over towards P5.
Bearclaw are set up deep. Unfortunately, that is a spawn out to Click. They've got to win a gunfight here. Mint finds 2. You can already see Toxin trying to find it. He gets 2 of his own. Not going to be the third, though. A little bit chaotic with the spawns. Everybody going everywhere. The Torn Esports get a better here. Mint is now on a 5 streak, and they'll look to lock this one down, Ton.
TK looking to join him. 3 in a row from him. The field push is just a little bit one-dimensional. Torn Esports have found themselves 20 seconds away for a win in map number 1. 3 kills in a row now for TK, looking to add. Still hasn't done. But this one will be continuing. Probably just for a few more seconds, but you can keep an eye on every single game yet. Well, pretty much every single game in DreamHack Birmingham. We go back over towards Alpha. Decimate taking on Avenge. Decimate, 1 to the good in this series. And 1 to the good here in the Search and Destroy.
Well, this is all about whether or not Avenge can tip the scales a little bit here. We've seen how good Decimate can be here. Obviously, they have managed to find themselves in an elimination game. It's not their favourite position, but they will certainly try to keep on rolling forward here at the Major. The Passion Pit has been running since 10 o'clock this morning, as we find ourselves coming on 5:30. Players know they've still got a good amount of time ahead of them here.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's still a few games to get themselves through. As is the way with the pit. Good start here. Side of Decimate in this round. So it's Avenge Esports to take the previous round, sorry. Good job from me on reading. Looks like, though, round over towards Decimate outside of Jackson, finding the 1 versus 3 guys.
Well, might have an opportunity if he can find one. A little bit of timing. I don't think he knows a player was going to be there. Take some love taps in the back. 16 health. That should regen in time. Bomb going down. I mean, Decimate are playing a little bit loose and fast here, but it isn't going to matter.
Nicely done here from Decimate, as they will get that one back. D3 4-1 already through 2 rounds. Solid work. Might add to this tally though. And this is the kind of map that it can go one way or the other. I mean, obviously I know in terms of results, but for Decimate, they're a very aggressive team. And if the aggression doesn't pay off, the question always, well, at least from us, is what else have they got to give? Well, not a great deal at the minute because it's 1 apiece and it has just been ended. So hopefully we'll get back into that one rather shortly.
Fortunately, we have pod cams and other games going on, so looks like we'll find out what's happening with Avenge Esports versus Decimate very shortly. But at the moment, sounds 1-1. Of course, it will still be 1-0 for Decimate in that series, Ton.
Yeah, still looking good for them in this losers bracket side of things. But yeah, it's been interesting down the loser bracket. You've got a couple of teams coming up against each other. As said, some coming in with a little bit of momentum, and they've been here for a little while. Some just dropping in with maybe a little bit more class, but is it the case of having that speed? Are you up to speed with this losers bracket yet? Are you feeling confident? Some of these teams who won a couple in a row may well be, but still a lot of Call of Duty to be played between these two teams in a very tight game.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the case here as well. Like I said, you have your early games, and if you can get through some of them, you kind of want the easiest game possible, because you know when it gets tough, it's going to stay tough. Right, every single game now is going to be more and more dangerous in terms of staying alive in this tournament. Obviously, for Decimate versus Avenge, they will be looking to continue. The loser of that game, it does eventually end up dropping out of the major. But we'll have to find out how that all works out. As our admin team is working through whatever issue it is.
They're sorting it out. It's fine. It's not going to be. Should I decide?
No, I don't think you're allowed. Also, I don't think they'd pay any attention to you.
That's not very fair. I've been in this industry for a long time.
That is true.
I carry some weight in this house. All right.
Yeah, all true. However, you don't know what's going on.
No.
You're not an admin.
No.
Barely a member of staff.
That's also fair. It did take a while to get a badge.
It did. We were stood outside in the cold and the rain.
Yes, we were. I'm now just tripping over my microphone, so honestly, who knows what I actually have up my sleeve here, if anything. But yeah, we should be jumping back into this one at a 1-1 scoreline, as I'm being told in my ear at least. Anyway, so we should be able to be jumping back into that one very shortly. But plenty of games going on here, Bryce. We've got a couple of losers rounds coming up. I believe we're going to be jumping in. Let's have a look. I'm just having a quick look. May well be jumping into winners round 4 as well in these next couple of games. So that should be interesting. This is where things get very, very interesting. We move to best out of 5s. But for that, we're back. 1 apiece between these two teams. So first to 5 for either Avenge Esports or Decimate.
Well, let's find out. Just having a little look here. Chung is trying to make a bit of magic happen. Running back and forth. Najix is getting that one, but that's already been done. Bomb has been defused. They gave it up. Looks like they just did not have that post-plant done.
Not quite. Kind of came in halfway through, but seemed as if they just got forced away, didn't they? Never a thing that's very easy to do. Try and retake, I should say, from that dojo side. Crown on Alpha got tread to a map 5 between Thieves and FaZe. It's only Friday, lads.
Well, it's always magic at the major. The game is certainly no exception.
I mean, this one is
well,
done.
over. Tied up.
2 apiece between these two. They got a round each before we went for a little restart, so as mentioned again, it is very much first to 5. Come for the sniper, and then feeling confident enough to get aggressive with the egg.
Sometimes the pistol looks incredible, other times it doesn't look that great. It really can feel a bit inconsistent.
Depends whose hands it's in, Percy.
Well, obviously in our hands it's not very good. I mean, I'm just, you know, sometimes it works out very, very well. We see players chow with it all the time. Like, you had half a magazine left.
It is very powerful, though. Oh, here we go. Big bang out over towards the rooftops, which, again, like these kind of rounds is what Decimate would say is their bread and butter.
Oh,
no.
Oh, what's going on?
No. We can't be doing that, right? I'll give him a caveat. There was a smoke there.
There was.
I'll give you that. That was still disgraceful.
Hey,
Yeah, you both need to have a good look at each other. Nah, the smoke's actually place from Belfast.
it's made it a bit of a crazy gunfight. I mean, and Naddox went over the top, so it made it even more difficult. But that round is going to be over. Decimate now going to be technically 3-2 up in this. Could have stayed 2-1 up, first to 5, but we'll keep you informed of that as it goes on, as I'm sure people will be asking in the chat.
Why are we ending at round 10?
D3.
Backs him down. Nanox will find the first one, though. Gotta hit those shots. Hesitating on the trigger. Nanox does not have the health to really tell this. Does now. Goes for it. Puts bullets into both. And now needs a little bit of backup because he's got them weak. And Deppa might be here to try and solidify something. They've escaped his grasp, though. This 1 versus 2 now becomes a little bit more difficult. Oh, very difficult. Send him up, though. I tell you what, that worked out perfectly. Charles going to come on through, still very, very weak. And doesn't have the time to find the snapper. Avenge, find the round.
Absolutely no fear from any of these players to take a chow.
No, just send it. Just lose his round, it's fine. Knocked out the tournament if things go wrong.
But it does tie us up again between these two, and just when you thought it was going right, it was going wrong. Maybe if that sniper had connected onto Jackson, we'd be talking about a bit of a different scoreline. Hasn't done so, and this time we will see Avenge take their attack here. Well, Jackson's already looking over this way, so it might be a rooftop play. Yeah, it is. Going in towards A.
Oh, some great shots on the D3. I tell you what, Avenge are not doing bad in these opening gunfights, and Decimate may have met their match as far as the aggression is concerned. Jamie will find Deppa though, and a 1 versus 3 now needed from Naddox.
Big rotate coming over here. Naddox is going to really struggle to stop them from getting this plant down. He finds one, he backs off. I mean, this is a very difficult one for either to make. Finds the first, though, brings it down to 1 versus 2. Nade flying in as well. The smoke would technically help him get into this point, but it'd also make his gunfight really awkward to have. The clutch is still on, he has a bit of time.
Oh, nearly gets a freebie, honestly. Bit of an awkward gunfight. And Avenge Esports will now take a lead. 2 more rounds to solidify the search and destroy and send us to a map number 3. I'm curious where the losers bracket, where it stops in the losers bracket, the best of 5s actually. I think it's a 5? Be round after winners?
Hey, fortunately, we have a magical machine in front of us, but we can just ask. It's usually about there. Normally, they kind of vary it depending on the amount of teams that turn up.
I know, but you know me, I do like to just spitball and just say what's
I know. Just, you know, just say whatever you want.
Probably not. Said everything's on my mind.
Well, here comes the push. I mean, right now, Decimate technically have a free run towards A. They won't know it. Aggression here from Avenge. They're going to check this corner. It's very normal for being in as well, but it's a bit of a bait and switch. Deppa still somehow gets away with it. Fights 2 players and wins. Jamie's pulling him out as well now, trying to get out of here before he gets caught. Not going to happen. Decimate getting everything they want for it, but Chunk finds one. The smoke is going to be a problem. And they catch him as well. They've gone straight through.
That's 3 for Deppa in the round. And Elusive now has to try and find the 1 versus 3. Maybe stop Deppa from finding the ace. If I'm going to go down over towards A. Nazarik's in with a plan. Can Deppa get a hold of this? Can he maybe start working on some streaks? The ace would feel nice as well, though. At least finds his way through. And you know for a fact that Deppa's going to be hunting this one down. There is the ace. 3-3. I'm hearing somebody shout in the pit. And I would probably put my money on the lad that just aced your team. Depper, 9-3. Two rounds away for either one of these two teams. Depper on a force spring. About halfway there on the Hellstorm. Needs to get involved with the planting if he really did want to get a hold of it quickly. But Avenge Esports, speaking of quickly, found their way through the middle of the map. Najix is ready for the push, gives it up, and Jackson pushes it. Caught timing at its absolute finest.
Nanox, we're looking for this one. Check the server room door. Try to see who's pushing through. There are players ready for him as well. Nanox is super weak. Grenade in. Doesn't know there's going to be two in here. Somehow someone is still alive.
Challenge?
More players into this one as well, but they've really stacked it out. Nanox, 2 health and a dream, a smoke out. Around and round they go. Not going to be enough here. Avenge Esports. Strength and power pushing through the middle.
And that was just unfortunate for Nanox. As soon as he get up the top of the stairs, the team push it. From there, a relatively simple round. The side of Avenge, who are 1 round away from sending us to a map number 3 between these two teams. Or can Decimate turn this one around and solidify it within 2?
Here goes. Decimate have the opportunity here to plant B. There is a heavy hit for Revenge on the defense here. Nade's already going over the top. Bomb is now going down. They have left Depper on the flank. Oh, this might be magical time. Look at it. Not a body ready for the flank.
Depper is going to be here very, very quickly as well. Sees a couple. Be calling out 2 in Dojo, 2 in Dojo. Leave them to me, as Depper will find 2. Everybody else through the middle of the map. They've cleared everything else they possibly could have, and D3 is here now to pick up the pieces. The double flanks coming on through. And Decimate send us to a technical around 11.
Wow, everybody locked in for this last one.
Here we go then. Round 11. I may say 4-4 there, but
There's somebody smart in the chat right now saying this is only round 9. It's ridiculous. Well, you're wrong.
well, I was trying to take the mick out of this person that doesn't exist there before and saying it was round 10 and then realised that I was an idiot and it would be round 11. And this is very different to what we've seen from both these two squads. Not all out aggression. Nadox is here to try and counteract this push over towards B. Bombs just lingered over towards the middle of the map. Slow and steady. Is that what's going to run the race for Avenge? Spots him. Nadox trying to find him on his way out. A bit more pressure will probably come in from the other side. They might just want to secure this kill, and they do. First flood over towards Decimate.
And now Avenge Esports are backpedaling. They've worried they've lost their control here with 47 seconds to go. And now the rotisserie comes in, and I'm not talking chicken. They are trying to find a way through. They're going to double bluff. Where are they going? I don't know where they're going. Are they going through? It's a triple bluff. They might go back to A here.
D3. Yeah, no, I don't mind this from D3. Linger around. I think they're going to at least catch Chunk. And this should only be 2 players left. Was Chunk going to somehow get away with his life? Nobody over towards B will be the call. Depper will have to have a look over towards A, and they got 1 player very weak over towards Dojo. 4 versus 2 in favour of Decimate.
Here they go to hold as well now. 1 versus 4, and JME finds himself in a world of trouble. Finds the first. Down he goes, and Decimate continue to move forward. For Avenge Esports, hope was on the line, but they will unfortunately crash out of this major. A very tense game here. A little bit static from the 2 teams. I expect more.
Good job from Decimate. They will advance on. They dropped in the losers bracket and win their game 2-0. will advance on. We'll see them later on in the tournament. Good effort from them. Great effort from Avenge. Put themselves in this position, won a couple of games in a row in that losers bracket after dropping down very, very early. But always a difficult task when you come up against a team from EMEA Elite. Always going to be hard. And get it done. Decimate advance on to losers round 4.
They keep on going, but it is certainly not an easy run. We said it's going to get more and more difficult. Still want to win though. Still want to keep on rocking through. For Team Decimate, their run lives on. But it is going to be a tense ride for them now.
Yeah. Extremely, some would say. Can't make any mistakes. I think for some of these teams as well, when you come through the best of 3, it's called Black Ops 3 there. I don't know. Throw it, I was black. Coming through a best of 3, it does make things sometimes very difficult. Like, you don't have anything else to fall back on. You don't sort of say to yourself, well, okay, we lose that hard point, but we've got hours potentially coming up if we're going to win our search and destroy. It's none of that. As soon as you get the best out of 5 still, I really truly do believe it comes down to who plays better on the day. Sometimes best of 3 can be a little bit, you know, not necessarily a conflict, I don't want to call it that, it's not. But realistically, we do get a lot more proof out of a best of 5. Incredible work though from Decimate, really good job from them. They will advance on by C and we'll see them later on in the tournament.
They certainly will. Well, it's been a roller coaster of a ride here. Some of our big teams starting to flex their muscles in challenges, but the games may continue long into the night. Fortunately, many more great opportunities for teams to advance or go home are coming right up. But first, we're going to go to a break. Don't go anywhere. More action here at the Major.
We are back with some more Major 2 Open in Birmingham. I'm Seymour with me, Spaceman, jumping in for the later portions of the afternoon. At least for us, it's the early afternoon. For you guys, it's getting late at night. But
Feels like
it's been fun so far, Spaceman. Even watching some of these matches, like we got, I'd say, stations on our computer. So much COD to watch and keep up with. Nothing to complain about from my side.
Oh, hell no. I'd be more than happy on any day of the week to be in this position where we got 30, 40 games happening all at once. But all I know is that while I love to talk and nobody wants to listen, we have a Bravo match we need to get into. And that's more important than anything else because I want to take a look at some of the gameplay coming up. We have so many matches that we've covered today, only a couple more to go. And we're getting closer and closer, Seymour, to that best of 5 bracket, that side where things really start to get tense. Right now, it's just about surviving the gauntlet early, and there is so much to look forward to. Speaking of Confide versus Annex into map number 2, Game 2, S&D on Den. This one's going to be fun.
You win here, you get into the best of 5s, you lose, you bow out. So, a lot riding, I'm sure, in terms of trying to get to the comfort zone. What everybody wants to be at, those best of 5s. Way better than a best of 3. Edzo lines up 2. Can't find the third one, but nearly making some clutch plays. Confide Esports going up 2-0 over Annex Esports in the Search and Destroy.
I'm trying to jog my memory here. And I don't think today we've seen any massive breakdowns. We've seen a couple of 1v1s that have been awkward. Other than that, there hasn't been too much. So I'm
two
putting this out
1v3s
there.
from Majin.
We did. But like, I guess I'm looking more for, I want to see a team face down their demons and go through the most tilting experience and bounce back and win. And I'm just putting it out there in the universe in case anybody wants to listen and bring me some content.
Spaceman wants to see a team go through therapy.
Yep.
Live on air.
That's what day ones are for, baby. Show me the goods.
Annex are taking the bomb over towards B. Really patient, though, because you look at the setup from CJP. He is watching for a full flank, and Confide are giving nothing to you.
Yep. If I'm Nico, I get no info. I'm staying put. I've read it correctly. I have the cut.
Such a
I have
cheeky
the
angle.
weapon. The timing. The timing. The timing. Oh, baby. CJP rewarded. First blood.
Now you got to be careful not to get caught in a reaction from Confide. And Confide, they go deep. They get out with their lives somehow. And Hate Me even takes a kill with them. 3v3. Looking for a little bit more. It's Lampy to fly forward. Happy. Good enough for the kill. 25 seconds, though, as Annex need to pick up the pace because they are running out of time here in the 1 versus 2. Ooh. Happy takes matters into his own hands. And Annex put themselves on the boards. Not too shabby.
Not bad at all. After the last 2 rounds. Need a little play like this to get yourself on the board. Am I crazy? Is that subliners happy? Am I blast out of my mind? I gotta know. I need to know. When I say this, I need to know, it means I'm going to currently look up to see if that is actually subliners happy. But if that is, what a pull and what a nice little resurgence for Happy for those who remember back in the day. Shout out Happy, shout out Royalty, way back when.
The whole idea of DreamHack has just been putting Spaceman and I like on
We're in a retirement home right now.
Exactly. We are like going back in time with remembering so many things, and right there you just pulled the subliners Happy out of nowhere. And Lampy, first blood. Happy with the sniper's going to be falling way earlier than Annex would have liked to, and you can see those orange arrows reacting to plug some of those angles that Lampy might have decided to flood, but 3 wrap over towards B, 4 up. Wizards here can get anything before falling back, and through the wall he finds one. 3v3. That'll slow things down.
The pace very much on the shoulders of CJP at mid. Again, 2 back-to-back rounds. Relatively scot-free through mid. Oh my god, cheeky as hell. Bomb still does go down. Had to be a perfect spot to plant, and it was. Initial, the entry, the break. Looks every single way and gets crossed up in the process. As Skip will help out the rest of his team and clean up mid as quickly as the break started. Confide Esports waste no time on that one and extend their lead to 2.
That's one of the moments that I'm sure everybody's found themselves in. You know that in a 3 versus 3, if you're the point man and you're retaking a site like this on Den, so many angles to clear all at the same time that you don't know which one to choose. And CJP, if he slid out challing the left, he would have had that kill for free, but instead you chal out for tin, you try to play for the bomb, and you just completely take fights on all 3 separate angles at the same time. And Confide Esports are happy to hold things down on that post plant. Lampy with the first blood, translate to a round, 2 up yet again. It looks like it's going to be a bang out over towards B. Only person here is Hate Me.
It's timing's name of the game right now. The rush plant would have been great if only they had the eyes we have on our minimap as they go for the clear out. Dojo completely open.
That would be cheating.
It would be. But this is a perfect spot for Confide. That bomb doesn't go down. They get time to rotate through mid. Control of P1, control of Act Dojo, and they have got Annex Esports pinched.
Trap, though. And there's your exit strategy. Hate Me goes down. Numbers now for Annex. Let's see if they choose somewhere to fight through. Skip. And the wall bang continues this trade fest. 2v2. Just absolutely kicked up. And look at the bomb position. Annex have to go through Dojo to recover this bomb. Skip's going to throw a shoulder. He sees it. He knows he just needs to play his life with 30 seconds. There's no need to get aggressive.
Yeah, you want to pair up on this. If you're not going to play the retake, you play the hit together.
Look at
If you're giving him the space, then take the space.
CJ's all the way through mid. He's rewrapping Dojo. Ezo just needs to play his life.
Plenty of time. 1v1. CJP on your screen. Skip. An arm's length away. Spots him. Calls him. Skip wasting so much time. CJ's got to go. He's got to go. Wait. Patiently as ever. Sticking the defuse. Not going to matter. Over the top. Finish your food. And gets him in time. NX Esports will take the round. Fade out the time on the 1v1. And now within 1.
It really doesn't get better than that. I think CJP really gambled that round with Ezu. Because if you don't find that kill, if you're Ezu and it remains a 2 versus 1, that is a completely different story for CJP rewrapping through Dojo. But fact that he goes 1 for 1, he allows CJP that time to full wrap, throwing some shoulders, getting that information. It is a really well thought out round in the post plant for Annex for that 2v2, and really goes to show how hard they're fighting for this 2-0 against Confide.
One of those games, man, when you're just in the trenches of an open bracket, every round feels like it's a $10,000 match. It just...
For real.
It gets sticky. It gets real sticky at times. Make that 2 in the round. 4 members up for Confide Esports. We'll try to hold the advantage now. They send one on the chase, excuse me, and they are rewarded. Home picks up the 3rd. Wizard last alive. Tap that staff.
Lampy's going for the ace. Oh! Denied. You're a wizard. And now, 1v4. 30 seconds. M15, not a bad gun to shell into B with, but Skip... He's going to spot him out. Everybody's going to collapse now to defend. 19 seconds. Wizard's going to have to 1v3 within 10 seconds to get the defuse in time. And by the time he takes the challenge, it really doesn't matter if you get the kills or not. That's a round to Confide 10 times out of 10. And really, it just comes down to BO6 rookie Lampy taking charge through mid, running it down and winning 3 separate one-on-ones. You just can't teach it sometimes. That is talent.
You got intuition. You got that spider sense. You also just can't win that 1v3. Like, I know there are going to be pros who do it. There will be teams who find ways. But for the majority of the population, 99% of us, that 1v3 is, there's no way in hell you're breaking that and clutching it. It's just such, it's like playing checkmate control. It is such a difficult retake on that site, given the positioning your ARs can get into and the amount of information and lack of time you have. It is so brutal. Every time there's a 1v2 or 1v3 on B, it feels like the win rate is at 95%.
Look at this.
Unless you're a god. Unless you're a freak.
slowed down the play for Annex. They're sending 2 players through A side, and as soon as they recognize that there's no noise at B, everybody from Confide wraps back. Annex have a chance to maybe draw some attention for a free plant, but you just cannot lose your life here if you're Annex.
Well, they at least get one. The plant's got to go down, and it does. Bit late, but it'll happen nonetheless. Out on the run, and a foot race through mid. Lampy. Looking for the anchor. Ezo sees him. Oh, yeah. I mean, this is crucial. Round hindering play here. Doesn't pick up the kill. Lets him get out for free. That's a mistake. I know you have to reposition, but this needs to get cleaned up, and he gets absolutely pissed on. Holy Toledo. Oh, baby.
Oh, I'm telling you, this Lampy guy,
baby.
is different. He might not be on the same quality, I'd say, of team that he had in Black Ops 6, and that's no shot to his teammates. It's just, you know, we saw what he was doing in the elites back in BO6. He was something else, but you put him in a fight like that, he's going to put you on a newspaper. That is ridiculous that he takes it, because I liked Ezu's like performance, the way that he was holding that one all the way in the back. You know, it's great, and I think that might be actually game over. We didn't catch to see if it was a round up or not. 6-2 possibly for Confide Esports to move on forward. But I like the way that NX were playing that post plan. You had 2 players in Dojo. You had Ezu holding the flank route. If Lampy gets caught there, that is 100% a route towards NX. But Lampy puts you in the yesterday's newspaper, and that is a ridiculous shot.
You ever get put in the spin cycle so bad that they end the map at 5-2? They're like, we don't even need the last one. It just, we got the idea. We're good. It's
like a mercy rule.
Just yeah, quite literally. That was one of those shots that just, like, the whole gunfight, you're like, okay, this is going to matter a lot. And boy, did it. It was quite a performance there in the end. I believe the series is tied 1-1 when we jumped in just a bit late into game 2. If it is, we got ourselves a guaranteed control. And I could not be happier because control, good lord, overload. And I could not be happier because we've only seen one overload today. And it was still a great one, but it feels like, again, it's only best of 3s, but it just feels like we're waiting to see where teams sit, specifically because of how many rosters we watched in the Elite Series, Bush, how many teams have been evolving their overload gameplay and how much it has required improvements from even the best squads. So I'm very, very excited to see more game 3s on our screen.
You and I both. And not to mention, too, we're jumping away from the elimination bracket into the winners bracket, too, once we're done with Confide versus Annex Esports. And that means that we're jumping into the best of 5s now. So we're going into the best of 5s. We got so many matches, too, and we got some quality matches as well with Omit Brooklyn and FaZe Falcons going head-to-head on our Delta stream. This is a huge one to take a look at because Omit Brooklyn lighting things up in the Elites. 4th place in the Elite Stage 2. FaZe Falcons reshaped their roster with keeping Nox, but adding Paulex, Arsity, and Turiel to see if they can change their standings.
This is the winner's side. You know the deal. You're not out of it, but it definitely makes it harder. And on your note, FaZe Falcons bring in essentially for fun and fellow, sans fellow. And now you have yourself a brand new roster going into this event. For Omit Brooklyn, a hell of a turnaround at the end of Stage 2. 4th place finish overall, and really one of the more impressive upgrades of a roster that finally found their synergy late in the season. We'll see if they can find those final 9 points.
Cammy, you put him on 10. You look at what he's doing. Omit Brooklyn going to be looking to end things on this P3. Knocks through the middle of the map, holding on to the contest. Brack flies through, and it's only 8 seconds left for Omit Brooklyn. You can see FaZe Falcons in position to see if they can battle their way back through it, and 3 go down in their favor. Asim through a Dojo. Gonna have to play his life. Falcons holding on as long as they can.
All your info right now for Asim is quite literally, you're going to bait life. Your health is a resource. Play it appropriately. We get that. Spawns close at mid towards P1. Rotation out. Already picked up by Real. Spawns in the back. Clear. Backline secure as well. Hardpoint going to be open. And if you're FaZe Falcons, you can't waste time. You got to go.
It's going to be a 6-second break. And Arsity's to the back. Nox doubles down. Can you touch? 2 seconds. Nobody's going to get there. And it's a pre-rotate to P4 that seals the deal for Omit Brooklyn to kick off this best of 5 in our winners round 4 match. And we get a look at the players too. Very calm on both sides. Unlike a best of 3, you can lose game 1s and not feel the pressure. And you can see on the right side, these guys, they are not going to bat an eye at losing a game like that. We got some world champions there.
We got a lot of World Championship experience as well on that stage between Cammy, Arcities, across the board. There are so many different ways this series really could play out into the nitty-gritty, into a Game 5, into the weeds. I think that's the nice part about having both the robust talent pool that exists in Challengers this season and how quickly NA has really picked up when it comes to competition across the board. Not that it was ever lacking, but the width, the girth of this entire season has been on a lot of former CDL pros, world champions coming down and playing Challengers and finding success. And it's just been money eights left and right. Such a fun time to be a part of it. And Real, who had a bit of a shaky end, I would say, to Season 2, more so in the respawn less than anything else, has really, again, turned back into being that playmaker, that kind of X factor, both in respawn, specifically in S&D, where when you need somebody to make a play, like an Eric Boom, that's what Real is for. And when he does it, it just burns teams alive.
And it's good to see his confidence come through. I think you can say the same on the opposite side for FaZe Falcons when you're looking at, the way that not just Nox fell out of that elite stage with FaZe Falcons. They made some, I'd say, great movements for the roster that they had, qualifying for the elite stage and now moving into Major 2 to see what he can do on a fully English-speaking roster and not, playing with, fellow Saudi Arabian players and Swooty like what he had. You put Paul X, Arcity, and Turiel, who, by all means, it wasn't a terrible end to Stage 2 with Fellow on your team, but you can see that it just wasn't as comfortable as you wanted it to be. So you get this opportunity now to play with FaZe Falcons, and I think that you're also looking at, Arcity, Paul X to find that same momentum that they had playing for Falcons White at the start of the year, bring it into this roster with Turiel on your team. I think that this could be a scary squad.
That's, I think, maybe the best way to put it. We often throw around the term, dark horse at times. We talk about what's the upset potential, but just straight up, this tournament or not, this is a scary team. They are a team that, one, you don't take lightly in general, but two, on their best day, they're going punch for punch as a podium finisher. On their worst day, they're playing scrappy for top 6. There's a variety of ways that team can find success, and as long as you have the likes of Cammy and Asim on your screen, you're always going to have a chance in a tournament like this. It's never going to be out of it. So very excited to see, again, down the stretch into this S&D as well, how we will see Omit Brooklyn play and if FaZe Falcons can make adjustments.
It's not to mention either, it's like Nox. We haven't seen him on LAN this year.
Yep.
This is Major 1. He wasn't there. He was playing through EMEA in terms of those early cups in the Elite Stage 1, but he didn't qualify for that first Elite. Major 1 wasn't in attendance for Dallas. You go to North America to play with this FaZe Falcons squad alongside Swooty, and you qualify for Stage 2. You don't really have the outcome. Your top 8 is great, but it's not the outcome I think Nox is really looking forward to, stamp his name as a North American talent now. But you've completely reshaped your roster and you're on LAN. This is our first look at what Nox can bring for the Falcons.
Yeah, and if not just for simply picking up a trio, hold that stick, by the way. If not just for picking up a trio in the likes of Pollux, Arcities, Turiel, you've built around Nox, clearly. They understand the potential this kid has, as we all do. And while it wasn't entirely shown in Elite Season 2, you understand that the fundamentals are there. The ambition for this player is continuing to turn heads both at the professional level from scouts and from players around, as he will, again, be one of the highlights of this tournament that we'll keep an eye on, and Omit Brooklyn will go ahead and take advantage of some of the laps and patience here, as they'll find Asim 3-1 off the start.
Not to mention, there's so much Call of Duty to keep up with. I'm just I got all my tabs open. I got everything I can to, stay up to date with whatever, and our top Europeans right now, the French roster of exceptional, actually losing a map 1 to the Stallions roster. So that is really big for anybody in attendance that get to watch that. They get to watch and see if Stallions can pull off what I would say is an upset.
Oh, yeah.
Would be fun.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. The Stallions, let's be blunt, they are leagues better than they were playing in Vanguard. The Stallions team has gotten better, obviously with more talent. But they still, every now and then, you get to be a heart attack. You don't know exactly if they're going to pull it out or not. So very much hoping those boys have a good weekend, and we'll see what they can do against that European squad.
Nox up top. Gotta be careful. Does he have a sniper out? No, he's got the AR, and he is happy to take that fight. FaZe Falcons put another one on the board for the S&T, looking good so far. In Scar, fist bumps across the board, and you gotta look back at this one. He is shark in the water, waiting for you to take that battle.
It's a good recentering. I mean, overcorrected a little bit. Was looking for the slide. Done that so many times. That's why these guys are pros. Perfect reposition. Amazing.
That's defense. Going across the board for both sides. As FaZe Falcons now swapping over to the attack. They pull off an attacking win. That is going to put them up by 2. Good momentum swing as well. This is a big round for Omid Brooklyn.
What a first blood is. Real again out on the wing. They've been able to split the numbers here, and they'll play a 2-1 pinch. Omid Brooklyn have so much of the map to work with. Nox looking for the first, and he will respond quickly. At least give yourself some time to alleviate the pressure. And when Nox is shooting like this, there goes Asim. There goes Cammy.
Tracks you through the floorboards. And a second one. Because one of the straightest shooters to fall into the CDL. 2 versus 2. Bomb yet to go down. Brack and Asim. Long-time duo in challengers. And they're going to be playing off that contact. Asim's going to catch yet another kill in this round, leaving up to Paulex for a 1v2. Bomb's got to get recovered. And you know you are trapped on either side. So with 30 seconds left, how do you dig yourself out of this grave?
I want the 1v1. I don't want to force time. I want to see him absolutely, now that you know, close the gap.
It's not going to work. 17 seconds. And a cross out too. Brack up top is just toying with him. Paul can't get eyes onto either of these players. And it is so hard to track along the railings. Brack plays it perfectly. Asim even better. Working that 2v1 like magic.
First pick from Real in the first blood. Again, it gives you mid-cut pickup to storefront. It gives you eyes at P1. It gives you so much of the map to rightfully set numbers and or concede. Your information is yours to give away should you choose to. And Omid Brooklyn are very good at knowing when to give and take when it comes to S&Ds and their aggression. We'll put it that way. 0-3 for Real. Don't trust your eyes. 4-2 for Brack. And Brack, who has been having a absolute monster second half of the season, specifically from Season 2 playoffs onward, into the Cup, into now this event. Keep an eye on the young one.
See if they can get it done in the round. As Omid Brooklyn avoid, keep things even in the Scar. 3v3 as we head over towards A. Again, we put Nox in a position where he has been winning battles all search and destroy long. Can he do it again? Hello, see it, Cammy. Sniper not able to transition over the top. Nox finds 2. 7-2 now in the S&D, and it is all down to Brack. 1v2 on the opposite side. Can he pull it off, or are we going to find yet another defensive round?
I think he killed Arcides. Regardless, the pickup. I mean, Omid Brooklyn, they have to know. They have to know that there's going to be a peak from Nox. If you don't, I mean, I know you're playing for snipe, you want to play the edge, but if you're not picking that up immediately at this stage of the S&D, that's just free info given away.
It's like, fool me 4 times. Like, I guess shame on me.
But not the 5th time. Yeah, like, I guarantee you, 80% chance he's going to be up there with an AR. Go ahead and throw a little nade over there.
How do we break the trend of the attacking rounds? Everybody's been throwing some angles over towards A. No chance to get that late rotation to B. I think that everybody on defense has been pretty good at locking down plane side. Although, as you know, B is usually not something that we generally see off a break-off. In clutch, it can come in handy. As it is going to be a really patient from the bomb carrier, Paul X, sticking towards blue. Inside market, first blood traded immediately by Asim. As you move over towards A yet again, Omid are going to pivot through the middle of the map, and a set nade. Asim gets caught. Numbers for the attackers. Asim's got to be careful.
Wow.
Arcides goes over the top wing, leaves it all up to Brack now. 1 versus 3 on the defense. Bomb going down at A, or shortly will be. And he doesn't even know that there was somebody stuck inside of green just waiting for him to show.
If a skyrocket. I mean, he has all of back spawn to play with. Both of his teammates were coming from broken. They have mid-map picked up. I mean, that is their round. It is Asim's life in the hands of everybody else. If he stays alive, the numbers for Omen Brooklyn likely just wipe the point. The fact that you pick up the nade and you follow up on the mid-map pick as well into a second blood, that's just it's again capitalizing on luck in terms of the nade, timing in terms of the game, and knowing when to put your foot on the gas. That was a brilliant round out of FaZe.
This really puts you on the chopping block in terms of trying to force an offensive round now if you're Omit Brooklyn. You do not want to see FaZe Falcons on map point this early into it, but Nox is giving you no time. Another double kill. You gotta be kidding me. It is so fluid. He is unstoppable.
He's just baiting for fun. He's just playing with him. He's just playing with him. On the rest of my team, get over here and help out Nox.
Oh, 2Real on the flank. He's in blue.
They cut off the map. They've got nowhere to go except A.
And Real trying to find his first kill of the map as well. See if he can avoid.
Oh!
Real and try to work with Brack to see if he can get things going. And if you want to check out Delta to keep up with all of that action to see if Omit can pull back that search and destroy. If not, Omit Brooklyn looking to get tied up there. Going into the overload, we got our alpha matchup ready to go. It's Huntsman versus our #1 team coming out of Cup 8, P7 Notorious, to see if they can continue to dominate challengers.
They've been a team that has quite literally put that word to the test and then some, and then audited it, and then done bug reports, and keep on improving. P7 Notorious are very arguably the #1 team in NA outside of Bush. They are hardpoint demons, respawn freaks. Their S&D is as good as ever, but it's been Eric Boom this season. Eric Boom, when finding himself on this roster, has turned into an absolute nightmare in hardpoint. He's #1 overall in average time. He's usually leading the charge both for his team in hill time and in the league in North America for amount of time spent in the hill. And you look across the board that they eventually get into the S&Ds and so on and so on. This team gets better the more important your lives get, the more important the objective is. P7 Notorious have answers. So for Huntsman, a lot of this comes down to keeping the pace of play in front and fundamentals through and through. You cannot allow the likes of Beans or Eric Boom to get behind you and cause problems.
All it took for the Boom to get active in BO7 was returning with his duo of longtime Afro, who also has really struck a nerve towards a lot of teams coming back into challengers alongside Beans. Both players yet to place at a top 3 in a challengers event for BO7. So Huntsman out the gates for this hard point, leading going into P3. It is an early break for P7 to get those back spawns and the setup.
Afro comes into this with a 1.26 KD overall from Season 2 of the Elite, one of the best that we've had, and consistently dropping 35 to 40 kills in the hard points. If you take out Afro, you gotta worry about the likes of Eric Boom. Take out Eric Boom, same situation. DC and Beans have rounded out this roster so comfortably on the back end as well. It's allowed Beans to play a little bit more flex-like in the S&Ds, running the sniper, and DC very comfortable being an anchor. But these are the moments where, again, if you're Huntsman, you can take advantage of the structure that P7 Notorious like to play with. Play a bit scrappy, play a bit loose, play wide, as we're seeing both on Johnny's screen and green across the board. So far, it's looking good.
And you dismantle them. So scrap time over towards P3. You already got Johnny working on P4 and not able to transition into a second. Renegade, the next one up to bat. He's on 3 in a row. Fights on both sides that he's got to take. And for now, he's going to extend that streak, but try to play his life as best as he can. DC finally takes him out. P7 got the spawns at the back. Eric Boom looking for a little bit of space. And you got to be careful because Huntsman, it's Blackheart. They are not far away from trying to contest this hill. They get in for a second. Beans and DC going to take care of business, lock things down, and now you got to worry about dimensions.
Timing almost cost Huntsman both the spawn and the rotation. It's just the gunnies that can make up the damage here. And so far, it's looking the way of P7, as it has before. And they will go ahead and rotate out. 22 seconds on the clock, a lot of scrap time, but essentially a tie game for the most. It was Huntsman holding the lead. Now P7 swing back in favor, and Beans on your screen, who is notoriously having one of the weirdest careers that helps out Mercules and other players of all time. One of the greatest talents you'll ever see. The dude has found himself in so many amazing storylines. Let's see if he can add a championship to it as well.
Yeah, that would be quite the way to turn around the season for Beans. As Huntsman going to be in control of P5 off the break. Hellstorm going to be invested early for P7 to see if they can break these back spawns and allow P7 to fully flood on through. Eric going to fly off the back of it. Beans, Hellstorm connects with Rispy. A second one to Dimensions. And you know there's going to be one more in the backline. Renegade going to try to play his life, force out a couple of these spawns. Will the teammates come off the respawn to assist him? Renegade is still alive. P7 getting minimal time. And Huntsman looking to break their way back into this hard point. Beans, DC, 3 kills. Make it 4. They will not fall.
As dangerous as it looks right now, the fact that you're Huntsman, you're down by about a hill, you've forced P7 to invest the streak, you're back to P1 fighting solos, it could be worse. For Huntsman, they come into Season 2 Elite, they really struggled. They looked flat at times, looked like they were getting close to clutching up and then dropping the ball. There were questions about this team ending towards the bottom of the bracket overall. Is there going to be a change? Will there be moves made in the offseason? They stick together. They focus through on working through their issues. They scrim their asses off, and clearly it's made improvements. And the biggest factor right now in this game 1 has been they have not allowed P7 to break from the back. P7 has not been able to successfully flip and pinch multiple times against Huntsman. Huntsman get them to force out the Hellstorm. Once that happens, they're back to playing solo fights in the middle of the map, and it's working.
Vigilant and consistent. Huntsman looking to tee up for the open. See if they can make a run yet again, just like they did back in Dallas. Over towards P2. Eric Bohm has Johnny pinned down, but who are you trapped with, Johnny or Eric? At this point, Eric's going to win the fight. It takes a while. That's going to give spawns to P7 over towards Newer. I thought so. Mention spawns back there, and Johnny.
Oh, wow.
It's like nothing even happened. So 40-point lead. Eric's going to get overwhelmed. 3 down in the feed, and Huntsman have to set up for New.
God God's blessing that one. Green is the rest of it from here. P1 to P2. It's been all Huntsman. They were slowly trickling away from that 15, 20-point lead. Just out of arm's reach as P7 went for the break. And now we'll try to work on getting the lead right back. Johnny, way too weak to tag. Work Chalice at all, but still wins the gunfight and gets a Hellstorm to boot. Now you got streaks in the back pocket of Huntsman. And the resurgence here of the boys in green looks quite nice on Blackheart. We'll see if they can keep going.
Yeah, Johnny playing like a bat out of hell right now. 25 and 12. He's got time. You talk about a player that needs to pick it up for Huntsman if you want to see a turnaround. That's got to be Rispy, 9 and 22 with minimal seconds in the hill. That is not going to cut it for a Blackheart. And Huntsman surely are feeling that right now as they're going to go for the last 16 seconds. They're playing for old, and they're losing the rotations to New at the same time. Is the scrap time worth it, Spaceman? No. Because P7, winner's advantage, they are happy to set up at P3.
You gotta know when to lose. That's it comes to hills specifically on scrap and also rotation. If you know that you can't give up scrap time, but the other hill is more important for the break and the validity of this game, the vitality of your game 1, you have to just give it up and go.
Hellstorm's gonna be called in by Johnny. Don't want to take your teammates out though. Renegade's gonna spot Beans here. Big fight to take on the staircase. Beans wins it. And although Johnny's behind him, Eric still has the trade and the pressure is on. Rispy in trouble. Spawns in the back for a couple of these Huntsman players, but Afro's going to be there. Flank being watched. Johnny's going to win that fight. Rispy's still alive. He's got help. Dimensions goes on 5 in a row to save the day. 24 seconds, bringing this game back to even. It's a major play from Johnny yet again.
And Johnny's got the superhero cape on right now. If he doesn't pick up that route, this is a different break. This is a different hill, and likely a situation where if you're Huntsman, you have to play perfect hardpoint. You have to rotate early. You have to do everything right. Johnny keeps them in this game by a bit. Still need a little bit more production for Rispy and everybody else. To boot. On your screen, shaky shots, gets burned. That's another 4 dead. And P7 Notorious first team to cross 200 points, and they could win it on this hill.
Yeah, this is where P7 locked in the last set. So Huntsmen are in trouble. Down by 40. You need a break soon. And you're looking at Renegade to be the tip of the spear. He gets 2. Dimension's going to follow up. Diamond Con in trouble. And surely that's going to force out a couple of these spawns. Do they read Eric is the question. And they don't. Renegade shot in the back. That's going to force some arrows to turn around. And right away, the rest of P7 take advantage. Trying to flood. Afro trades it. 3 dead for P7.
Oh,
Johnny in the hill. Trying to be Mr. Do-It-All for the Huntsman and keep this game going.
One-man army Johnny. He's still doing it. He picks up DC. I mean, that's your backline AR gone out of the equation. Still, help from Renegade, 192-14. Johnny has saved Huntsman twice in the span of 3 hills. If they win this thing, oh, baby, Johnny, you better start yelling on that stage. 39-18. The dude is showing up against one of the best teams in North America, and he's dragging Huntsman into the finish line.
Feeling good on land, but you still have to finish the job. P7 in P5. And Johnny in the back has nothing to say right now. He's hiding, blocking these spawns, allowing his team to get some time on the break, but they're not there. 18 seconds is all P7 Notorious need, and they're winning every single fight in the hill that you could ask for. Eric, another double kill. 13 seconds. Flood from the front. The contest is in, and it's Johnny again touching down. Still time to win it, though, for P7 Notorious, so Huntsman, they gotta go big.
You got one wind-up. Oh, you got nothing. Beans with a triple. Give him the OV. Give him the OV. 4 seconds left. Oh, baby, you believe it. He got the OV, and he got the win. 250 to 199. It took Superman to show up from Johnny to keep it close. But Beans came in with that kryptonite arrow, and he said, buddy, I've been here a long time. Many men wish death upon me. You are not one of them. He is so good. And without Johnny's heroics, this is a very, very different hardpoint.
I mean, Johnny was doing everything to deadlift that team across the finish line, but you just look at a lot of those rotations, and we'll see it back when we're looking at those highlights, but, you know, Huntsman, you know, you go for that P2 with 15 seconds left, you give up the rotation to P3, you need the Hellstorm invested just to break it, and that is such a bold call to make for just scrap time at old. Even crossing a map like Blackheart, you're giving up so much space, so much, I guess, solidity in terms of that setup towards those spawns that P7 Notorious do have. You're holding on to the breaks, you're fighting from the front for multiple different hills, and that is not going to win you a hard point. And for Huntsman going into this Blackheart, you're playing against the P7 Notorious that, you know, albeit you play them close in that, I'd say that this is P7 Notorious's best hard point to play them on, so you play them nearly 250 to 200. That is a good feeling still for the Huntsman, but you would want to win to open up this series, and it is not going to happen. A little bit of work needs to be done for Huntsman to keep this game or keep this series alive versus the #1 team going into Challengers Open from North America. But we're going back to our Delta side. FaZe Falcons, they did close that search and destroy, so we're on the overload and Den.
Last time it was Scar, they gave people a run for their money. It was Nox specifically. Maybe Overload is a sign of things that could be changing, the weather being one of them. EMP moves, Cammy with a double, and the blockers are out. Can they handle the pressure up front? Answer so far is no. Nox going to push back at the defense from FaZe Falcons, comes up once again.
Still not done, though. Raxo going to the Vice. Translate a double kill with the pistol in hand, so no chance and opportunity for FaZe Falcons really to push up off of this break. It'll take a little bit of time for that counterattack to really be set up, and you lose pressure through the middle of the map. So Omid Brooklyn getting back into form. We're going to pick this device up and push through Dojo yet again. Nox holding his own 10 toes down in the Dojo. You will not pass through. Finally, they get him down. 3 players with the device in hand. And it's FaZe Falcons on the back foot yet again. A nade from 2 Real. Can't find a second. Brack not able to pick up the device in time. And RC's with a third. He's just going to grab that device and run.
Nice. And the backline's clear too. That kill is massive from 2 Real. Look at how much space now you have to rotate. It was either run forward and play life and hope the spawners come up in time, or you get that kill in the back, and all of a sudden, we got a second life of this rotation and a chance to swing upfield. And that's exactly what we get. EMP on the move. Can they punch this goal through?
Gonna be hard. A lot of angles being watched here. The trophy is gonna be set up. Brack, it's naded out. 3 dead, and the cap comes through for Falcons. So even on the A portal, they still get it done. All 4 players get wiped, and you will be here to defend B.
We've seen stranger things happen in overloads before on Den. Good shots, better reads. All numbers stay up. Nox on a 3 spree. 2 Real trying to help. RCD's off spawn's gonna have to foot race over here. Cammy leading the charge. Point man. Guns, both of them. It was a seam. They're lying to you. All 3. Oh, baby. Across the board. It's wide open. Can they punch it through? It's so close to the goal line.
Oh,
Somebody's
no.
got to get over in time.
I don't know who that was. I blacked out in the feed, but somebody from FaZe Falcons just made the hero play through the closet. But it is going to give him a little bit of time here to maybe hold on to it. But the capture still comes through for Omit Brooklyn. 2 caps for Brack. He is sending it home. 2-1 for Omit Brooklyn. Device is going to spawn back up through mid. You do have Turiel push all the way up towards that B portal, but they're losing battles to the middle of the map. Turiel's got to go help out with the rest of the team. He's going to get shot in the back, and there is no control from FaZe Falcons outside of their own spawn.
Nice pick.
Can Omit rally another one?
Yeah, they might be able to. It's just a little bit of a delayed pull on the EMP. You can't blame it. You get overtime if you hold it. Tough read for Brack. Better defense across the board for FaZe Falcons.
Who's going through mid?
EMP stays up. Knox, pre-fire, gunned. Oh my god, Asim got him. Asim got him, and he slides through for the plant. Oh, baby. You needed a heroic play. You get a couple of blockers out in front with Brack, and then you get Asim pulling out the John Wick special and punching through the 4th goal of the round.
Early is John Wick. Training like Keanu himself. And this is absolutely disheartening for the likes of FaZe Falcons and the way that they played that. I mean, that counterattack play over towards the A portal from your position, that was executed flawlessly. You get the hero play through closets, stop the rally back from Omit Brooklyn. Still doesn't matter. They punch it home anyways. And then for Asim to call what seems like a dagger in your back with that last minute capture for a third, really puts the pressure on for FaZe Falcons. Swapping sides, though, a lot of people have been saying for Den, this is the more preferred angle if you can get that spawn trap going into Dojo. Really hard to break out of it. But this Omit team has been giving you a lot of issues.
Bundle that sentence up and ship it on with the rest of the team. They've been doing that since day 2 of week 1, season 2. They have found their groove. And they keep it moving. At the end of the last round, you got to think momentum is now on their side, and clearly things are working. The playbook has opened. It's been receptive. Cam's going to try to help out, but punch through this 5th goal. You got to start thinking for FaZe Falcons. I should say 4th, excuse me. Got to start thinking for FaZe Falcons now. What's the game plan? Not only are you getting bullied back to spawn, but you've lost control of mid-map on 2 rotations and 2 plants. 2 goals given up essentially for free on the back end. How are you going to respond? Well, you can find out specifically from players themselves. YouTube.com/challengers. We jump over to P7 Notorious on our alpha side and continue on with this series into game number 2. It's Colossus S&D. It's a 1-0 lead off the Blackheart Hardpoint for P7 and for Huntsman and Company.
This is one thing that you were even talking to me about for Huntsman. Like, okay, yeah, you lose a hard point. You know, we've seen Huntsman be a little bit hit or miss in that game mode. Search and Destroy, however, going into Major 2 was a big focus point for Huntsman on, like, you need to fix this. This needs to be a turnaround for the squad if you want to make a run. And I think there's no better team to really test that against than P7 to see where you stand.
Yep. You don't get a lot of time, not a lot of runway. You're absolutely right. And there was improvements for sure in the hard point. But the S&Ds at this level, it's what wins championships. We've known it for years.
Well, for a team that has Johnny on the roster, you expect that Search and Destroy to clean up as they stick together. One of the best we got in North America on that sub. Lead hit over towards the likes of B for P7, and Johnny on the flank is just going to play his life. He's being annoying back here. And you can see that for Dimensions, a team kill. Johnny gets 2, and it's a 1-versus-1 versus Eric Boom, who's got the bomb in hand. Back over towards B, a free plant and a setup. Johnny, lots of time to disconnect this.
And he knows Eric Boom. If they spot each other, Eric Boom's going to pull up a shot even with the Dravik at any range. You have to be ready. If you're Johnny, you have to be ready.
This is full mobile from Eric, and he wins it. He does not sit still. He does not go quietly into the night. He runs you down. He wins those.
In movement, I don't know if there's a better player from the Challenger circuit on the move this season than Eric Boom. We've talked about players who have upgraded their game, Standy being one of the biggest advocates of such, what he's been able to do for Falcons Academy Green. Eric Boom The jump from Black Ops 6, which was still high, from Black Ops 6 to Black Ops 7, Eric Boom, the dude has just found a pace of play that not only feeds into his ridiculous map awareness and his ability to play in spaces, but he's a tough kill. And when he's shooting as straight as anybody, it becomes almost impossible to slow him down. The dude is just out of his mind. So good. Can't line up the shot. But Bean's still hunting for the first.
Eric trapped around that is 3 fast kills from Huntsman. The snipe from Dimensions is even going to clock DC in the side of the head. Watching over Rispy for the plant. Beans has been spotted. And they will not let him do anything. We've seen what Beans can do with a sniper on Colossus. I think back to the early weeks of BO7. That ace, 1v4. You do not want to give him the time of day. Renegade closes that round. And yeah, no, I kind of want to touch on that Eric point again because, you know, this is one of the first years that we've actually seen him fully invest in going to North America to play Challengers. You know, we've seen him in Challengers in NA in the past, but that's, you know, when he had that stint with Miami Heretics that he was kind of going in and out of the league. This year, he didn't have that backing from the Heretics. Instead, he gets that P7 backing, and he struggled at first to find like a house to play in terms of a team. Having P7 Notorious, like this is the best thing to happen to him for a roster. He looks so good with this team.
He just looks comfortable, man. And it's like, you know, when you find the right fit, everything feels lighter, everything feels a bit faster, and it's just the way he's been playing. And the team just works. They synergize. They've had some issues before in Respawn. They've had some things they had to work out. The Kings were there for sure. But they have really ironed it out. And the fact that Huntsmen are going toe-to-toe with them in S&D says as much about P7 as it does the improvements that Huntsmen have made.
And in recency, P7 wear the crown. Huntsman looking to snatch this one away. At least for a moment. Renegade in the back, bounce up. You know you got somebody trapped, and Johnny's going to play off of this contact. Renegade follows it up, and Huntsmen take yet another one on the Colossus. So lovely breakdown of that attempt over towards B, and the defense holds strong.
That patience is the difference between Huntsmen of today and Huntsmen of 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
I mean, straight up, it just confidence of winning, confidence of knowing when to hit with each other and picking up the cross. That patience, that is a team that has been putting in the hours, and clearly it is paying off.
3-1 up on a map where P7 have looked so good through the elites, through the cup. Huntsman off the boot camp with 4 Fun yesterday. Not sure how much search and destroy work they really got, but definitely shook off the rust for Birmingham. And they are letting P7 Notorious know with bomb in the hand of Huntsman. A little bit of information through green. They're going to back on down. Not really sure where they want to take this. Have yet to really cross that mid-margin.
They're going to have to shove. At this stage of the round, you have to kind of shove. And they're going to force it. I mean, the defense knows. You see, oh, beautiful help from Afro. Right place, right time, better guns. Good Lord. P7 understood the assignment, and they took advantage.
That's one of the hard things, John, about Colossus is if you're not taking those early battles and, you know, taking up space, Colossus is one of those maps where you have to gamble and shove, like you said, and if you choose wrong, it is so hard to break some of those setups. You see that P7 Notorious, they set up on the cross angles, trading effectively, not allowing Huntsman to find double kills, not giving up that space. I mean, that is a really, really big shutdown round, not giving Huntsman a 3-round lead. Bring it back to a 1-round difference. Onto the attack. Bang out at A. Let's go.
Show what you got. What do we have? Eric Boom. We got a first blood from Beans. We'll trade a couple of kills here. Pinstripes for now. 3-2. P7 responding quickly, but so is Huntsman. Oh, 1v1. Rispy. Beans. Rispy. Oh, he got him. Oh, baby. Yeah, he did. Big shouts from Renegade. Love to see the confidence from the IGL, the captain, And Recipe, who had a shaky Blackheart hardpoint, makes up for a bit of it here.
I was gonna say, this makes up for it fully. Back up to a 2-round gap. The little finesse around the statue hits the wall bounce to finish off that kill that DiamondCon teed him up for. Or sorry, that Dimensions teed you up for. And that last one with the pistol out, that is BO7 classic. Pistols are nasty. The Jaeger 45, big iron on that hip. So, 2 rounds up for Huntsman. 1 round away from map point, looking to tie up this series after losing that hard point. Johnny, now it's his turn to see if he can do what Eric could not, slowly moving the bomb at A.
Dimensions peak at all? I think the answer is going to be no. The fact that Rispy's still alive and tagged is a boon for Huntsman. Oh, what shots from Johnny, but the response quickly from DC. Bomb goes down. Numbers stay up. 3v3.
The fact that Rispy gets away with the smoke, I mean, this is big for Huntsman on the post plant. P7 Notorious do not want to give you too much time to really set up. Nobody on the flank. It's all 3 players hitting from the front line. Dimensions up top. A second one, and Renegade pops out. Map point for the Huntsman. 5-2 on the Colossus. They go. This is a team playing with passion.
I think they're starting to stun P7 Notorious a little bit. They're clearly catching them in rhythm as they're hitting site, and they're meeting them kind of at the point of contact, which is great for Huntsman. It means their timings are correct. But 2, it means that their gunnies are hitting back. And P7, for the first time in this series, in a little bit, they look like they're having to consult with each other about how they want to approach this. Down by 3 rounds, backs against the wall. It's only game 2 of a best of 5. But for Huntsman, how that game 1 ended, to come out here and 6-2 your way through the S&D, that'd be quite an achievement.
Gotta know better than the Chow Beans with the sniper out. As he's gonna draw first blood for P7 Notorious, looking to stay alive. Bomb going down at A, 3v4. And Beans just sniffs out Renegade hiding away. Afro's gonna put Dimensions in a 1 versus 4. Able to get 1, but P7 dissect you on their attack. Stay alive in the search and destroy. And updates around the venue, Spaceman, say that FC Stallions have 3-0'd the French roster of Exceptional Gaming. So
that's big.
When Zuma looks to switch things up, then taking 4 talented individuals, and he wanted a full team, he picked up a squad that came into the season together as looking like one of the best young talents that we could have. And he brings them back, revives them for Major 2. And they have found themselves into top 16.
That is not an easy team to beat. You're taking out EU NA champion, Brezzy, Cobra, Linz, Melko. Exceptional Gaming was one of the teams that I had kind of banked on making the run to Sunday. Like, I know it's going to be a tough for many teams, but from Europe, the way that they have pulled together in Season 2, the way they've been looking, that is a very big win for Stallions. Both confidence, for seeding, of course, but overall, to get some proof of concept for that team. What a masterful win.
Feeling good to be a Stallion right now. And Huntsman want to show you a little magic too. Bean's going to miss the cross. Second chance, doesn't hit it. Switches the pistol, and a lot of damage onto Johnny. DC follows it up, and Eric going to keep numbers for the P7 Notorious retake. 3 versus 2. DC, another one onto Rispy. At least Dimensions in the post plant. He is surrounded. Lots of time for the defuse, and slowly but surely, P7 Notorious are clawing away at that lead.
5-1, 5-2 starts to feel a little scary. And that's the thing against P7, is that you can start getting on top of them, you can catch them off guard, you can play really well, as Huntsmen have. But at some point when they wake up, where are you at in the game? Trying to slow them down is a very difficult task. The longer this goes on, the better they get. For Huntsmen, they need a bit of a boom in this next round. It could be a snipe, it could be a triple nade to bomb. You're going to need something to keep P7 either awkward or more respecting of that midfield line, because right now they are just having their way with you.
Look, the 5-3 curse is a real thing. You don't want to fall victim to that, because to losing the hard point you did, Going into the search and destroy, being up 5-2, slowly giving up that lead. If P7 Notorious make that comeback, I don't know how you recover if you're Huntsman on an overload. So this is a map you desperately want to close out and shut the door on this chapter, move on to the next, and see if you can fight that overload from even playing field.
Respect. Renegade patience is a virtue. Doesn't overthink it, keeps it simple. Huntsman, advantage, bomb, in the hands of Eric Boom. Not for long, though. Johnny gets in and out, and the numbers fall. P7 Notorious down to their last 2.
And where's the rest? I mean, Afro goes down in such a exposed position. No trades, no follow-up. DC and Beans in the back of their spawn. Pistol out for Beans. He gets traded 2v1. It's Diamond Con who has to pick up this bomb. And 1v2. 16 seconds left. Everybody from Huntsman playing hand in pocket. And Diamond Con is so worried on what to do. Information paralysis. They trade out together and they put it away. Tying up the series for the Huntsmen. 1-1 we go into the overload. We got ourselves a match.
One of those scary 1v1s, 2v1s where you just got to hit the shots, and they do. Good for Huntsman, who, again, kept it close in the hard point, eventually started to trickle away, but this S&D was a big sign of improvement from both the scrim results, from what's happened at the end of Season 2 Elite, and specifically, you go against a incredibly dynamic S&D squad of Eric Boom Beans, Afro, and DC, who can play the lines of sights like we see on Raid and Dead, who can play close quarters like we've seen on Scar, and of course, here on Colossus. There are moments where you're being thrown a bunch of different looks, but Huntsman handled it, and they just kept it simple when they needed to. When their backs are against the wall, though they had the lead, we saw Renegade taking position, taking point as the IGL, anchoring, making sure that we're not giving up too much of the backline. We're not giving away stuff that otherwise should be picked up. This is just fundamental parts of the game that when we look at Huntsman back in Season 2, especially when we look at like that round 11 on Den against Stallions, it was like that was kind of what we were waiting for. We're waiting for, whether they clutch up or not and they have the ice, we were waiting for Huntsman to show that they could fall back into the system that works. Now they look like they're finally getting it. We have ourselves a tie game, a tie series. We're very excited to see how that one continues moving forward. As I believe we're jumping back over to face Falcons amid Brooklyn. And last time we were here, as we get ready for map 4 hardpoint on Delta, last time we were here, it was Omit Brooklyn trying to make some moves on the overload. They do. Now up 2-1 in the series, trying to close it out here.
Omit Brooklyn feeling good, up by 29 points into the P1. Guessing this is the third rotation of Blackheart, or sorry, Colossus. As is tradition, this one is so neck and neck all the time. Still 32 seconds to fight for, and we are thrown to the wolves. Face Falcons, can they hold on? Can they force a map 5?
Big questions, better have big answers. Or a lot of Paul X in the building. Everybody goes down except for Paul. 4 away from dead neutral. Cammy says thank you very much. Lead continues. 205 to 164. Just about a hill difference between the two teams. Face Falcons. Now is the time to start getting a little bit antsy.
You don't have the back spawn, so you're going to have to fly for this one. Knocks up the top, slides out. Pre-fire cleans up a seam on the resnap. Still some contests from the front, and you can see the kills bleeding Falcons. Team Nate on tutorial. That is going to be very much a heartbreaking moment for what could have been that break into P2. Omid Brooklyn holding on. Nox trying to do his best. He takes one down before getting traded. The contestant yet again. And Real from the side door giving Asim so much assistance. The rest of the team shows up for Brooklyn, and you can win off this.
You can absolutely win off this. I feel like I'm watching a classics documentary run back from a couple years ago. Asim back in Challengers. Cammy, Real, Brack doing what they do best. But are they enough to stop the three-piece from Nox, who cleans up all of the hill, 1 over positive. Gets about an extra few 4 seconds in for 47 total. Still, just on death's door if you're face Falcons in the winner side. But they have to get out and rotate, and they have to win this hill here on out.
Varsity said it himself. I mean, this is an opportunity that they are happy to take on the face Falcons, and he is more than prepared to play with the superstar of Nox, the young phenom from Saudi Arabia. So triple kill keeps them alive over to P2, rotation to P3, and it is looking like FaZe Falcons to walk away on top with those trades. Omit Brooklyn spawning up over to the P2 side of things. Pollock's in. Will there be trophies? Stuns nade over the top. Omit Brooklyn only 12 seconds away from taking this series in 4 maps. And you see a couple of those arrows trying to hit that full flank to see if you can pull those spawns away, and Falcons soaking up the time.
It's a 12, 13 point game if they hold on to these 25 seconds. I mean, it's a close call. A hair's width away. A couple of doubles, but a neutral hill regardless. FaZe Falcons. They'll cross 200. Can they keep it going?
They don't win here.
How will the rotation look?
So we're going to go to another hill, P4. And immediately Omit Brooklyn off the spawn have to start thinking about these rotations. You can see Brack is looking to be that front man. All the way into the new hill. Turiel's going to take care of him, and everybody's flooding in from the front line, and FaZe Falcons are more than equipped to deal with this one. Nade from Paul X takes down Cammy. He flies into the rest of them. 2 down for Omit Brooklyn. FaZe have the setup into the back. They have the kills going their way. They just got to hold on to another wave, and Omit won't let it happen.
A seam for 3. The break. The spawns. The time. 250 to 214. That will be it. Sometimes you just got to throw 4 at the front, and it works out quite well. It's GG's all the way around, and it's Omit Brooklyn, who once again show that time and values and consistency in scrims pays off in the biggest moments, whether it's the end of the Elite Series or forward here into the winner side of the bracket at LAN. They look so damn good so soon. And FaZe Falcons still a lot to be happy about, but for them, a disappointing result nonetheless. They will drop down. And again, you run into a squad that has been teaming for the majority of the season, been having a really good result as of late in Omit Brooklyn. And when you needed somebody to step up and make those plays, Asim has been that guy. He has been the one in the respawns to find the 2 pieces of the break. He's consistently been at the top of the Challengers circuit for, good lord, 7-8 years now, outside of his stint with CWL and CDL. His FaZe Falcons team put on a hell of a performance, specifically Nox. But that is a full 4-man roster for Omit Brooklyn that has been competing at a very high level, and they just showed why.
You put in the time, you put in the effort for Omit Brooklyn. Stocks continue to raise. Top 16 acquired. Moving into winners round 5. FaZe Falcons. A team change going into Major 2. Nox looking as good as ever in terms of the slaying he is putting together, but still some work to be done. So looking across what we have, our Charlie Pod players sitting side by side. That's going to be Rock Esports starting off their series against Falcons XR8. And Rock are Major 1 Dallas Open champions. Falcons XR8, that is a team of King of Body and Gentle. Thrones the Wolves looking to find a roster. Here they are. See if they can get something going inside of Major 2. But before we jump over towards our Charlie matchup, we still got stuff to go on versus Huntsman and P7 Notorious with a Den Overload locked in. It is going to be P7 spawning up on the dojo side. Huntsman playing from the tower side. Afro starting off this game 5 in a row, and they're looking to get that first cap on Huntsman. They got to lock in.
Yeah, Huntsman's pace of play is going to have to be able to match the aggression for P7 in this, specifically looking at the likes of Afro and Beans. Like, together, we often see teams try to play that AR sub-duo. Seen it a lot between Afro and Beans and DC and company. But the way that Eric Boom's going to move, the way that Afro's going to play on some of these routes, the way that ARs are going to pick up the cuts, the slack, P7 are going to put everything they have and then some
here we go.
on top of Huntsman. And Huntsman, in situations like this, have to make sure to execute on the kills.
Oh, mentions the team kill. Oh, that is so unfortunate for Dead. The Huntsman and P7 immediately going to rally to see if they can counterattack this one. Maybe even beat the race over towards B. Stuns, nades over the top, slowing this one down. And they do get their Huntsman here. Eric Boom's going to grab the device, but he cannot set it through. 1v1 for Diamond Con, and he's got it. The capture. First on the board for P7 Notorious. They open things up at B.
I thought for a moment we might be looking at a little bit of a spawn trap, but luckily Johnny's been a walking turret today. A walking 40 bomb. Been able to pick up the slack. On the other side, again, ARs continue to sing. The subs doing their best. Beans. Shaky shots. Give the benefit of the doubt there, the Rispy. With better movement across the board. Once again, Huntsmen take the left side. They take over Dojo, and they'll have some eyes towards mid. If they can convert, it's a brand new ballgame.
This is a big one for Huntsman too, because you remember more than most in late stage 2, Spaceman. This Huntsman team is not afraid of going to a game 5.
Nope.
Like, you're trying to avoid that though, because you went to what, like maybe 5 game 5s in your regular season. You won 1 of them. So getting to that game 5, I mean, yes, you just stole away a Search and Destroy versus P7 Notorious, but you'd like to do it in the respawn. So I think everybody's looking at the Huntsman to see what they can do in the Overload and the Hardpoint to really change the narrative of this team.
Destiny is in your hands, Huntsman. And the EMP is in the goal for a 1-1 game. I like that. They've overwhelmed mid-map. They take advantage. The kills are starting to fall. All green in the kill feed. Nice shots from Respi. And all of a sudden, the Slayers are coming online slowly as Huntsmen find their footing here in this game 3.
Over towards the rooftops. A couple players here for the Huntsman. I mean, somebody here to grab the device. If Renegade can open up a lane, maybe, but Renegade's tagged up. Beans is trying to hunt for that kill. 3 dead in the feed, and surely this is going to turn into towards a capture. You just got to kill one more player in the closet. It's Afro. Manages to turn things into a triple kill. Has help off the respawn. Afro shuts you down. Eric Boom's going to pick up that device. It looks like we're rallying things back over towards tower.
They get out cleanly. Yeah, so far, yes. They've been able to stack. They take advantage. The lane's open. The kills just have to fall. DC. Oh, yeah, it does. And through goes the goal. 2-1. P7 Notorious through the defense of Afro. A 2-piece that leads to a cleanup. That leads to a rotation. Once again, they'll maintain the rally. They'll hit their cutoff. And they're right back into the offensive hit.
You might not be able to tell at first, but there are some Astros in your Afro, and it is hard to get them loose. 3 dead again for Huntsman. 3-1 up for P7 Notorious. Afro 15-9. He started 5-0 in this game. You are spawn trapped to high hell, and Diamondcon's not even going to let you out of this one. As soon as he goes down, Afro's going to swing in. 3 dead again. That's the half done. Call it, book it. Line 'em up again.
You thought the exposure spawn was bad? You thought the scar spawn was bad? Let me tell you a little bit about the Den spawn blitz. Let me tell you a little bit about what it's like to be trapped all the way back A. It's not fun, is what I'm going at. As Afro, again, opened up with that 2-piece that created the second goal opportunity. Forward and forward we go. They rallied it to 2 straight pickups and 2 straight wins. This is P7 playing their game. Huntsmen have been able to skate alongside for the majority of it, but they have yet to really establish their own offensive game plan. And they're down by 3 goals, which is not a lot, but in retrospect, with only 4 minutes and some odd change, the game ends at 8. So, Huntsmen, work cut out for them. Are they built for it? We're about to find out.
Good team shots there with Johnny. 3 dead. You can find this kill into Diamondcon cleanly, then maybe you can get this rally up. Players off the respawn for P7 Notorious will be here. It could have been something for Huntsman, but Diamondcon making some hero plays there, so it's back to the drawing board as you are in desperation mode of an early cap. Let's see if you can rally off a second one off this B portal.
Oh my god.
Crispy through the middle. Nice wall bounce out of Beans, but Eric is right there for the trade. Still holding on to 10. Johnny takes down Afro. You're slowly moving up towards this B portal. You just need Johnny to go big. Diamondcon is not going to let this happen at all. I mean, P7, they got this on lock and then some.
If Huntsman push this through, it's the Huntsman brilliance all the way forward. Let's see if they can get it. Respi, Trade. Renegade. Next one, absolutely gone. And there were moments in that first push where you're seeing P7, the way they've posted up, they've kept Beans up in that 3rd man position. They keep DC in the far back spawn. They have triangulated their pillars of resistance against that push so well that there's always an AR in position to pick up the sub. There's always a cross in position to be traded. It's difficult to break that. Any team, any day of the week. Huntsman giving it their best effort right now, and it's working, but they've been unable to puncture that last line of defense.
Yeah, just look at the safe trophies, too. I mean, there's no nades that can get past there with 2 trophies in the cut. 2 kills for Huntsman, though, and we got something of validity. Johnny, though, not going to have the read into where the rest of P7 Notorious are going to be set up, and it's just Afro here to defend. Renegade makes it through in the window, and there's the capture for Huntsman to cut that lead by 2. Renegade gets the job done. Can you do it again, though?
If you're going to rally, you're going to need kills. They get one at mid-map. They pick up Eric Boom. They have some space to breathe here, but they're going to stack it. They're just going. EMP flies forward. It's just going. Stuck in a bit of a no man's land, and a moment where maybe the better of the play gets the better of Huntsman overall. They had a chance to at least try to contest the team fight. Instead, they get aggressive, and they pay the price.
Look at this. Look at where Eric Boom is. He is pushed all the way up towards B. Crispy is going to be hunting for this player, but Eric shoots him in the back. They have no idea, and here comes capture number 5 for free. Eric rolls out the red carpet for P7 Notorious to continue this lead. There's nowhere that the Huntsman can go that P7 Notorious don't have eyes on you. And Eric is making sure this one, looking for number 6 up the rally. They're going to pick this one up and run straight for Valhalla. And the rest of Notorious, they're ready to dive for this. Eric Boom, device in hand, runs away, scurries back up top. He is playing his life so perfectly.
He's killing time.
There's nowhere to do.
It's I mean, if you can't hunt down Eric Boom at this point, finally they will. Eric just wasted 20 seconds off the clock. You're not worried about the 5-3, or excuse me, the 5-2. You're worried about the fact that you're down and you got a minute 35 to work with. You don't have a lot of time. You have to rally. You have no choice. That's 2 kills. That's a goal. Down by 2. The most important set of team fights in this entire overload for Huntsman. Coming up in the next couple of kills.
Let me hear me
rally?
out. We got us middle spawn. Eric just invested the streak. If you go 4 dead in this position, and there's this rally potential for Huntsman to tie things up. With a minute left, this is very doable. I mean, P7 actually are in a really bad spot, and they got to dig themselves out of this position. Mentions is not going to be watching the right angle, and he has no assistance for his teammate running the device. Huntsman get caught in the blender, and P7 now parking the bus with only 60 seconds left. This is it.
Beans just Euro steps his way out of a gunfight and won it.
Baller.
I don't even know how you don't tilt if you're Huntsman after that. That was the window. Not saying it would have happened, but that was the window. And they got shut immediately as Beans wins that 1v1. Now you kill time. You park the bus. Just play with it a little bit. Oh,
they're going for the dagger.
This one is just for icing on the cake and for formalities across the board. Put more pressure on Huntsman and say no matter what you do, you're going to have to rotate and kill more time off the clock.
I don't even think there's enough time with 15 seconds left for that device even to spawn up, and won't even matter. Eric's gonna shoot you in the back, so Huntsman, try as best as you can. P7 Notorious on the overload. They've put the work in. They've invested the time. 5-3 on Den. They're gonna take an advantage in this best of 5 now on match point for this series. Huntsman under pressure on the Alpha stream here for our Major 2 Open. They're going to have to go to map 4. They're going to have to re-rack the hardpoint, steal away a respawn from our Cup 8 champions. And they go to that game 5 to see if they can seal the deal to create an upset on this Friday.
They can do it. They can absolutely do it. The venue is rocking, by the way. We can absolutely do it. But that hardpoint is, again, it is a tall, tall mountain to climb. P7 Notorious are the most consistent hardpoint team we've seen in NA in this Elite Series season. They're just that good. And when you can get into a control where your players are dropping almost 230 bombs, and again, a combined, how many at this point? 43, 53, 59s, 72 non-traded kills. Come on. Like, that's just really, really hard to bet against.
Oh, here we go. This is something that I've been really kind of waiting for, is to see the Bush back on stream. What are the Unshaven bringing to us, especially against a team of Reg, Tag, Pickups, Symbols from the United States joining DK, Clutch, and Scythe, one of our EMEA elite squads. They drop Blade going into Major 2. They see the opportunity for a pack-a-punch, and they've taken this one, now taking it to the Bush. We go to Colossus Hardpoint. And the Bush, man, this is something that I was talking to you about, is that their hardpoint doesn't look like it used to, and Able X Stallions are looking to punish that.
And those impact plays in hardpoint would come from the likes of Prolute. At times, he was bailing them out of really awkward team fights or creating space and creating opportunities on the rotation. That's what he does. Right now, Prolute's sitting at double negative. That's a rarity. It doesn't happen. And for a player like Prolute, who's so high impact, who is so important to the offensive vitality of Bush Gaming, The fact that Able X have kept them at bay and have done so consistently in this game is a good sign, but it doesn't mean the game's over. You can never count out the Bush. No matter what happens, they try to fight back.
Don't forget, Fire's dropped to 1.2 on land, and he is ready to do it yet again. He's got the Hellstorm too on this Colossus, and realistically, you're just waiting to see what Prolo can do in the back end of this Colossus. Lead change for the Bush. They take back what felt like theirs. They got the setup into the back spawns. Everybody's going to be here for the Bush to look to defend yet again. Prolute and Awakening doubling up in the feed. You look to take away the flanker, but it's clutch for 2. Fire's in trouble. Clutch with the triple kill play. Breaking from the front for Able. It's scrap time. It's contest that you're looking to take away from the Bush, and you're doing a great job at that.
My shots. Oh, they needed a couple just to land to stop some of the bleeding. They do. They apply a tourniquet late into this hill. We're going back to P1, and you know the deal. Guns up, subs are hot. You understand where Prolute's going to have to play this. And those numbers need to start being added, and the arithmetic needs to land for Able. This Bush gaming could come right back into this game. DK opens up proceedings for 2. A third. And there's another wipe again. Able X Stallions. So effective across the board on P1.
You want to talk about 18 and cracked and an EMEA prospect for CDL. DK, 31 and 20, minute 33 against the Bush. Our Elite Season 2 champions from North America. The number 2 seed going into the tournament. He is giving it to him right now. Only down by 14. And this is pure talent that I would like to see flourishing in the open brackets. Bush still with the lead, though. Looking to pick up the scrap time, and look at Able. They are moving all the way around the map to see if they can flip these spawns.
That's an open 30. It just helps Bush. Able's got to pick this up. They got to kill Awakening. There's no other way around it, and they do. They wipe 3. They have the spawns. They have the clear. Last one alive. Play the numbers. It's Fire. And he still almost makes the most out of the damage in front of the hill, but close spawns for Bush Gaming. They're still going to shove.
Able looking to meet them. Off the spawn, Abe. Huge 2-piece. Bush fighting this one from the front. Contest in from Awakening, and a couple more kills for the Bush, looking to put this one away in map number 1. It looks like our alpha map 4 getting ready to go, so let's swap on back if you want to catch the tail end of the Unshaven. That is going to be on one of our side streams at youtube.com/challengers, so go follow along with that. We got a story here for P7 and Huntsman to see if the Huntsman can do what's a lot might doubt them.
Yeah, we got a real upset brewing if Huntsman can survive this hard point. For P7, it's a scary series, but it's one that they should feel confident going in, especially to Den, one of their best map and Mo combos across the board. If you're P7, you're playing this as business as usual, and for Huntsman, I mean, now is the time to pull out all the tricks, right? You're down 2-1 in the winner's side, you're not out of it, but for all the players and ideas you had that were stacking up for this event, for LAN, they had been waiting through Season 2. Now's the time to start pulling it out against one of the best teams you're ever going to face. If they can do it, that S&D is going to get real interesting. But right now, it's battle over P2, and it's still P7 with control.
Oh, he's looking to dance. DC over the top. He gets 2. Steel Huntsman with those back spawns, able to break back into the P2. Eric for the contest. Oh, boom, boom. A nice double kill for P7. Back into the hill. Stealing away from the Huntsman. Flooding from the front. Taking away what you thought was green. It is all yellow in the feed. 23 seconds that you'd love to get here if you're the Huntsman. Another triple kill, but it's Eric Boom trying to steal it away yet again. A foot race over towards the new hill. We're looking at about a tie game going into P3.
And if you're a Huntsman fan, the signs of life, the positives for the start of the hard point, 5 kills for Johnny, 5 for Dimensions, Recipe at 5, 5 for Renegade. A much different beginning hard point than what we had originally. And look, you just need them to keep pace, especially in the early game. You cannot afford to go down by a hill's worth into rotation 2. You have to stay alongside P7 because they will absolutely put the gas all the way down on the pedal late in this game. And as long as Huntsmen stay close, they have a chance.
Oh, Afro and 10. So hard to take that fight. DC on the flank. Not sure if Huntsman are going to have this immediate read. Shots to the wall. Going to do a ton of damage on the Renegade. Eric's going to follow that one up from the half wall. In for the contest. Huntsman trying their best. It's all up to Rispy with a massive 1v1 over the top. DC pistol outreads him. 20 seconds, and DC pushes even further on for a 4th kill in a row. P7 holding on to this lead going into P4. They even got the spawns.
Huntsman said that's fine. We'll meet you on the contact. It means gonna meet you in the grave. Good lord. Let's trade it out. 70 to 45. Largest lead of the game so far. Already out to new. Afro gets caught. 1v1 on the old hill. It's going to be DC versus Johnny for now. Eric Boom goes in for the contest. And so far, the stack is in. Huntsman holding their numbers here. And they will start to get picked apart, sliced and diced. All 4 go down. It's a clean wipe from P7 and a nightmare scenario on the new hill.
It is so free for Eric sometimes on these plays. And you're right to really highlight his movement because you just see the way he maneuvers through these tough situations. 3 dead again for the Huntsman, and we're looking at about a 50-point lead and then some. If P7 are able to hold on to the rest of this time, Beans laying down, not able to find a second one, but where there is 1 player gone for P7, there's always 2 more around the corner. Afro's going to clean up the rest for the scrap time, and the Huntsman, they really need to figure something out going into the second set of rotations because they are down bad for hill time.
And it's crazy because Afro, who is like a 0 mana win condition, right? Like the dude is a pact and negation wrapped up for free. He's 5-11. You've kept one of the most explosive hardpoint players, Slayers, in North America at bay, on Dead, one of their better maps. They're still down by about a hill. There is definitely a window here if you're Huntsman, but this is the best possible game state you could ask for to keep this game close, and they have to execute.
He's going to refill on the push, but it's 3-10 for the Huntsman. DC playing from the half wall, and he's got eyes over the top of the rest of the team in the hill. Tough one to break, and you can see that Huntsman are really looking to see if Dimensions can win this fight versus Diamond Con. Out towards mid-cut, he takes it, but in doing so has lost the rest of his team, spawning up all over the map. Splits for Johnny, no read on Diamond Con right behind you. It's a mess on the kill feed, it's a mess on the mini-map, and Huntsman really need to dive into this P2 setup. They cannot let P7 through.
They gotta have a full 60. I mean, you need a full 60 to get back in this game. Scrap time starting to become more of a factor. Sitting in the brains of P7 just a little bit. Into P2 we go. It's a brand new rotation, a brand new set of hills. And once again, even though Huntsman rotated early, they are not the first ones inside the hill. They're going to give up the first 6 or so seconds. Might not seem like much now, but it will come back around. Dimension trying to even proceedings. He does. Renegade takes out his teammate. And now it's just a 2v1 on the outside. They're going to clean it up quickly. Afro starting to get online just a bit. This is where things get scary as P7 are now showing up in this hill.
It's a couple times that you're seeing Huntsman really get punished off these team kills, whether it's a nade, whether it's a shot in from behind. It happened in the overload. It's happening in the hard points. And really creating some chaos here. P7 Notorious. Huntsman, you got the back spawns, but you've yet to break this hill. P7 Notorious are nearly spawn trapping you back there for about 40 seconds gained off of a P2 setup on the front line. And you're even losing the rotation towards new with Beans there. Diamond Con looking to follow up off that early damage. He's got a 1 versus 2, and he is happy to stand up to the oppression. Afro right there next to you, and you can do no wrong right now if you're P7 Notorious.
You take out Recipe, you give a free 1v1 to Afro. It's just a game of leverage. It's a game of advantage in every single rotation, every gunfight. In this hardpoint, P7 have found ways to make the lives of Huntsmen more hell on the rotation and just find ways to give themselves subtle leverage in some of these 1v1s that just leads way to these sprees. For Huntsman, perfect hardpoint. Name of the game, only way out. We'll try to pick up the mid. As Eric Boom is ready and waiting, but you can play patient if you're P7. You got a hill to kill. More than happy to take your time on the hit. The windup's clean. The 4 dead are good. And with it, a bit of extra time. First team across 200 points will be P7, just 1 hill away from ending the series 3-1.
This is a really, really good mark to show that P7 Notorious, albeit at the top, have been making some moves in their map pool. A map that we only saw once in the playoff bracket, and that was in lower round 1 of the Elite Stage versus For Fun Esports. It was a win, but it was the only time we saw this map for P7, and although we don't see it very often, it is a tool in their arsenal that you do not want to match them on, because when you do, you get the fury of Diamond Con and Beans, the backline duo, shutting down these long lines of sight, soaking up that hill time, and just keeping your opponents at arm's reach. For Huntsman, you're down 118 points. You got the break from the front. You got 30 seconds off this hill. Can you do the impossible?
Veteran readout on the mentions to pick up the DC spawn. I mean, that is a god gift to P7, but Huntsmen do find the success. They do find the information. Still, you got to break the hill. They won't win it here. We will have another. Eric Boom recognizes it. Recipe recognizes it. Dimensions quick to follow, but Eric Boom's on the flank. He is more than happy to play spoiler and ruin the likes of the P1 for Huntsman.
Afro, good trade in for the wall bounce too. He makes it a double. Johnny could be blindsided, and there is no trades from Dimensions. He gets collapsed from 3 different angles, and it's 20 seconds for P7 Notorious to send the Huntsman down to the lower bracket on a Friday afternoon. DiamondCon now pushing out for space. He's going to get shut down from Donnie. Quickly, though, Eric Bohm managed to jump to the occasion to shut down the rest. Nobody from Huntsman in to touch this one. P7 call match. In Game 4, they close it against the Huntsman, and they send them packing to the loser's bracket.
If you thought that Blackheart was impressive, that Den is absolute P7 classic gameplay. A little bit of yapping from Big Beans. I love to see it. This team looks fantastic. And look, Huntsman gave them a decent run for their money in the S&D and the opening hardpoint to an extent. About 2 minutes of the overload. But that was P7 clamping down and knowing when they have a team weak, they're just going to play better. They're going to straight up annihilate you in the slaying department. And how do you respond? How do you keep pace? At times, the contests were there. At times, the early rotations were there for Huntsman. But we look at that P2, we look at P3, we look at the fact that on those rotations, Huntsmen were the first one out and the last one to hit the hill when it popped for new. Small things like that show you the pace of play, the dictation by P7 that worked, and for Huntsmen, the lengths that they still have to go to be able to compete against the likes of P7 as they move forward. Again, DC 26-19, Eric Boom 26-20. They'll move on to the winner side, continuing on. And for Huntsmen, their job's not done. They will have a second life in the lower side of the bracket. And much better improvement, Seymour, all the way around. It's just going to be a really tough series. But this P7 squad, I mean, you can't play non-great Call of Duty. Like, you can get away with playing, like, pretty great. You have to play damn near perfect in hardpoint against this team because they are so fundamentally sound.
I mean, you even said it at the start. How is Afro, like, 5-12 and still you're winning with the margin that you're at? And that's just because it's a lot more than just the stats for Afro. In the points of pressure that he's putting onto the Huntsman, it's the really process that he's giving the rest of the team to set up for. And, you know, if his life leads to 20 seconds of time, so be it. I mean, that's a life of value right there. When you're playing P7, it's got to be perfect. You're so right to really call it out from that. And for Huntsman, I mean, this is a team that really struggled in the elites with a top 12 finish in stage 2. You get quite the break, a bigger break than most teams in terms of practicing for this major. Cup 8, a top 4 finish. That's great online, but when you travel across into the UK, you have to deal with the stress of the time difference. You got to deal with the stress of now playing on land with a team that has struggled in those big moments. Those struggles are still there against some of the top teams we have in challengers. So dropping to the lower bracket, I mean, obviously there's some work to do here for the Huntsmen, but it is work that I expect them to put in. I don't think that this is the last we see for the Huntsmen. You know that this is a team that can make the run. I expect them to make the run in the lower bracket.
The way that Johnny's been playing today, regardless of the results, and in general, like the team, the Huntsmen we have now, for those who didn't watch the Elite Series or have not been keeping up with challengers, the Huntsman we have now is like C+, B- Huntsman. The Huntsman we had in challengers at one point was individually gifted, but they couldn't put it together. And it was just, there was a synergy problem. There was a structural problem to the team. We're talking like D average. And so the fact that they have made this jump in such a short time to go from the online environment, to go to LAN and do so is impressive. And it is something to hold their hat on as they try to make the run in lower bracket. But yeah, the P7 team, no matter where you play them, I mean, you got World Championship experience, LAN Championship experience, Challengers history, every which way you want to cut it. The champions exist there on P7, and they show up once again.
And it's really hard to sit there and say a team that lost 3 map 5s in a stage just to not qualify for the playoffs is a D+ average team. But hey, it is tough competition here in the Challengers Open, and Huntsmen, I can't wait to see them make that run in the lower bracket. For P7, they look good as always. But for us here on the desk, when we get set up for our next slate of matches, we're going to take a step back, take a quick break, and we'll be back with some more Major 2 very, very soon. A little bit of a mix-up in the map number 2. Didn't get to see the search and destroy between these two squads, but it's okay because Able X Stallions are delivering some upset potential against our North America 1 team, our Elite 2 champions in the Telluride Bush. So tied up going into the Overload. And Spaceman, this is what you're excited for because, I mean, if we know anything about this Bush Overload team, we never know what to expect.
Yeah, I'm just laughing because it, of course, we come into the Overload, and it's the first thing you think about when you think about Bush in their season from season 2 to here at Birmingham. The only question that came in was just simply, how does their Overload look? At times, it was really, really bad. That was the only negative of the team, and yes, there's been some dips and hard pointing and so on, but Bush Gaming, once they started figuring out the Overload, it was just about question of when that team would get online, and if they do, how quickly they're just going to dominate everybody else. Clearly, they do so. This is going to be a really interesting series because if Able X Stallions can revert Bush Gaming back to some of their old ways, some of their lazy defensive mishaps on Overload, like on this map we've seen before when they played Falcons Academy Green, there are moments where Able can absolutely take advantage. But Bush Gaming have been putting in a lot of work, and they absolutely know what's on the line in this event.
Grand Final versus P7 Notorious. They won both Overloads. Cup 8. Overload actually looks like their best game mode. So who knows what Bush we're going to be getting going into this one, as they've been on the back foot for the entirety of this first half, and Able are going to put away the first capture. DK is on 7 kills in a row. 1 off of the Hellstorm. He's not going to get it. Awakening shuts down the streak. That is a huge cap, though, for Able to kick off this map 3.
Look at Prolude. I mean, Prolude is so far out. He's making sure not only does his team get a chance at this map, but hopefully some spawns get blessed. Not going to happen at all. Stuck back in the blender, and Awakening, first one up. The line of defense on deck. Right next to him, Fire. Both ARs pushed up. Symbols catches a couple of shots, but keeps it moving at 8 for 2. A's been a phenomenal pickup for this Telluride Bush Gaming squad, and been able to slot in the synergy of this offense so quickly, so effortlessly. It's paying off now, but Able X Stallions again at mid-map have been excellent as they pick up another 3 for the wipe. Potential goal on the board.
You can already see Symbols fired up into position for cap number 2. DK sends it home, 12-4, a capture. Like I said, this guy is the second coming of our EMEA prospect. This is incredible. DK looking to be that forward pressure now for the rally in for capture number 3. Telluride Bush fighting out of their spawns. They got 3 dead. Clutch on a spree now. He's the next one up to put some pressure towards these Bush players, and he's doing a great job at that. Can he get capture 3? No! Fire stops it. And the Bush hold on.
That goal line is thin, man. It is so far away when you're sliding in, and you don't get any extra health. So if you're running in with 10 or 15, you breathe on them the right way, and they're going down. It's so close so many times in Overload. 2-0 lead. 2 goals, it's all that's needed in this round 1. Only the first half of things. And still vying for a position at mid-map. We go back over to Abe's POV for not long, as we trade out to Pinstripes again. And off spawn, Able X Stallions will try their hand at things once more.
And Sean, this isn't the end of the world for the Bush, because I was talking to some coaches going into that cup, and with the change in pace of Scar, some spawn changes going into the elites, a lot of players, a lot of teams favor the side that Able's on right now, the green side spawns, in terms of starting those spawn traps over towards back blues. So the fact that Bush are struggling a little bit, from the way that coaches are telling me, this is no surprise. So as long as they keep this to an 0-2 count with 38 seconds left, maybe they sneak away a cap of their own, they're still in good spot.
Absolutely. You play for the deficit more so as leverage, and less, look, we didn't get a cap on the board, that's okay. We can go into halftime down 2. Brand new ball game, a lot of time left on the clock. As long as that EMP stays off the ground, overtime continues. And we'll see if they can find their first run here.
Well, Fire's going to just take it and run. Nothing is going right for the Bush on this side of the map, so let's just get it as far away from the portals as we possibly can. Over to P2. Bush off the spawn, looking at Hellfire with 3 seconds left. See if you can at least just mitigate the damage from this first round. And they have done exactly that. Avoiding that third capture, that is huge for the Telluride Bush, swapping over to the more preferred side of Scar into the second half of this one. Able take a round 11 in the search and destroy, Sean. And if they can take this Overload as well, oh boy, we are in for a treat.
I mean, that is an understatement and a half. We're in for upset city. Not saying that Able X Stallions aren't in a position to do so, or that they don't deserve to be in the position. Good Lord, we know how good this team is. DK, scout-wise, symbols coming from Stallions, clutch, Scythe, everybody. We understand that Able X Stallions have absolutely everything and then some to be able to compete against the likes of Bush Gaming. But Bush Gaming are vaunted as the #1 team, rightfully so. They are the champions of Season 2 Elite, rightfully so. They are expected to make podium finish at this event. If they drop to the lower side and have to basically win outs to get to Sunday, it would be a open bracket for the ages.
If you told me that we had not just one EMEA, but two EMEA talents that are top prospects for the CDL, that are both rookies, going into Black Ops 7, I would have called you crazy. But with the way that Aluka started this year and DK now really putting himself on scout watch, he has passed the eye test and then some on land now. Abe with the knife out. He's on 5 in a row. Can Bush find their first capture? There's 4 dead. There's capture #1. And they have the side set in spawn traps that they like to get the rally.
And that third cap that they kept off the board really does look so much bigger in retrospect now. I mean, yes, you keep momentum, but you give yourself a chance. You give yourself a false positive in a lot of ways, a bit of a placebo going in round 2 of we know exactly what we need to do. And we're only down by 2 goals. You know we're going to do our best to punch you through. They do, consistently, as they won the gunfights at mid-map time and time again. They'll try once again on their windup, all the way from the plane side. 6 symbols. Trying to pick up a couple kills, not going to happen. Leverage again, pushing towards Bush Gaming. They find more.
Players of the spawn gonna have a chance to block this one. Awakening's not gonna get it. Fire next up. He's got help with the nade in the back, and Abe ties us up. Bush bring things to 2-2 standing with still 3.5 minutes left in the second half. Plenty of time for the Bush to do some damage in this respawn. And they're doing exactly what Coach Temp told them at the end of Stage 2 to do, and that is slay out. Slay out to your heart's desire.
Finish your food, baby. Fire. 21 and 15 on a 6 spree, close to the Hellstorm.
Oh, a team kill.
And there it is. No? An assist? I don't know math.
Look.
One extra one little nudge would be enough. By the way, we split the map just a bit. 2-2 apiece. Bush Gaming taking control of Broken and forcing Able to, again, start picking their corners a little bit more carefully this time. They will hunt him down, but damage done. Fire should now have that streak as he goes down. Expect that to come back in at any moment.
And we got to switch this to the perspective of Able, because how do you crack the code on this side of the map? First off, you get the Hellstorm gone. So, albeit, this is going to be a tough couple of seconds for Able off spawn. This is a huge tool to take out of the pockets of Bush, and it turns into a team kill onto Proloot. Symbols might go down, but Able are going to fight out of their spawn. There's still 2 minutes left. How do you dissect this now? It is somebody has to go rogue for Able X Stallions and get to top green. That is the only way you translate caps on this side, is top green control.
You have to alleviate some of that pressure where Fire and Awakening are at. You have to get in position to help. They do get a couple. Symbols does get a double. That opens up a lane, an opportunity, a moment. Again? I mean, there's you either streak it now or you play through the kills. I don't know how confident you're going to feel, but you just got to go.
Scythe, clutch, 2 kills again. Scythe run the back. Can he find #4 onto Fire? Yes, he can. And that is a perfect line of sight for another capture for Able. Abe's nade is going to take DK down, so taking a player to your spawn is huge, but that just gives Able X Stallions a chance to defend their own spawn with all 4 players at the respawn. They battle through plane, now looking to push forward, and you still have Scythe in enemy lines.
Yeah, and even if he goes down again, it's just now you can force the 2v1. It's going to take time to work through these kills. You're giving yourself an opportunity. DK can't get to the goal line. So close. So many times. Both these teams have been right within an inch of scoring. But no goals as of now. We'll retrack back through mid. Red control for here. And for Fire. Good shot for the pistol. Trying to keep this one alive.
I mean, good on Bush to rally those 3 in a row, but Able are making you sweat for this. What a showcasing from a team that not a lot of players would have on their radar to take down a team like Bush. But they are giving everything and more to force this one the distance. 33 seconds. Bush in position to score. DK on the defense. Has a big fight versus Prolu. Wins it. Now set up for all 4 players here. You got Abe inside of Market. Clutch is going to be watching that. No more, says Abel with 18 seconds. Now Bush have to be thinking about overtime.
Crossbody shots from DK is just a hard gunfight to win. The shove comes in regardless. The flood, awakening for 2. They just got to get close. EMP does fall. Prolu trying to get hands on it. They get a couple of kills. It will. Over towards A. They just try to slide it through, and they will at 0.4 seconds. Bush Gaming take the overload. Up 2-1 in the series. And
A nail
we got
biter.
ourselves. Oh, baby.
Oh, man. I don't think that's something that Bush would have ever expected when you're going into this match versus Able X Stallions, but, hey, you know, when we get into an open bracket, when we get on land, you cross the sea, and you get up against a team of players who have been waiting for an opportunity like this. Symbol's one of those players who he wasn't even supposed to be at Major 2 Open. You know, for a couple of days, people thought Symbols was going to be stuck in North America, no team to go to, nowhere to play. Abel said, hey, we got a lifeline for you. Sorry, Blade, but this guy is going to push us into a position where we can maybe even climb further into a bracket than we've ever seen before. And look at this. Yeah. I mean, you can't look at one player ever and say that this guy is going to make a difference, but Symbols is making a difference for this team. And he is showing it against some of the best we have.
I know Scar is its own kind of hellhole for ARs at times. I understand. But DK putting up nearly 3,700 damage, Scythe matching, literally stride for stride, 33 and 23. Shows you, one, how close the game was, 2. This team has been elevated. The ARs are doing what they're supposed to. But you're getting that kind of output. You're getting above 3,100 damage from all 4 players in a 4-3 overload Scar. That is professional level damage. That is, like, we're talking 3,700 damage, folks. That is Optic Texas. That is a face. That is what they do. So, yeah, the game's close. It's a heartbreaker for Abel. But this series is not as one-sided as maybe one would expect, one being me. Abel have been putting on damage, and they have been absolutely showing up when the time calls for the ARs to respond.
I'm excited for this hard point.
Yeah.
I think that, you know, one thing is for certain, well, Bush have been putting so much time into their overload to improve it. Going into Major 2, we have seen a little bit of a regression in their S&D, in their hard points, and it has left them vulnerable to some teams that we've seen. Some close games in map 1, some close games in map number 2s, and, you know, Bush are able to edge out with some of these maps. Able still have an opportunity to push it to a map number 5. We've seen it. Don't count them out. Bush, a little bit worried. And yeah, this is a team that went to Major 1, placed second. They lost to Rock Esports in a game where we really thought that, you know, Bush had that in the bag. Super entertaining. But this is a different roster. I mean, you come into Elite 2, you lose out on Capsule, you lose out on Spart, you get Abe from this Surge, and he has been such a great piece of the puzzle to bring this team together. And then Awakening, one of the most consistent backline ARs that you can get in Challengers, even in the league when we've seen him in the CDL. Abe's got something to prove coming back down here. He's a player that, you know, went to EWC last year with Toronto Koi, placed top 4 with that roster against other CDL teams, really showing that he is a talent with the SMG in his hand. He deserves another chance on a top team, and he is showing that with the Bush. And then Awakening, same thing. Elite 1 champion, Elite 2 champion. He's been a CDL player. He's won majors. You know, a lot of people look at Awakening, they doubt him, but he is always at the top. And, you know, now backed up against the ropes here, this Bush team really looks like they need to lock in for these next couple of matches because Able are showing some weakness that they need to work on.
They could also right all of those wrongs in the coming hard point, which is the best part, which is like everything you said is spot on. And it all speaks again to the quality of the talent that exists in Challengers this year, years prior, of course. But it has felt like we've had a CDL 1.1 happening down in Challengers. We have had a resurgence of like the Midnight League. It just feels like not only does the talent stack, but the games, the skills getting better. It's no longer two teams who are dominating a region or dominating one side of the elite. Everybody else falls by the wayside. It is people making changes, roster decisions for an open event. People trying to play for the AM Open. People trying to make sure they can compete, and they are. And it's just been a sight to behold this season with how well these teams have come together, how well they've played, and how good the competition has been in Black Ops 7. This is only Major 2. Like, we still got Major 3 to get through and so on and so on, and the top 2 finishers of this bracket will qualify for the Pro-Am for Major 3. But
Yeah.
even for a team like Bush or P7, right? Like, who looks so good and so, like, fundamentally unbeatable in so many different situations, they can still be tested. And that is a credit to the talent and the international talent that exists now. And it's amazing.
It's actually so mind-blowing how important this major is right now for a lot of these challenger players, because like you said, you got a spot open for the Pro-Am. That is an immediate, you know, ladder jump into playing CDL teams next major. A huge pickup for anybody that places top 2. Not only that, but you also have a team that back home going into this major has benched 2 of their players. They're looking for talent to take that spot. They're looking for players right now in this open that can elevate that squad. And I think that that is going to be on the minds of a lot of these players, a lot of the scouts looking to get that done. And it just adds a little bit more weight to your performance for this major. A lot over the next couple days that is just going to lead to some entertaining Call of Duty. And we're getting ready for this map number 4, but it's taking a little bit of a second. So we're going to step away, take a little bit of break, and we'll come back when the hard point is ready. Look, it's just a prank. I don't like to make you guys wait. So we had the game ready to go. It took no time at all. And Bush, Abel, they're into the Blackheart hard point with Abel on the ropes trying to force a game 5.
Seymour doesn't like to lie to chat, and I don't blame him. He's a very honest guy. However, am not. And I'm going to tell you right now. I think this is going game 5, round 11. I have no proof, but I have a feeling in my gut somewhere. And the fact that it's on Blackheart hardpoint for game 4, we know how Bush Gaming play. We're going to talk ad nauseum about it in this one. Off to a great start, but this map can get mixy, and I'm ready for it.
Yeah, this is a map that we saw them play a couple of times in the grand finals. They beat P7 Notorious on this map, a team that always looks good on Blackheart. Yesterday in the boot camp the For Fun boot camp, they lost this one to the Huntsman. So, for Abel, you see some ups and downs for the Telluride Bush. Maybe this is a chance for you to strike, and they've started off so well. 60 points plus off the first one. We got our side swapped, so it is going to be Telluride Bush in the red arrows, Abel X Stallions in the white arrows, and they get 3 down again to hold on to this P2.
Okay, so we're just going to take what I said and reverse it, as Abel X Stallions had a hell of a start. We've seen this maybe one other time. Falcons Academy Green were really the only other team to go on Blackheart against Bush Gaming and beat them 70-3 to start rotations. That was maybe the biggest disparity. This is new. 88-1. Again, at one point, the Falcons Academy Green team, that matchup was in week number 2 by the time we had really solidified most of our seeding for playoffs. This is a different situation. It is 96-5. At some point, Bush Gamer are going to have to get online.
Oh my goodness, Scythe. Look at the way he's challenging this one. So much confidence coming through. Abe shoots him in the back, but it's still a contention into the hard point. Nice double kill from Abe is going to allow for the rest of the Bush to flood through the front. See if they can finally uproot these Able players. They are in desperation of some hill time. And you just haven't been able to steal away these back spawns from Able X Stallions. They just continue to send players at it. 100 points to 18, 20 seconds of scrap. You're already working over to New. Scythe knows exactly what he has to do, and that's win this 1v versus Proloot.
We're at P4, and it's 112 to 18.
Unheard of.
Game 5 is definitely coming at this pace if things don't change. Granted, on that P3, Bush Gaming did get in for a bit of a contest. They stopped some of the bleeding. But since then, it's been another uncontested 30 seconds. I mean, this is just unheard of.
Well, 3 dead, 4 dead, 4 Able Stallions, or Telluride Bush going to be able to set up for this P4. They got the back spawns, and this is finally a setup that you can get some time off of. Fire into P2. We're going to play his life. Good for 1. Bush backed up and down a member, so Symbols attacking from the back line. 3 dead quickly, and a full wipe for Able to break back into P4, still with 25 seconds that you'd love to pick up.
And in these spots, if you're able, you know that in the hill, Bush are going to have to play tight because they're down by so much. But on rotation, off these opening spawns and routes, they're going to be playing fast and loose. They're going to have to get on the rotation quickly. Those are the kind of cadences that if Able can pick that up, they can continue to rally this game the way they have been. For Bush Gaming, understanding their position as they have before, knowing they're going to have to play tight, knowing they don't have a lot of margin for error. That is also a positive in a lot of ways when it comes to how they want to orchestrate their hits together. It's got to come through the likes of Proloot. There has to be more of an emphasis from those front subs that allows Fire and Awakening to wake up on the map, because so far, there just hasn't been much efficiency. And at times, you can't just put it on one player. But Proloot is such an impact. He is such a unbelievably necessary part of this offense. And if he's off to a slow start, there is no massive dynamite play, explosion to break open these hills. And you're seeing the result.
The OG Bush, a little bald right now between Fire and Proloot. As I completely agree. Gotta step it up. Going to the second set of hills. 16 seconds of scrap time, and looking to get all of it. Clutch. Can you spoil the fun? No, Awakening is going to trade you out. So over to P1 we go. And Bush are going to be here to fight for some of this early time. Symbols. A lot of noise being made through the double window. 3 dead in the feed. And here come the Bush for the setup to P1. Initial time their way.
Yeah, there are moments and hard points where when you recognize you have a team weak, you have to put your foot on the gas and you have to just take advantage. A couple of moments where Able looked like they were going to, but the longer you play Bush, the longer you play them on Blackheart Hardpoint, in hardpoints in general, the better they're going to get. And they start to figure you out. And when they do, it's a very different game. At one point, what was a 112-3 is now 161-92. Bush Gaming are not done. And if they start to get going like they are now, from P1 to P2, we got ourselves a brand new hardpoint.
The Bush are back, down by 60. Still 20 seconds at ult. Able X Stallion's gonna make one more push, and looks like it's good for now. Proloot hits the deck, finds his kill, but it's all you're gonna get. Spawns over towards New. Able have the backup there, and it's Symbols blocking out. Bush gonna fight through the middle of the map here, so hoping to fight this one and break immediately with the lead that Able has. They were good on this hill. Crossfire, Symbols, Scythe for 2. Symbols, another one in the hill. He goes on 4 in a row, and right beside him, it's Clutch. They break him down for 4.
DK spawned all the way out off the Bush Gaming spawn. Rotates all the way to hill, stays alive, picks up the last kill to clear. Gets some positioning at mid-map, and just opens up more of the hill for Able X Stallions. It's paid off, but it hasn't gotten them enough of a security in this game to win. 184 to 112. It feels like at any moment, Bush Gaming are ready to strike back and blow this thing open. And so far, they are just working on the spawns alone. Back into the hill we go. Slide Chow, peek, won by Scythe again.
Fighting this one from the front. I mean, as long as you can steal away a couple more seconds from this, rotating over towards New is surely something you look at here at the push. So 10 seconds that you're stealing away from Able. Everybody flooding over towards P3. Bush have this set up, and yeah, this is exactly where you want to be if you're Telluride Bush trying to make a comeback on Blackheart. This is definitely a money hill that you can get a fat chunk out of.
You need all of it. Good routes from Abe. Being a nuisance. Killing time off the rotation. Forcing Able to have to pull their attention away from the hill. A bit wonky right now as they try to reposition. But luckily the kills do fall, and it's all white in the kill feeds. Fights in the back. The anchors have to go down, and they do. Off spawn, Bush Gaming have now got to go. You can lose it off scrap time. You can keep this game close. But you can't do it all at once. They got to put points on the board. They have to do it now.
Labe looking to do it all here. Only able to find one. Stun's going to connect. Clutch over the top for the ball bounce. Symbols. Nice finish onto Prolu. 4 dead again. As that lead just continues to keep a couple of arm lengths away from Telluride. Bush. P4 now. It is all in for the Bush on this rotation. And already able Esports. X-Stallions are looking to put some pressure on the back line. They fail. Scythe and Clutch go down. And yeah, Prolu's going to spawn all the way towards the P4. Or P5.
Yeah.
Might be able to cut off some of these members through mid.
I mean, it doesn't necessarily do too much to disrupt the flow of the game, but it's just... You could not have asked for a longer route as a sub. They're making it work, though. They're absolutely making it work. That's another 3. That's a hold. All numbers stay up. You're within 30. You hold the last 30 here. And they might be able to do it, and if they do, now attention swings to Able X-Stallions. What do you do in this spot? Knowing that you have to get out to new, and the kills are in front.
Yeah, it's starting to slip away from them. As weird as it was, I mean, it was a 100-point game at one point. And now you're just looking at a 30-point game going into the P5 rotations, and already you can see Abe is trying to work for these back spawns. Scythe keeping some distance. Symbols right next to him. The hunt is on, and they get rid of Abe, so no pressure to deal with. Set up to P5. Spawns are in. Able are here.
You're gonna hit this solo through mid. You better have a better game plan than just simply peeking the corners. It just hasn't worked. Bush are way too smart for that. Bush are way too smart for that. Able to break through the back, but so is player 6. It's Clutch. Clutch trying to be just that, but he gets picked up quickly. Fire, 1v1, baiting, diving, sliding. Clutch staying alive on low health. Waiting for his teammates to get in position. Here comes the nade, the slide, the challenge out. Abe for 2. And all of a sudden, Bush Gaming are right back in this thing.
DK not able to get that one. 27 seconds. Yeah, this is going to be a tie game if they get the rest of this time. Able spawning up to P2. Flying in from the front. Scythe slides in for the contest. Takes out Abe. Nade with him too. Is going to be enough damage to keep him alive in this one. Bush are throwing everything at this hill. Abe last one up, and he's not able to win that fight versus Clutch. So 236 going into the third set of rotations. Bush down by 20.
Abe spawns behind them all. Scythe was already out ready. Scythe had no idea. Abe sneaks through. It's a masterful little gambit. A bait and switch for 2. Fires into the hill. They wipe them all out. Oh my god, all 4 go down. 45 seconds on the clock, and Prolute's out. He's an absolute snake. He's being a viper. Oh my goodness, this game is unbelievable.
Byron, the playmaker right now. 225. And the comeback in their minds. Can they deny the game 5? Able are choking. And you can see the panic in the arrows. Everybody is going for the 1 versus 1s, falling off the map. Able are scattered. You can lose off this hill. Somebody's got to break. Clutch and DK. It's Able alone for the 1v1, and DK closes it. Still enough time to win. Bush got to run.
Both can do it here. The contest is enough. We will not win it here. We must rotate to P2. DK cannot get out of the front. But player 5 can. Clutch. Clutch has to go big. Symbols doesn't. The last few members flooding into the hill. 241, 242. Scythe is trying to stay alive. Baits a little bit and gets caught quickly. Awakening now in. Cleaned up by Clutch. Back to pinstripes and trades again into the hill.
Symbols for the cutoff. And Symbols in for 2. Over the top, it's LeBron James for a nice triple kill. And Able push the game 5 against our Season 2 champions.
So we wanted game 5. We got it. Holy shit. You don't see that kind of hardpoint on Blackheart very often. You don't see those kinds of comebacks come to fruition. But there's no better place to prove right's wrong and wrong's written than in the Call of Duty Challengers event. And my goodness, this game 5 could be everything. Absolutely everything. 40 and 31 for Abe, who quite literally, like we saw with Johnny earlier, kept them involved in those last rotations. Scythe, Symbols, Clutch. You look back to that fourth rotation, P1 to P2. how many individual 1v1s on contest time, Seymour, did we see where Stallions just stood up? Like, they just finally were able to find the kills that eluded them for those last 2 hills. That could not have been a better hard point. That's incredible.
That had everything. It had heartbreak, it had anticipation, hope, dreams. That was cinema.
Abstinence.
Like,
it had everything.
yeah, exactly. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better map 4 for Bush. I mean, you look back at that game, you started terribly. I mean, just straight out flat from the gates. And
Yeah.
you managed to climb your way back, slowly chipping away at your lead. I mean, you're going to think back at that map 4 and you're going to be like, okay, yeah, what if we did this? What if we did that? I mean, you got to tip the hat to Bush. They were down by 100 after 4 hills, and they still made it an 8-point game to close out. I mean, yeah, you go back and you try to start a little bit better. I mean, hindsight 2020, you go into this game 5. There is no pressure on the shoulders of the Bush right now for this game 5. They're awake, they're attentive. Yeah, they slipped up for a second, but everybody makes mistakes. I mean, this game 5 is going to be so big for both sides. For Bush,
Yeah.
I mean, you don't want to be the team that wins stage 2, goes to the major, and then you find yourself in the lower round 4.
Yeah.
Lower round 5. Abel, you come into this major and you think like, hey guys, you're picking up an American player in symbols. Maybe that's a big upgrade, maybe not. So far, this team, the stocks are through the roof. Like, they look great.
Yeah, I mean, this is a series you could split into Devil's Advocate, or if you're a Bush Gaming fan, there's a lot of positives for the S&D coming up, like Colin just hit on. If you're a fan of everybody who has been amalgamated into this team, into this roster of this new Stallion squad that do loosely, now all of a sudden, there are positives here too, because 1, this series is extended. 2, you've proven that you can go toe-to-toe with them in the Overload as well on one of their better map modes. And 3, the S&D last time was not so simple. And that's the thing, is that it has to be a little bit dicey. And if it's a slow start again, there is no ability to stop bleeding. There is only, you must answer the challenge with a response. And if you don't have it, we got an upset.
Who knows what happened in that map too? We didn't get to see it. You guys didn't get to see it. But now we get to see the search and destroy. Can Abel upset the Kings of North America? We got a little bit of a break while these players, walk away, get set up for this game number 5. We'll be back with the search and destroy. Here we are, the amalgamation of a really long Friday afternoon in Birmingham. Game 5 for Telluride Bush versus Able X Stallions. Who's going to push to winners round 5? Who's going to drop to the elimination bracket? And Spaceman did a little bit of digging from Dallas, too. This is nearly picturesque of what we had in Dallas for Telluride Bush when they were playing up against the Stallions in winners round 4. Push to a game 5. Well, here we go. A Stallion is doing it again.
DK stopped shooting. He had the first blood. You can't do that in a game 5. You can't do it on raid. But you can become the next victim of fire. You put on a milk carton, because that's happening. One of the highest KDs you're going to see on LAN. A standout from Dallas. A standout on this Bush Gaming roster. Now, trying to secure the first round here on raid. Last player alive, Scythe. Goes for the peak. Clean up Prolute.
So fast to hit the deck, too. Prolute. Drops that bomb, plays his life, nowhere to go. Good first round from the Bush on the attacking side. And for raid map number 5, this one's going to be fun because I feel like if there's anywhere that you look at players like Abe and Awakening to really activate in a Search and Destroy is this map. I mean, Wake is a powerhouse for First Bloods on raid Search and Destroy. He was like that on the in Elite Stage 2. And when you can allow Abe to have a map as small as raid, as fast as a flank you can get from this guy, you know he's going to be running routes. He's going to be an annoyance.
It was fun watching Bush versus P7 because you watch like Awakening and DC play kind of around each other. They all kind of play in the similar spot. I bring this up because we know what we're going to get out of Awakening on this map. We know he's going to play Spiral. We know that oftentimes he's going to be the second AR to kind of move into position once the team fight starts happening, but he is so good at picking up both backline support and creating a presence upfield, poking for damage that allows Fire or the likes of Prolute to go in and finish the kills.
Oh, they don't see him behind the pot.
There's no way.
How would you ever do that? Or see that coming? I mean, it's such a ratty angle from Abe for first blood. He plays behind Laundry, and you're pretty much denied. Flank coming through from Prolute, trapped on both sides. Here comes Abe for the second strike, second kill in the round. Number 3, no ace, clutch less alive, and Awakening. A second round for the Bush, quick as ever.
We were talking a little bit about the map selection coming into this game 5 while we were on break. We were considering the likes of what Scar could be, what Den raid might look like. The fact that it is raid. Is it a bit of a cop-out to say that the experience of the likes of Prolute, Awakening have a little bit more to give on this map considering the likes of Cold War? Yeah, a little bit. But Prolute's a guy who's been in Challengers a long time, and they both have championship experience, championships to their belt. These guys know how to play raid. Most everybody knows how to play raid. But I look to more recently in Challengers history, and I think about the fact that Awakening and Prolute, they might have just enough of an edge to survive a very dangerous series.
2-0 up. Able Stallions looking for a break in the momentum, and DK with the initial jump spot gives up back Laundry. He wraps through mid. Map is completely flipped by Able. Who is going to bite first? Where is that first blood going to come from? Prolute caught in no man's land, and DK strikes first. Bomb down.
Expecting the peak from Laundry, but why are we re-peaking this dry? Where is your team? Your team needs to help you with this chow. Instead, they're going to back up as they should. Scythe trying to help. Awakening goes down. Last 2, you have the numbers. And this is where Clutch needs to move into position to help out the rest of his team. Symbol's trying to make the wrap. Bomb's still moving. Not for long. Scythe catches him quickly. And now in no man's land with nowhere to go. It will be the first round on the board. And a sigh of relief, really, for this team, knowing that if you get down 3-0, I mean, it's your backs are against the wall. This was a must-win round for Symbols and company.
Symbols closes it out, and it's the Wonder Kid and DK that opens up that entire round. Really bold play, re-wrapping all the way through the middle of the map. You give up the bomb site, you give up Laundry control too. If Bush were a little bit faster on that plant, not an easy retake for Able X Stallions, but timing works out. DK finds the first 2 of the round. Bush cannot climb back from a 2v4. Back onto the offense. Trophy's out. Mid-map slide. Prolo's been seen. Shots to the wall connect, but Prolo's got to back up. Symbols hunts him down. First blood to Abel. And now look at the spread from Bush. Fire's back basketball court. Awakening's watching the push through kitchen. And Abel have their sights set on B, but they're trapped inside of the kitchen.
They are, but they live and die by the blitz. I mean, Nate Shot's call on Solar S&D against TK was brilliant back then. It is now. If we're going to do it together. If we're going to hit mid, we got to go. Same situation, just down to execution. At this stage of the season, Bush Gaming, not the first ones to fall over. In fact, often the first ones to shoot back. Fire with a beautiful shot inside Tiki, and last alive on an opening round that looks so promising. Abel X Stallions on the verge of going down 3-1 in this Game 5 S&D. Unless DK has a bit of magic.
And he doesn't know where Abe is. He knows where Fire is, but the question is where's that second player? Gamble on the A plant.
Gotta be a quick plant.
Post plant for 3 separate angles. Ring, art, and laundry. And he's going to be playing laundry side. This is exactly where Bush are going to retake from.
Taking the heady as well. I mean, this is a 1v1 heady against Fire and Abe. They're going to push this together. As they should. DK gets them both weak. DK tagged. Still pushes him into kitchen. The defense rotates. DK's now on the hunt.
But it's not planted for mid. This is the one angle that it is not planted for, so he's got to go deep to check the bomb. And he's not able to sneak on back, so you live by the plant, you die by the plant. He set himself up for victory. He just did not trust himself enough. What a round it would have been if he found that kill towards kitchen, but the chase down doesn't work out, and the Bush in the 2v1 avoid what could have been disaster. Fire 7-1 in the search and destroy. That's going to bring them 3-1 in the round count. Keep him away from Abel for now.
You can just feel it. You can feel that one of these rounds is going to blow this game open. Whether it's Bush, whether it's Abel. At some point, it feels like the momentum is now sitting on Bush. They've been able to leverage it quite well after that dangerous last round. But Abel X Stallions are still fighting back. Round number 5 on your screen. Commit to A. Information A. Proloot, stunned, has an idea. With it, time dwindles down. First blood will fall. Abel X Stallions do get one on the board, but Bomb has to move.
Scythe for the overchow, and he gives up the advantage. So you have back laundry control now if you're Tellarite Bush. Abel going to take a page out of the book from a few rounds ago and completely rewrap this one. Will it work again? DK, he was the magic man last time. He's going to be the first one to strike yet again. Proloot caught out, won't die with the bomb in hand. In fact, he's got the Drovic behind him. And he slides out for Symbols. Awakening from a distance follows up. 3v1 for the Bush. Bomb going down. Can Clutch put his name to the test? Not this time.
When consistency shows up on LAN, it shows up in small ways, right? It comes up in fundamentals, in crucial plays. Whether it's a dry peek to bomb, you plant for the right side, but you retrace the post plant the wrong way, check mid, uh-oh. All of a sudden, I've been caught out. All of a sudden, I'm down 3-1. Next round goes by, you have a bit of advantage. Proloot pushes up in the driveway, gets a kill, Awakening falls in art. Small things that just start to chip away at the momentum of what Abel X Stallions have been able to do in this series. And Bush Gaming, who have practiced through multiple multiverses of this scenario, who have played Raid ad nauseum, are just 2 rounds away from surviving here in the winner's bracket.
Bush don't want to find themselves in this position, but I mean, they're champions for a reason. And now if you're able, you're thinking if you're coming for the king, you do not want to miss. And in a game 5, this is where a lot of this young talent is going to be tested in terms of the mental, and it is breaking at the last line. 50 seconds, 2v4, bomb down at B. Bush have full control of this round. Symbols, the slide out, traded by Awakening. Scythe's going to be spotted as well. Shots down lane is going to land, but Bush are not going to give this one up. Fire through the wall. Dies. Oh, Scythe. 25 seconds maybe. If he can bring this into a 1v1. Oh, Abe's got to be careful. He slips away. 20 seconds left. He doesn't have the bomb. It's got to be the kills.
Gotta play what's close. I know you're worried about Awakening, but all the info you got is you have to play what's close. The plant is what matters, and Abe tags him just enough to let him know that, yeah, this round's done, buddy. There is no way, even if you bamboozle me, we're getting out of this situation. 5-1. As notorious of a round count as they come. But backs against the wall for Abe Stallions. And for Bush, a clean and consistent raid S&D has been enough to get the job done.
Like it or not, these guys are the best. Number 2 seed going into the major. A team that does not fail when you push them to the edge. And although they might have a couple of bumps and bruises along the way, they are no team that is scared to a game 5. 5-1 up. Abel. Wouldn't be a full sale, but it would be the next best thing. Down 1-5. Do they have what it takes to do the impossible?
Just need to believe a little bit of magic. They got eyes. They know. Proloot, first one to go down. That first pillar of the subs. Now out of the equation. Responded quickly. Fire. 10-2 in this S&D. 10-3. 3v2. Advantage. Able Stallions. Advantage. Able Stallions. 3-1. Awakening last alive. Second life. Here for Abel, but Awakening. Trying to be the nightmare, the Darkrai, the Freddy Krueger of this team.
Full wrap out through kitchen. 30 seconds. Giga. On the clutch, what a shot. 1v1. 22 seconds, and he is toying with them. The Prodigy. Versus the backline. And it's over the top. The initial damage. The pistol and no TK. What a clutch. In the 1 versus 1, we are not done yet.
That camera switch broke my neck, man. I didn't know what was happening in this 1v1 right here. What the hell happened to Awakening? Did he think he slid to the right? Or I should say left? It looked like he had the lineup. He had the read. I'm going to have to go back at some point and check out that round because I don't know what happens in that gunfight. That is one where I'm looking at Awakening staring down the barrel of a 1v3 that he probably wins 99 times out of 100. And that just wasn't the round to happen. A miracle play is Able X Stallions buy themselves a second life again.
So it's just 1 by 1. You are testing some real iron through these players. Flood out through back laundry. Symbols gonna be hit by a nade. 21 HP. Has to back down. Fire in the front line. Spot on the shoulder. You gotta buy enough time for Proloot's flank to really work. And fire for the first one. Symbols for 2. It is deja vu from the hard point, but they still weather the storm. 2v1. It's down to clutch. And he's got to go deep for Awakening. 1v1 and Proloot on the chase down finishes the job. And the Bush close game 5 in an emphatic search and destroy for the raid. They move on. They stay alive. They don't break.
They move on. They stay alive. And they do not break. The 3 trident pillars of this Bush Gaming roster in Season 2 Elite is the 3 biggest reasons why they have stayed alive here in Birmingham. They don't break. They will bend. Oh, believe it. On Blackheart Hardpoint, they absolutely will. But they make it close, and the longer you play them, the better they get. Fire at one point was 10-2. Ends the S&D Game 5, 11-4. Awakening 8-4. Proloot, much better response. So close to a real game of S&D between Able X Stallions and Bush Gaming. But Bush maintained that lead, and they never looked back, even when it was close. That is a dangerous, necessary, important win for Bush Gaming. Sigh of relief, and now they can move forward with the rest of the tournament and focus solely on what's ahead. But this was a battle. Able X Stallions, if they didn't put people on notice, you got respect now after today. That performance in that best of 5 was absolutely excellent. Doesn't go your way, but you learn a lot, and you prove that you can go against the champions of North America and do so in nearly punch for punch, pound for pound.
I think this is a wake-up call for a lot of people. I mean, this Able Stallions team did what a lot of rosters can't do. And that is on minimal practice, take the #1 team to a Game 5. Now, the Game 5, it's a lot closer than what the scoreline did really give you. I think there was a couple moments for Able Stallions that really set themselves apart. I thought that push in the kitchen, all 4 members just full sending it, need to be a little bit more compact, a little bit more put together. There's some areas where you can see that communication was a little bit split. This one, what happened? I think he caught the edge of the van and it kind of split his attention to the side.
Yeah, that's where I was like, I don't know if that was a podcaster thing. I don't even, but looking at the replay, you see him jump up. I'm like, oh, he knows exactly where this is. We all know. And all of a sudden, there's a perfect split. Luckily, it doesn't matter at all for Bush because you shake it off. You win the damn thing, and they win it 3-2 in the end. And what a win it was.
What a win indeed.
Wow.
I mean, the Bush are going to be feeling good for this one. And like I kind of said going into that game number 5, is that is not really a situation where Bush haven't been before. You look back to Major 1. I mean, they started off winners round 4, Game 5. They lost winners round 5 in a Game 5 fashion. They go into the losers bracket, and it was 3 back-to-back Game 5s for them on LAN that they can put away. They are not afraid of the Game 5s. And they show it once again that raid search and destroy is something that they are going to keep in their back pocket. They're going to feel good about. And this is Bush, man, they live to tell the tale of the winners bracket going into the Saturday action, space fan. What a day that we got to see for Call of Duty. But the day is kind of closing out on our side, but it is not closing out on your side because you can look to the future of Call of Duty, which is going to be our DreamHack Atlanta Major 3, the Pro-Am. Of our Call of Duty League. Flash sale going on for 48 hours, and you can use code CDL15 for 15% off of 3-day GA access. Scan the QR code, go check it out, vibe out in Atlanta. We want to see you there.
We want to see you there. It's DreamHack Atlanta. It's like saying MLG Anaheim. They go in the same breath. DreamHack Stockholm. You know the deal. We love Anaheim. We love Atlanta. We love it all. We want to see you on the East Coast. I want to see more East Coast events. Love to see the fact that, again, DreamHack Major 3 coming to Atlanta once more. That's the QR code you can scan back in the Twitch VOD or the YouTube VOD if you want to make sure you get those tickets both on sale. And maybe bring a friend. You never know if somebody's getting into Call of Duty for the first time and you want to play them 1v1 on Scar and ruin their day. You never know if you want to try that. So it's going to be a great time. But I hope we get the quality of games that we've had in the last 2 hours or so here on this show of day 1. I hope we get all of that for every single hour of the rest of this weekend and for Major 3. These Challengers players have been fantastic, man, and we get to do it all again tomorrow.
It's a weekend in Birmingham, a weekend that you guys don't want to miss. We can always count on Challengers to deliver when it comes to entertainment, and like Spaceman was saying, the last 2 hours, bangers. We're into the best of 5. We're into the eliminations. This is where the good become the great, and the legends are born. And you guys don't want to miss it for the Saturday action. We'll be cut down more teams. We look to push towards the grand final. We're going to be same place, same time, 10:30 GMT, 6:30 EST. We don't want to miss you there, so we'll see you tomorrow with some more Major 2 action.